Tidal Part 2. Kona Part 2.
Can I get some coffee with some cocoa?
Get a pre-word of warning, chat. I forgot what I was gonna say. I know I wanted to warn you about something. Right? I forgot what it was. What the fuck was that? My Sims fucking action just got cancelled, huh? Nah. Anyway. What the fuck that was, Roger? Oh, Astra, I hope that was not an important role because you just fucked it. You just fucked it. How you doing? How you been? I miss you. I miss you, Mama. I miss you. I need my narwhal. I need my sea unicorn. No, God of Lamb, I've made too many sprites get bamboozled. I've been fucking fighting the Cult of Lamb itch all week for you fuckers, alright? You better appreciate that I held off not playing it off stream, okay? You better appreciate this, because I've had the Cult of Lamb itch all week, and I haven't been able to play it. Fuck you! Boy, happily. Hey, Menace! I moved! You're not allowed to move. Come back! Ivy, come back! Come back! Don't leave me! Unless you move closer to me, in which case I'll allow it. I'll allow it! How's everyone doing though? But okay. Now I remember what the word of warning was gonna be. February is gonna be a weird month, okay, chat? February is gonna be weird. There's gonna be extra streams, there's gonna be missing streams, there's gonna be streams on different days, and that's because me mom's gonna be visiting, so shit has to get moved around. I tried to convince her not to visit in February this time around because I'm busy as fuck, but she wasn't having it. She was like, no, I'm coming and I'm staying and you can't get rid of me. So, yeah, February's gonna be fucky wucky. Let it be warned. I will do pre-announcements for each thing so that you know ahead of time by at least like roughly a week, but it will be different. Fine, I'm done it. I'm making a mousy sprite. I'm unlocking my free will. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't do it. Or do it. Or do it. Go on. Try. See what happens. Unlock the stealth mouse. I'll get there. Thank you. And the boxes all unboxed, or are you gonna do the whole thing where like the last 2 boxes stay boxed for like the next 6 months? This sounds something I would do. Oh lordy. No free will here. Only don't you fucking dare with your Bass Pro Shop, bitch. You wanna see how Missy's coming along? How my newest rig's coming along? How Froggy Hoppin's new rig is coming along? She's still a bit scuff as fuck because I've only just started in on rigging her body on bare bones. She's a bit broken, but she's there. She exists. I'm back on Nichan. I saw you sacrifice me. I was silent. I'm so sorry, Shadows. I'm so sorry. But the blood gods must be smeared with blood. Your blood specifically. Exactly. I can't wait to be settled in. My shit is everywhere. I want to see. I sure. Hi, Mother. Your favorite child. Hi, Mila. I show you new baby. New baby progress. She's still very Bork. She's still fucky wucky, but she's starting to move. She's oh my god. All right. Whoa. Wah. Wah. I gotta change settings on it a little bit. Hang on. I made the flower audio reactive. But I've clearly made it a little bit too sensitive because I was too scared to scream at the microphone when I'm not streaming because people look at me funny and they're like, the fuck are you doing? And I don't like it. I don't like it. Let me see. Wah. What? What? It's responding when I don't want it to. Or what? I got a vote from cuteness. Look at her. What? But then it also responds when I'm just talking normally. What the fuck's up with that? I can't figure out what the audio capture, how the audio capture in fucking VTube Studio works, bro. I know the frog is asleep. She stayed up way too late playing Fallout 4. I did notice she was up real fucking late last night. But look at her. Look at her go. And she looks a little bit too sexy like this. I don't know how I feel about it. But then again, these aren't the socks you're supposed to be wearing, so. Hiccup burp. She's still scuff as fuck, but she's there. She's there. It was like 5 a.m. by the time she went to bed. Girl has no self-control. None. Zero. She's fucking Australian too, girl. It's funny when she goes live so fucking late, and I'm like, we going live now? Now? We're going live now? Are we sure this is a good choice, Froggy? I don't know if this is a good idea, even if you are nocturnal. She lost a tooth. You see, I still haven't finished all her hair. Only one section of her curls bounce when I do this. I'm very happy with how she's coming up. and then sexy. Ooh-la, ooh-la. Sorry. All right, okay. I'll be me now. I'll be me. Wait, hello? Oh, there I am. Ooh la la. Especially when she has the choker on at the same time as just the little dress. This robe is so cute. It's always cuter with you in it, Shemaya. You're the best part of the decor. No, mouse much less sexy. It's just me. Wait, hang on. Unless I take my jacket off and then I become a One Piece character. Hold the line. Do I have a button for my jacket? Okay. One Piece character. I'm so upset with that. Wait, I'm so stiff, bro. Stiff. I gotta fucking stick up my ass. I can't bend my body. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Okay. Not thin enough for One Piece, you're right. I mean, it's like season 1 One Piece, okay? We'll go for season 1 One Piece, not modern One Piece, okay? It's just a slightly different time zone. Hey, yo, I'm so happy right now! Yo, you should be. Hi, Shemaya. Not thin enough for One Piece. You gotta have 0 organ room. Plus, the Yeti's gotta be like anti-gravity fucking air balloons bouncing out in front. Be like, if it ain't an air balloon, it don't want it. It don't want it. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. You can see when I was a kid and when I was watching One Piece a lot because my art from that time period is crazy. Oh my god, I have to find either an image of or the original, the very first anime drawing I ever did that wasn't like traced, because I used to like trace. I used to trace Beyblade off the TV because we had we'd purchased like the whole original Beyblade first Beyblade, yeah, not season, but like all the seasons, and I used to trace it off the TV to learn how to anime, and then I eventually finally drew my first anime character, and I still remember the first question Normie asked me was, why are her tits so big? And I'm like, bitch, you did not understand the art of anime, and I'm disgusted. It's the first fucking question that came out of a Normie's mouth. Why are tits so big? It bite me. I hate it here. Everyone's a critic. God damn it. You draw a size, like a normal size set of titties, like, put it this way. If you draw a normal size set of titties on an anime character, people will call them flat because for some reason, anime just makes everything huge. If you draw an anime's version of a C-size cup, a C cup on a girl, which is a normal size, is actually more drawn as if it's a fucking F cup. It's like, God, no, what are you doing? I have back problems.
Yeah, I want to throw up. I feel sick, chat. I feel icky.
Guys wanted to know that? Let's go! 20 streams straight with you! Holy shit! Thank you so much for all your support. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you wanted to have Cat Wolfie out, didn't you? I got sidetracked yelling about titties and anime. Such is the life of an anime waifu. Woofia. Are you finished with that Kong already? That took you like 2 seconds, dude. I need to do better at stopping him. Oh, we're still tiny here. Okay. Oh, when did Pepper get summoned? Hello, Maud Fox. How you doing? Rip Crowley. She'll never return. The COVID overwhelmed the mold spores, and she'll be forever gone. She's gone forever. It's anime, Mom. Exactly, and in hindsight, in my case, they were correct. It was right all along. Why are her clothes? Oh yeah, the anime shirts where it's just like they have a pocket for each individual titty. Like, imagine taking the shirt off and it's like just deflated. Bruh. Just in time for titty discourse. Hell yeah! Just what you want to come in for. A B in anime is not a B IRL, no. A B, anime's version of a B is actually more like a D. Like, they're always at least 2 cup sizes up minimum. Is madness. No, that's what we like. That's what we want. I'm great. Thanks for asking. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad you're doing good. Should I open the cult game now? I should probably open it straight away. I definitely can't tell that I've been itching so bad to play Cult of Lamb all week. Oh my god. Doesn't it help that so many people are playing it right now because the Woolhaven DLC gets released? And I was just like, I need it. But I controlled myself. You should be proud of me. You should be oh so proud of me. Okay. Or we're not gonna have the scuff that we had last time. Promise, chat. I promise. Oh god, that burp will come up with food. Don't do it stealthy. Oh god. Oh, that was dangerous. Ugh, it tastes like breakfast. Nasty. Second, I don't like. Don't sniff at that, my folks. It tastes so
Stelt
bad. I
to
can imagine what it
36 give
smells
love
like.
Stelt to 36 pet Stelt to 36 grace.
Thank you, Paula, for the 49 months.
Stelt to 36 give love Stelt to 36
doubling
pet
up,
Stelt
woman.
to 36 grace.
Thank you, Green, for the prime
Stinker.
sub. 15 months.
Stinker.
Let's go. I don't like that she doubles up on the stinker. I resent that. Where's me semi-large Ow! I didn't push anything! Alright, hold up. I haven't got my controller connected yet. Must protect the wrists, chat. I follow, sit, bad, no sniffer. Other people need bigger cups because they thirsty. We like... Well, they don't ever get a chance to just stare sinfully at a person's yitties anyway, so at least let them stare at the big old yitties on the anime, right? Right. How you doing there, Mousy? I fucking ate a second breakfast against my will. That's how I'm doing. Never played Cult of Lamb? It's a fun game. Oh, I forgot I was naked. I forgot I left myself naked. Hello, Weber. We dance, Weber? You dance with me, Weber? Oh, I don't know if my contribute did. Okay, chat. I have a question. Did the contribute to Cult Totem, whatever the fuck it's called, redeem? Is it working? Or do I have to reset that back up again? Okay, good. And it's cheaper now. Woo, it worked. Al figured it out. Look at me, big brain. Ender, how you doing? Oh, we got an upgrade. Shit. My brain's not ready for this. The leader tent. What the leader tent do, though? Should I make propaganda? Ensure your followers hear your message. When within range of the speakers, followers will work and pray. Whoa, yes, please. Propaganda. Let's go. Everyone says they're immune to propaganda until they get propagandized, and all of a sudden everyone's susceptible to it, and it's great. Wow, Big Daddy. Hi, Big Daddy, how you doing? I'm alive again. Welcome back. Let me suck the juice out of. Oh God, no. Let's not say it. Let's do it. Not the doggy. Thanos, why are you still awake? So fun, and the Twitch integration makes for nice chaos. It does, and they have. I can play Knuckle Bones now. Wait, who did I? Menace. I don't know if you saw before, but they have I can play Knuckle Bones against chat now. It's so fun. I love it. All right, what do we got? What do we got? First off, where's Xenos? You need to go back to bed, buddy. You need to sleep. Let's build propaganda! Yippee! Put one by the workstation, of course, of course. I also... I don't have the gold I need. I need to strip everyone of their cash. Give me your money. I must get into this cult soon. I will make another run and hopefully we can get more cult members. I'm broke as shit. Knucklebones. The RNG is absolute bullshit. The last time I went up against you guys, all I rolled were fucking 2s and 1s. 2s and 1s! It didn't matter how I played, I would have lost regardless! Some next level bullshit. New. I want to save rituals in case someone steps out of line.
Yes, Menace.
Oh, tell Stealthy Mouse yourself. I'm not her audio technician. She can't even run a stream properly. Just let her fumble through it like usual. Bow down to your fabulous Froggy Queen, Chato-san. Ribbit.
I didn't even read it, and I know exactly as soon as she said I'm not your audio technician, I'm like, bitch, what's the bet the game audio's fucked? I fixed it! Also, am I alive? I will do. Oh god. Excuse me, leader. Some creatures are sick. Oh, here we go. We got sick babies. Babies. Let's go. All right. Put some pants on. Make me. Go on. What do we got? What do we got? Ooh. Polyamorous. Does not get jealous if the lamb has more than one spouse. 15% harder to level up. On recruiting this follower, immediately gain 10 faith. Yonky spelunky. Get in there, chat. Become one of me babies. I have coffee here that I forgot about. Num 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 num. 7 stream streak. Thank you. I appreciate it. Propagandize me, Stealthy! You must pray 6 times a day, specifically to me. Minimum of 6 times, okay? Preferably with money. Give me all your money. Also, I don't know how my people keep getting money. Where do you guys keep getting your cash from? Are you guys walking out of my cult and getting cash from somewhere else? Why can I extract money from you? You're not supposed to leave the cult, so you shouldn't have any cash on hand. So if you've been betraying my teachings and leaving the cult, sorry, my iPad just fell over and almost took my coffee out with it and scared the shit out of me. Ooh, okay, no, we're fine. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's all right, I almost watered my computer with a coffee. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Let me in! Just shaking the mouse. Jesus, love, sorry, I didn't mean to scream your ears off. I jump scared myself.
Come in, little one.
Darren! You sneaky little fucker hiding over there.
Thanks, Modfox, for the sub. Welcome to my garden.
I did! I've already done it to my keyboard once. And Modfox, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Get in there, you polyamorous little... Adarin's being a dickhead again. Alright, no, I'll be nice. Be nice. We'll stop bullying him. Trying to reform. We're trying to reform. Chad, we're being good. We're reforming, not bullying. Dance with me. Vernon, how could you take this from me? JK, of course. You've got just as bad RNG as me when it comes to trying to join fucking cults, Shimo. I'm like in every single drawer and I never get in. It's like H2O with the stream elements raffles.
How many are you, little fluff butt?
What do we got? Heals 15%. Oh god, and you're sick. Great. Okay. Another
Oh,
polyamorous.
look who's
Hey,
trying to be
yo!
helpful. Tell Stealthy Mouse herself. She's the one who can't manage a simple link. I'm too busy being
Oh
fabulous.
shit! I forgot to
Bow
send. I
down
think
to
that was.
Chato-san instead. Ribbit.
I think that was 2 or 3 people that did the redeem, and I forgot all of them. Whoops. Yeah. Anyway, the also zealous. Ignore dissenters. Follow a raffle. Start raffle. Well, anyway, while I'm raffling, I'ma just, go do some things real quick. Anyway, I've never forgotten anything. I'm a perfect streamer. Where the fuck even is it? Yeah, there was 3 people. It was Omega Dragon, Sad Weebix, and Puck. And all of you got ignored. Suck my wiener. Alright, let's go here. And then I go there. I really gotta automate this. I'm pretty certain there's a way to automate it, but I've just been too lazy to figure it out. But I'm also too lazy, send invites. So it's a double-edged sword for me, Bye-bye. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Shush, child. Okay. Come here, little. I don't actually remember how that. Come here, Brady, let me whisper in your ear. Something like that. That's Sad Weeps. Wait, is my cultist dead? I don't. Yes, actually it is. I'm sorry. you are in fact dead. I think I tried to revive you like twice, and each time you came back as a zombie, so I had to re-murder you, and it was a pain in my ass. I fucking gave up. And I can't message Puck or Omega until they. Oh wait, no, Omega's right there. Omega, come here.
Come here, I have a thing for you. Let me send you a thing. I got a thing for you. In your whispers. Go check out your whispers, Omega. Gotta check them out.
Now we just gotta wait for Puck to spawn in. Da-da-da-da. Puck is complete. Alright. Butt brains! You fucking, ate one of my other fucking chatters! You can stay dead! You killed someone! Buh. H2O, welcome in! I lost leave and run my errands. Have fun, Stealthy. Bye, home follow. Thanks for hanging out. I'm sorry you didn't get to join the cult. H2O has better RNG than Shemaya confirmed. Oh, now I win. You always just wanted to be polyamorous. Come on now. Come on now. Zombies eat people? That's amazing. It's not so amazing when I want my people fucking alive. Shut up, Flint. Don't ask you. No.
I heal H2O.
Oh. It annoys the shit out of me. There's a bird sound in this game that sounds exactly like a
starting
cockatiel.
a fucking scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Is this a zombie or a lick? Why not both? There's a sound effect in, I don't know if it's in the song or in the game, and it sounds exactly like a cockatiel, and it triggers me every time because I keep thinking I hear a cockatiel, but there is no cockatiel! I was running for I demanded of them. All right, can we dance? We've danced with almost everyone here. We must dance!
La 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 la.
All right, you. No! Back up.
I'm eternally grateful.
You better appreciate it, Omega. I brought sick people with the plague here. Oh, we got goodies. Get him, get him, get the goodies, get the goodies. Alright, got the goodies. Goodies, goodies. Oh, wait, I still haven't built a confessional. And how do I make this work? I'm gonna feed it fucking gold? Gold? Bruh. I don't know if that's a very good equivalent exchange. Bah! Is that me, Ban? No, it's someone else, Ban. Alright, I gotta send someone, missionaries off to get me some gold. I'm actually polyamorous IRL. Hey, oh! I'm too jealous for that shit. I'm too jealous. I could never. I can't do the Crelly cock chair. I can't do it. I can't do it. Alright, who can get me gold in one day? Anyone? Oh, I can send myself to go do it. Where am I? Can I level myself up first so that I don't like fucking... I can't. Let me extract money from someone. Thank you, Mila. I find it interesting that I knew that was Mila, even though I didn't read the name. I knew it was Mila just by the sprite. I'm like, oh yeah, that's definitely a Mila sprite. That's a Mila sprite if ever I saw one. I guess it depends on your religion. Atheists probably see him as a zombie. I suppose you're so right, though. He is a zombie. He's fucking dead, mate. Always was. Shut up, Flint! Before I shut you up! Alright, what we got? Everyone's having a fast. Don't have to worry about that. Meh! Why do I keep hearing sheep noises in this fucking corner? Oh, it's because of my... It's my propaganda machine! Of course I can hear bang! Duh. Alright, where's my confessional? Here it is. Beautiful. I don't have my demon summoning ring yet. Oh no, I do have one, don't I? I swear I built one. Where did I build it? Oh, there it is. Alright, where do I put the confessional? Like I want to have it back here. Confessional back there. Confess your sins, little ones. Hey, Turnip, you finally woke up. Good evening, little friend. All right, chat. I need to know. Do you want to do a little round of knuckle bones before we? A little round of knuckle bones before I go into the dungeons. Propaganda costs money. I wasn't expecting a whole goddamn gold bar. Jesus. Was it pansexual? You like pants? No. How often do you get that joke? It's like the old fucking working in the service industry and something doesn't have a price on it and people are just like, oh, it must be free. I mean, it's the same level of regularity. Give me this. All these spiders gathered up over here.
I'm never gonna financially recover.
Oh god. Thank you guys for the hatching! Else when you said that to Flint, my brain was like, bad dog, no brisket. No brisket for dog. Oh, puppy. Do I have any quests rolling? No, I do not.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Killers, I have beds. You know that, right? Oh god. I know, I forgot I have Cinder Buckle! Cinder! I forgot I have Cinder as a zombie. Hang on a minute. Oh, lag. How did the moose get their hands on a cult? Excuse the fuck you. I don't know of any Canadians in this cult. Poor Cinder. There you are. I require Camila and crystals. All right. Okie dokie. Did someone say Canada? Oh, Canada. expensive. But I need it. I need it. No one asked you, Flint. Dude, stop with your moaning. Daddy Mouse, hello, Sandmoose. At least you know where you stand. I am the papa. Yes, Xenos? Wait, later, I've already given everything I own to you. Now I wish to give my life, please. Xenos, you've been here for like 2 seconds. What do you mean? Okay. Dude just wants to die, apparently.
Please kill me.
My cult that bad? Kind of resentful about this. Yeah, shut up, Blitz.
Blessings to Papa.
Have you been converted finally? Catarin's being good. Hang on a minute. Normally I only have the choice to yell at or bully, but you're actually being good. What's up with that? Okay, Yo, we got rid of the asshole trait. It's gone. Yeah! We've converted Catarin from being a dickhead. So proud of myself. He has been converted. Shrine flame. Shrine flame, light the cleansing fire to harvest more devotion. Flame of the tabernacle. The cleansing fire will draw forth more devotion.
Beep, boop, boop, beep, 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 beep.
You are the moose and I'm the Knit. I'm not a fucking moose. Even if I was a moose, I'd be a beautiful moose. Make all the male moose go wah. You don't know that reference. Get out. Get the fuck out. Ooh, wood. Who shat wood everywhere? Where did that come from? Alright, it's alright, Cinder. It's alright, my little zombie friend. Oh, someone broke my lumber yard! Bitch! Build another one. Every time I go to leave, I always find something else to do. I know I haven't got any crystals for it. Meh. Make a little fertilizer thingy. Yeah, poopy. There. Hey, Wolfia! Thank you for your contribution. How many we got left? Ooh, we got 4 left. Okay. Alright, I had to go get... Oh, Xenos wants to die. You can get sacrificed later. I'm busy. Xenos, I'm too busy right now to be murdering you. Hi, you're so needy. You have a zombie locked up? Yes, because if I don't lock them up, they eat everyone. And I don't want to lose everyone. I think of the sword. Oh, they're both shit. The sword and the ichor, I hate both of them, man. All right, let's remember how to use things. Hello. Busy. Nah, I'm busy! Rimratho was the last vessel sent against us, sniveling coward. There were countless before him, all really pathetic and unworthy. Nothing humbles quite like... Oh, fuck off! I just hit him! I hate you all. I just healed everyone! Fuck off! Now I gotta go to the Dark Forest again. This is some next level bullshit. Couldn't have at least made Xenos one of the sick ones, seeing as he's gonna die anyway. Bollocks. Oh, yep, remembering controls. Remembering controls. Okie dokie. I need crystals. The whole reason I came here was crystals. Give it up. tried eating the zombie? Excuse me? I don't even know how to kill the zombie. I can't murder anyone. Where's the chat though I summoned? Summon random chatter. It would have been Woofia. Not Woofia. Baba. Wait, did it not work? Oh, it didn't. Wait, you summoned Menace, I think. Yeah, you summoned Menace. Menace was summoned. I think no one is unlawful. Look, I've got two gallows for people. Oh, we got another Knucklebones competitor. I'm Glunker. This is Bob. We're off to our friend Red's house for the night, drinking and dicing. It's been quite the party. Two of the others know me for going overboard with the betting. Last time I bet, I lost my hand. Talk about overpaying your hand. It's hilarious. Blah, blah, blah. Knucklebones. I still have another part of the map to unlock, don't I?
I have come to spy your cult to the police. Don't tell the cult leader.
Hey, hey, hey,
I
buddy.
have come to spy your cult
I'll
to
have
the
you
police.
know my cult pays
Don't tell
taxes,
the cult
therefore it's
leader.
perfectly legal. Ow! Okay. Get poisoned, bitch. These fucking things. Ah, bomb! Ah, bomb! Come here, you. Nasty thing. Any crystals around here? Doesn't look like it. No crystals. What's the good of you? Menace, I summon you! Ah! I hate these fucking things. Oh, that was a pittance. 3 gold? 3! Azra, thank you so much for the resub, by the way. I appreciate it. 27 months, goddamn. Thank you for the contribution, Reinhardt. Oh, what do we got? What do we got? Oh, there's food over there. Hang on a minute. Number. Be nice, Jet. I love you a lot. I love you a lot. Look, I summon you when you ask. I feed you when you ask. You might be a little bit diseased right now, but I blame Xenos for bringing the diseased bodies. I mean, Omega Dragon Link was the one who requested the diseased people. But, you know. Is that a new skin? That looks like is that a seal or an otter? I hate Iker. Oh, thank you for the heart. Let me watch me waste it immediately. Oh, I hate these things. Going. Fuck you. Ah, look at it. Come here. Got ya. Ow! Fuck you! Anything that has projectiles is too hard for me to handle. Fuck this sword, man. Give me an axe or something. Ugh. Alright, you. Little tick. Oh my god, it's still going. Okay, it's dead. I forget how to do the heavy hit. What? What? What?
Rescue, come with me, my little seal.
It's not like I want to help you or anything, Baka. Alright, we got food! I need it. Cauliflower! Everyone likes cauliflower, right? I actually fucking hate cauliflower, man. It's like broccoli, but less flavorful and kind of have a soapy taste to it. I don't like it. It's got a shit texture. Anyone that likes cauliflower is a problem. Hey, Bethel! How you doing? Speaking of food, chat, I need to know, what's the best way to ingest plain Nutella? Not with anything else added to it. It can only just be the Nutella. Personally, I'm a finger lover. Gotta finger that Nutella. I don't know why. Just Nutella out of a plastic container. All right, it's gonna be out of plastic specifically. And then just finger it. Just lick it off your finger. Stick it in there, swirl it around a little bit, take it straight off the finger. I don't know if it's the heat, the body heat, warms it up or something, but it's just better that way. Just tastes better, and also having it straight off a spoon. I don't know, the cold metal on your teeth, it's not nice. I don't like it. I was known as a Nutella thief, also. There's a jar hidden somewhere. You probably have finger holes in it, because I've helped myself. It's yummy. My actual answer isn't Twitch safe? What are you doing to your Nutella that it's not Twitch safe? How'd the last Pokemon Fusion go? We made it! We fucking made it!
Unhealthy_mouse. Stelt236 bongo. Unhealthy_mouse. Stelt236 bongo. Unhealthy
Look, my love of
mouse.
chocolate hazelnut spread has nothing to do with my health problems, alright? I'll have you know. Everyone loves a good nutty spread occasionally. Ah! Fucking jumping ticks.
Unhealthy_mouse. Stelt236 bongo. Unhealthy_mouse. Stelt236 bongo. Unhealthy_mouse. Stelt236 bongo. Unhealthy_mouse. Stelt236
reminds me of the video where someone said the
bongo.
proper way to serve Nutella is with a pea in it. Excuse me? No, that's blasphemous. Eat Nutella like a proper normal person. What's this way? Where is this? I should not have come here. Ow. Fuck that thing. Yay! I finally get to change my stupid fucking... Let's get the Hounds of Fate. Michael. Crystal! I need that, I need that, I need that. Everyone's sick. They're all gonna fucking kill me when I get back, but you know. Paragon! Hello! How you guys doing? Oh, November Raven! My partner and I enjoy chocolate-covered bananas. There are only things I'll say. I was too busy reading. Fuck this guy, he's got projectiles everywhere. This is not gonna go well. This is not gonna go well, projectiles! Ah! Ow, fuck! Ow, fuck! Oh, I'm screwed, I'm not. This is not going well for Stealthy Mouse. Why do you keep summoning things? Can you stop it, please? Oh, I don't have enough. How do I dodge that? Fuck! I don't know how to dodge that. Oh, now everyone's gonna be upset at me that I died. Oh, this is not good. He stole my crystals and my cauliflower. What the fuck? Oh, hey, Lorba, how you doing? I'm in a good cult member. Yes, actually, you've behaved yourself quite well, even though everyone's gonna be mad at me now. They're sick and they're faithless. Oh, now what? I can tell you're sick. Go to bed, stupid. Bed rest. All right, where are all my sickins? Weber is sick. Go to bed. Who else is sick? Why are you sleeping on the oh, whatever, I give up on you, Xenos. I legit he's just sleeping under a bush. He's just napping under a goddamn bush. Babushka. Just killing us. Just Xenos. That's because he wanted it. He wanted it, man. He asked for it. He, like, literally asked for it. Yay, my brain. This fucking vomit sweeper 10,000. Sorry, I will raffle off the otter or whatever it is shortly. I just gotta... No. 2 teams. let me... What happens when I upgrade the healing bay? Where's my healing bay? There it is. This requires less... Oh, yes, please! Died at cringe. We tried dodging. Fucking bite my left tit, buddy. I'm inspire everyone. Go to bed. Stop fucking sleeping on the floor. I think everyone that's sick is gone to bed by the looks of it. Okay. Let us bring the new recruit. What's the little otter? We are sickly and we are also gullible. I love me a gullible otter. Join us! Hey, Flix! Ah, cold coffee is good stuff. Mouse, would you like to participate in a game I've been doing where I send people a rough, messy sketch and see if they can guess it right? Oh god, go. Do it! Do it! Do it. Do it. I will join. I forgot how to join! Are you on mobile or on computer? If you're on a computer, just hover your mouse over top of the stream and it should pop up. And you should be able to customize your follower first, and then once you've customized it, you can join the cult. There'll be a little thing in the top left for customization. Or the left center of the screen. Have I died? No, you are still currently confined to the gallows as a zombie. I mean, technically you died once, I brought you back, and you haven't been released from prison since. Alright, closing off. A little mosquito, of course, flexes a fucking mosquito. I don't think it is a mosquito, actually. I think it's like a mayfly or something. Get in here, you buzzy little fuck. Go work the mines or something. How much gold do I have? Nanos, you're such a pain in the ass. Stop sleeping on the floor! Alright, I don't have enough to make a healing bay. Let's looky. I think I have enough to heal Cinder at the moment either, because I have to go get more of those. Yeah, I don't. Damn it. Let me put some poopy on there, yeah? I want a ritual to make all this shit grow instantly, because I need the camellias. I need them. Just put a whole bunch of them. Wait a minute. Oh, there's a scarecrow. Okay, I thought I misplaced the scarecrow for a second. Make it grow! More comfy. I don't think it's as comfy as you're making it out to be. I don't think it could be. Alright, has everyone prayed? Everyone prayed? No. Lex, you have not prayed yet. Pray to me! Ooh. Ziz is gonna give me goodies. Come on, Ziz. And the army is free shit. Let's go. Go. Yay. Gold. Oh, and some fish. Oh, no one's fasting anymore. I have to feed you again. Damn it. Oh, I can only upgrade what's already there. Okay. Oh, there goes all my gold. Let's make everyone pray. Is everyone supporting the mouse cult? You better fucking be. I have high hopes you'll guess correctly since you got that brain rot. I mean, excuse fucking you. And everyone pray. Alright, once I've done all the daily tasks, I must do my dailies, then we shall check what that's about. Can't get that. I'm gonna burp! Oh, it's barely 8 p.m. and I'm already tired. God, I'm all you all. 8 p.m. God damn. Rip. Did you stop after becoming the champion in Pokemon Fusion, or did you continue on? I wasn't there last stream. I did continue on. I have posted the VOD finally. My lazy ass is on my my YouTube if you want to watch the VOD. I did continue on, and I am going to continue on. I've just got the Cult of Lamb bug right now. Like a disease of the mind. Possessions, afterlife, work and worship, law and order, perform a ritual at your temple that causes all seeds to immediately ready for harvest. Perform a ritual at your temple which for 2 days will make special fish. No, fuck fishing, bro. Fuck ya fishing, bro. Yeah, stealth becomes Sauron. Don't question. Harvest ritual, let's go! Ah! Oh, yep. Sorry, they just got overexcited. A fish! I hate fishing mini games! No! Alright, we gotta kill Xenos. I mean, sacrifice Xenos, because you really wanted it. He was fucking begging for it. Where are you, Xenos? Oh, Xenos! Where the fuck? Oh, I guess because he's sick, he can't be sacrificed yet? Well, I'll get him when he's not sick no more, I guess. We'll do the harvest ritual instead. Oh. Next, you can set it to auto? What? I do that. Because I'm disabled. One day I'll be in the cult, one day. Eventually. Alright. Job's done. Good stuff. Ooh, one more contribution to my cult. Come on, chat. Be nice, chat, by the way. I see you guys voting over there.
You gonna be friendly? Are we friends? Are we friends too? What if I talk over with you? Would you be friends?
Oh, you, Flint. You're not my friend.
You're my little boy.
Finally, I think I have the shit I need to heal Cinder. Although I was instantly pooped. What? You sick fucks! No, it's alright. This is my training grind. This is me getting on the... I'm training. Oh, gold shit! I forgot about Mila's gold poops. It's alright. As long as Mila's the one doing the shitting, I guess. This is bullshit. Bruh. Hate you all. Also, I wish I could turn off my, fucking this thing at night so I didn't waste it. Spiders everywhere. That's my poo! Give me that! Hey, that's my morsel of meat! What the fuck? Hey! I can't get it! Oh, there we go. Thieving little bitch. Yeah, of course you guys don't pick up the vomit. Everyone shat around the outhouse rather than inside it. Figures. Weber? Yes, I do have a little Weber. Disgusting creatures. Why are you mad? Give me your money. Yeah, see, now he's happy. I stole his money from him. Oh my god, he vomited right in front of his tent. Ripped army. He's just sleeping in his own vomit. Oh look, I'm on the floor. Oh no, not you. No. You go back to bed, Turnip. I'm trying to get the vomit. Here we go. There's Weber. Alright, can I finally heal Cinder, my little zombie? Fuck! I still don't have enough. I used it all. God damn it. Some next level bullshit.
Praise Mouse, alright, welcome. Praise the Mouse, praise the Flinto. Her Harbinger, praise Shibber, the Trickster Muse.
Am I gonna have to... Oh, wait. Am I gonna have to waste money so that Xenos heals faster? Or is he finally healed? No, he's still sick. God damn you people! Twitch roll!
Go.
Don't stone again. Don't rock me. Fucking... You guys ever give me his rock? Do I look like a fucking dwarf to you? Do I? Ugh. This is some bullshit. What happened to Cinder? I might have resurrected her slightly incorrectly. Yeah. I fucked up a little bit. Now, do I have it? I need even more Camila. No, give me that. Alright, I just need these fucking flowers. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to click on you, but we'll dance. We shall dance, Zizonix! Height matches, you just looky, you fucking fuck. Want a dwarf? Fine. Fine. Happy now? Are you fucking happy now? Huh? Is this what you wanted? Huh? I'll be a dwarf. I'll be a fucking dwarf. Have my whole hammer in your face. It's in the way. He's too broad. Fucking, you need to slim up, though. You're too wide, boy. Wide load. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Dora's like, hey, they're handsome. Yeah. Gimli. I don't know if Dora will appreciate that. Steak, who do you think old dwarfs look the same? They're all the same. Used to look so much more beautiful now. More stunning. Oh, the high praise. We all dance. We all dance together, chat. It's okay. I've been starving you. I should probably feed you. I haven't cooked in a long time. Long time. Let's see. I want valuable resources, so I'm gonna feed you stuff that may make you vomit, but could also give me valuable resources. So, give me good stuff. Please and thank. Hearty meat broth. Even though you might shit yourself instantaneously, it's a sacrifice I am willing to make as a dwarf. There we go. Oi, step away, and mouse gets hot. Damn, everyone likes it hairy around here. Hey, yo. No one likes clean shaven no more. I agree with the beauty part. What do you all hate clean shaven for, huh? Kitchen? 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 Okay. Oh, allow followers to cook meals. Oh my god, let's go! Can I get a trait that, like, makes them a better cook? That'd be nice. Big fluffy worm? What the fuck, boys? Oh no, Dora's gonna use that now. Shit! It's never gonna end! Alright, I'm gonna go send myself out to get gold. Wait, it changed! Alright, who can get gold in one day? One day. H-Story might die in the process. Oh, Cinder's a zombie. Can I send a zombie out? Oh shit, can I no, it's unavailable. Damn, I got excited. Thanos is still sick, dude. Hurry up. Sort your shit out, dude. I need to murder you already. Don't make me waste my time healing you. Are you done yet? I'm gonna have to heal him manually. Oh. Whoa. Oh, I'm the wrong color. There we go. Finally! Thank fuck, Xenos! Jesus! Alright, let me see if I can get you another level. No, I cannot. That was worth it. A soup catcher. That's what my yiddies are for. Yay! Alright, we're gonna go murder Xenos because he asked for it. Definitely asked for it. Your broom won't need some practice anyway. Bye me. Alright, little one. On to the afterlife with you. The cult is screaming, OSHA violation! I am OSHA! I love that. I mean, I love the one where it's just you resting in Apple's bosom. It's so good. The expression and just those voluptuous yiddy is just so good. Right, let us conduct a sermon. And then I will see if I can figure out what the fuck it is that Lorb sent me. Then we're going crystal hunting, so I need more questos. Get over it, Tixtapug. Someone had a quest over their head. Who was it? Oh, Varen, you can give me goodies and Caterin? Go on, donate, 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 donate. I'm fucking poor. Yay! Yay! They both donated gold. Beautiful. Who had a little quest thingy over their head? I saw someone with it. I was gonna pick it up before I made the goal. Oh, it's me. It's me. It is literally me. Oh. Wait, Stealthy Mouse? Okay, now I'm confused. Oh, stealth! I got rewards from myself because I murdered Xenos. Wow, shit, Xenos. Goddamn. You really hate it. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize my inner self hated you so much. Fuck. You didn't deserve that, buddy. You and Apple are amazing people, and I think you two always being so awesome. It's my girlfriend can figure it out pretty easily. Surely you can. Yeah, sure. Let's see. All right, I'll just leave that playing. You You with your ass in the air. Right? You with your ass up. Boy is posed and ready. He is so ready. Can I paste it? No, fuck you. I wish I miss the days when I could just drag and drop. No more I can't. No? Why? What do you mean it's not? 100% you with your ass up. Don't you lie to me. Pants? Oh shit, sorry. You should have specified.
Dora goaded Stealth to 3-6 pet your winning son. Dora goaded Stealth to 3-6 pet your winning son.
You're winning, son. I mean, poor Lobster's not winning. I just assumed he was like presenting and then flashed the whole chat. I did? Did you? Get out of the fuck away. Oh. I'm so sorry. Doesn't matter. Don't worry. It only showed for like half a second. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, did I change fishing? Not my fucking read the text. It's not safe to show me shit I'm not allowed to show. It's all your fault. Settings? Disability? Autofish. Stop time on crusade. It stresses me out, please. Freeze time while I'm crusading. Unlimited fervor, god damn. You force a weapon as well. Alright. You have autofish now, because I hate the fucking fishing, mini games. I've never seen a good fishing mini game in these fucking things. Never! Alright. There's a meal left here and someone's hungry but they ain't eaten. Can I force someone to go to the confessional? What happens if I make— Oh, Sir Bolto has got some things on his chest. Damn, boy, what have you been hiding? Oh shit, there's a turnip. What the fuck? Killers? Oh, even my dog! What the fuck? Everyone's been hiding shit. Of course the zombie has shit that they're hiding. Why aren't I surprised about that? Volto, I need confessions. Come here. Do I just send them over there manually? Where's Volto? There you are. Oh wait, let him— oh, no, no. Oh shit. How the fuck do I make them go over there? Do they have to choose to go over there? Yeah, now I'm confused. Now I'm just confused. Yay! Counterpoint. One Piece Unlimited Adventure on the Wii. My favorite fishing game. I think the only Wii game I ever played was Bakugan. I liked Bakugan. Why are you still sick, dude? God damn. Alright, I need more crystals. Alright, do we go gambling, chat? Or do I go get crystals? What do I get? Gamble or crystals? Gold poop. Where? Doko? Doko? Nani? Did I miss it? Did I not see it? Oh, that's not gold, that's shiny. Oh, wait, got both. Hello? Okay. I don't know what the glowing fertilizer. Oh, yay, money! You are my little golden goose shitting out gold left, right, and center. Gotta love it. Shiny poo. Doo-doo. okay. Let's be financially responsible. You guys are boring. You never let me waste all my money. The fuck? Fine, I'll get some stupid crystals. You guys just want Cinder back from the dead. Phew. Yay, an axe! Woohoo! Crystals. Let's go. I always thought you said it's better if we don't gamble. This is Australia, mate. We have fucking gambling everywhere. That's what I find funny. Like, America's starting to get, like, gambling machines all over the place. It's like, this has been my whole life. What do you mean it's new in America? It's like a standard pastime, even for kids, to just fucking gamble. It's normal. Get it twisted. Gamble. Please stop gambling. Gambling isn't an investment. An investment only. You will profit. You will win. You will do all of that 100%. You understand? You will become a billionaire and rebuild your fucking life. Because you're fucking pathetic unless you gamble. Only pussies don't gamble. Are you a loser? No, you're a winner. Because you go spend your money on bets. Always gamble. Be a coward. Ah. Hey. Huh? Here. Doing. Fuck. Ah. Ah. Oh, I missed. I'm here. Boom! Bastard set me up. The crystals are crystals. I said gamble, but I love luck. Hey, Mika! Thank you for the contribution. Get rid of these explodey things. Fuck off! Oh, it's you breeding the explodey things. Ooh, hey, yeah. Tentacles. Every anime girl's dream. Woo! Fish! 99 out of 100 people stop gambling before hitting big. Remember, guys, keep gambling. You don't want to lose out on the big win. Fuck you, you pain in my ass. With your fucking projectiles. Hearts! I thought it was a big pile of poopy, but it wasn't. They see me rolling. Living in Australia is gambling with your life daily. Exactly. It's the only way to get by here. Oh, that was one dude. One guy in this whole thing. Did they just think that I'm too shit of a player and just nerf the whole thing for me, or what? Am I that bad? Really? Damn. Kind of like going to school in the States. Yeah, you're right. I mean, my eye might get plucked out every time I go outside because the magpies are in an ornery mood, but at least I ain't gonna get shot. Ooh. Okay, we'll go the follower. Oh, fuck. Follower or meat? Ah, fuck. We'll go the follower route. You're lucky I love you, chat. Ooh. I was having a munch. Meat, please. Sorry, guys, I needed the bones. Try not to hit the snail. I'm being nice this time. Alright, nothing else to collect. I only kill his customers, alright? It's different. Oh, it's a seahorse! Yeah! I remember my local beach has pipefish, and I thought it was a seahorse, but it was just a pipefish. It was really sad. Come here, little tick. Fucking tick. Ow! Beach! Ah! Fine, I'll get you instead. Oh my god, I hate these ticks so much. Move around too much. Oh, I don't have enough of that! No fervor, no fervor, no fervor! Ow! Fuck the projectiles! Ah! Okay, I'm alive. No, projectiles. No.
Yours! Hi.
Beat up the big snout. No! I'm being nice this time. Hey, Devil Blade! Ah! Fuck you. Never mind. I regret ever saying hello to you.
Cauliflower!
Oh, and crystals. You guys are gonna eat so much cauliflower, man. You're gonna hate me. Let's go. Alright, let's see if I don't die this time. But this boss has projectiles, so probably will. I keep forgetting to use my demons! Arr! Oh, crystals. No meat. No, or the meat. No meat. I just hope I got picked up enough this time for healing Cinder, even if I don't have enough Camellia. Alright, what we got? What we got? What we got? Cleansing Fire! Or Divine Blizzard! Oh, maybe the freeze one. What's with the little sparkle on me? What does that mean? Oh, it was meant to mean that my next hit was gonna be a crit and I just wasted it on a fucking tuft of grass. Right. Right! Ah! Ah! Okay. I forgot that he does that. Ah! Ah! Playing ping pong with his attack. I'm bricked up. Curse attack damage. Gain an extra half heart, please. Thank you.
I like the cold.
Cold is your soul. You're doing great! Why do I sense sarcasm? That wouldn't be sarcasm in your tone, would it? You wouldn't do that. Do that! Alright, let's go this way first, because I definitely never regret going on a detour before going to the boss. Never have, never will, never can. Ah! Fuck you. Pumpkins. Okay. I'll take that. Some crystals. Alright, never mind. For the first time ever, I don't regret. Let's go. Boss time. Boss man! I still have my tentacle too! Let's go! Ow! I wasn't paying attention! Oh shit, that was me throwing my... Okay. That's a thing. I didn't realize that was a thing. That's a thing. Woo. Okay. 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 Oh, there's too much going on. I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm confused. I'm lost and confused. Ow! I missed him. I missed him again. It's fine. It's fine. My tentacle is just fucking sitting. Oh, he throws things every now and again. Okay, that's good. Hey, what a useful tentacle you are. You can't tell, but I was like nervous bouncing my leg that whole time. Hello, little one. We got 2 new babies. And let's go. Oh. Skull necklace. Pretty certain that's like an immortal necklace, right? Makes them live longer. Pretty sure. Pumpkins aren't allowable veggies. I fucking love pumpkins. I love roasting pumpkins and coating them in smoked paprika. That is the best shit ever. I believed in you. Your suspicious smile is telling me otherwise. I am Canadine. I don't even know the word. Someone fucking dink donk at me if Puck D spawns in, please. I forgot to invite them into the Discord. I don't want to set that off while you guys are voting. No more shitting, eh? Had enough of the shitting. Lag. My gold ran out. Something special has been shat. Okay. Hey, Dami, what's up? I'll go find the special pooper. Caught Varen stealing from another cult member! Varen, you little fuck. Out of there. I trusted you to the gallows! Where is he? Gold Dookie! That's Mila's everyday shit. That better not be the special shit, I tell ya. Be very disappointed. Oh, unless someone shout out wooden, which I'll take it. Alright, let's dance for everyone. Be inspired, my minions! We grant you holy shit! Oh, we got 3 contributions left, guys! Alright. Let's see. Let's go for a refinery level 2. I wanna join! Soon, Mikan, soon. Just let me do things, alright? I'm busy! Fuck! Mila! Fine, fuck you, Mila. I don't want to dance with you anyway. Oh, wait, I got a little bit excited. Alright, where's Varen? Dragging his ass to the catacombs. Oh, Varen! Varen, where are you? Oh! Varen? Where are you at? Am I blind? Anip is sleeping. There you are, you little fuck. So hard to reach. Come here. First, I extract your titties. And then, the prison! I love that my little Lammy looks so satisfied whilst he drags you over there. Alright, Dami, I did what you asked. You honor me greatly, and I'm eternally grateful. Happy? Alright, you can go free now. I did what was asked of me. Alright, Cinder, are you able to be drugged now? Let's find out. Must drug Cinder first. Actually, I should upgrade this first, because then it'll be cheaper. I feel like once I upgrade my healing bay, it'll be cheaper to fix her. So, I can fix her, chat. I can fix her. The faith section or here? It's my healing bay. Ah. I don't have enough gold bars. Hold up. I need 2 gold bars. Let's go for 3. Fuck it. Why not go for 5? Now someone go make my gold bars. While I wait for the gold bars, we go summon Seahorse! What happened to your cult? I will follow your teachings faithfully! Uh-oh. We have a natural skeptic who is also cynical. Great. Amazing. Beautiful. Who wants to be a pain in my side? Anyone at all? I can think of several people. I can think of several of you little fuckers. Go on, get in there. I know you want to. I think I need to put my wrist brace on. My wrist brace. Where's my wrist brace? Where's my wrist brace? I need to protect my little old lady wrists. Ta-da! Now my hand's gonna stink. Right. Sorry, Flynn. I know you hate Velcro. You'll get over it. Hair on this. Fiddle's taken to, like, playing with it, and all his hair is stuck to the Velcro. Ugh, cat hair everywhere. I love to make you laugh, hell. Ha, I know it. I almost choked on my saliva again. Every stream I have to do it at least once. Croissant! Not the person I expected, I'll admit, but I'll allow it. I'll allow it. You gotta be a pain in the ass sometimes, right? Go! Refined materials or something. Wow, we're a good boy! Petable and gullible. Here we go. Now we got a good boy. Who wants to be that good boy? Or girl. Or they? Person? Everyone come back on the chat, please. Sorry, I'm building up my resurrection facility. Surely there's another way to resurrect people where they don't become fucking man-eating zombies. Surely. Either that or I've got bad RNG and everyone I resurrect just happens to be a fucking zombie.
I'm a good helicopter, thank you.
Alright, you're in. Yeah, as in bad RNG, or yeah, as in they're all zombies. Doru! Okay, this is completely around the wrong way. This should have been Dur and the other one should have been Doru, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
So squeaky.
Go to the lumberyard. Oh no, I haven't got enough beds! Wait, I'm poor! Hang on. I can't make a triple bed right now either. Let me just quickly... I haven't got enough beds. Fucky fuck. Oh, you get over it, guys. Oh. Yeah, see? I'm upgrading your material. Oh, everyone's hungry. Hang on. They're all starving. Wait. Must feed them.
Doro has to go to bed. How boring. But if sleep calls, let him run off. Meanwhile, everyone else, bow down to your fabulous froggy queen, Chato-san, always
she says
here for
bow
chaos.
down?
Ribbit.
Like, do you gotta tie yourself in a little bow? Is that like BDSM type shit? Tie yourself in knots for me, chat. Ah, there we go. Everyone's been fed. Happy days. Alrighty. I need more refined wood. I just fucking wasted it! La. Ooh, one more contribution and please don't give me rock again, please! I've had enough rocks! Oh, not enough beds. What do you mean? Oh, because they knocked down one to build one? What do you mean? There's more than enough beds! Stop bitching! Fuck! No, you need to dance now. Hang on a minute. Who the fuck are you? Excuse you? You are not one of mine. Who there? Lying little git. He's not one of mine. Doris says rock and stone! I don't have any stone mines at the moment, I'm sorry. I'm not having a stone mine, please. Yeah, have a stone mine, alright? Fuck. Arrgh. Oh, someone shout out golden wood. Hell yeah. Wait, what are you doing? Getting up to no good, little fuckhead. House has no stones, you're right. Only seed. Let's everyone pray. Oh, pray to me. Hey, Savecrawl, how you doing? Look like you need more rocks in this time of need, please, thank. I need more gold bars, apparently. I want to upgrade my health center so that I can heal Cinder. She's been in the gallows for so long. Let's go. Apple knows about my seed. She has done great work to make a high yield. Well, if she's nauseous, it means that you fucked up, mate. You fucked up. Better not be making her vom. That's all your fault, buddy. Alright, let's see. Can I ascend the fakie, or because they're in prison that doesn't work at the moment? Where are they? Nope, okay, so I cannot ascend them. No one is old right now, so I don't really need to kill anyone. A harvest ritual, maybe? Oh, wait, we can do a crown. Hang on. We can unlock a new one. Let's go! New ritual! Possessions. Alms for the poor ritual. Perform a ritual at your temple in which you distribute to followers, increase their loyalty. Perform a ritual at your temple where your followers donate. Yes, please. I'm a poor little lammy. I need money. Give me money! At least resurrect someone, but I have no space in my fucking... I have no space! You can wait until I upgrade my health thingy. Just wait.
Oh,
Just wait. We'll do it. Tools? Resurrection needs 75. This needs 62. Alright. I don't have enough bones to do 2, so I'll save it. Oh, Neela? And can't you make the crops grow with magic or something? Really? Can you make your crops grow? Alright, almost there. Yes! Alright. Come on, guys. No rock. Wood? Yeah! I'll take that wood. Hell yeah. Oh, someone shit a rainbow. Woohoo! I want a healing bay first. I don't want to waste on that right now. Bollocks! Someone hurry up and make those gold bars. There, work faster. Snap. You're too slow. You're too fucking slow, bro. Alright, let's send someone to get... Need some more meat. Oh no, some more bones. Bones are useful. Go do that. Who else is gonna get me some bones? Preferably someone that will only take a day. Whoop. Ooh, 80% chance of survival. Someone with a higher percent chance? No. Oh! Turnip? Alright, turnip it is. On your way, turnip. Gold puppy! Always know if it's... Oh, and rainbow... Who is the rainbow shitter? Who is the sneaky rainbow shitter in this group? Who's the shit, rainbow shitter. I just need to know. Oh, you can get refined wood and stone. We need more zombies, please. No. No, I don't want more people to get eaten because that's more people to resurrect. Ah! Please. What is this? Pork? Well, I was gonna collect and store bodies while you're away. Can I get a morgue? Maybe? Oh, I hate how this moves. It actually makes me motion sick. Blech. Blech. All right, let's get a morgue. And then, what? Am I still alive? I will take a looky. This healing method is by bringing them back after killing them, Sunset. Hang on a minute. Have you tried covering the molecular structure of base metals with the power of faith? It takes a while, it's fine art. I want to make something good for Mouse, not go from rock to tin, but rock to pure gold. That's called alchemy, and I'm pretty sure that part of alchemy is illegal. I think you're dead, Big Daddy. Holy shit! Literally! With a little fart noise. Doris just crashed out on the ground. Figures. Typical dwarf, really. I think you're dead, Big Daddy. Oh, poopy. So, you're supposed to be working, buddy. Yeah, at least Weber's doing his job. At least someone's working around here. Gold bars! Can I finally do it? The fuck? Oh, that's the morgue. Damn it! I need more wood. Please, Weber, make it quick. Yes! Wood. Eh? Fuck! I picked up some new gold bars. What happened? Fuck the economy. But no! I am the economy. Hang on a minute. I need that. Big bunch of dookie right there. La la la. La la. I suppose I can do the harvest ritual, I guess. And then I got peeps out getting me some bones. Hey, Weber. Does that mean you finished? Yes! Fuck! Finally! Ah, praise the Lord, Jeebus. I mean, praise the Lord, Stealthy Mouse. It said I was still alive! Damn! I think you're still in game because you were killed in a way that you can be resurrected, probably. Finally! Alright, how much does it cost to heal Cinder now? Yes! So much cheaper! Holy shit! It's cheaper by half! Egg fuck! Oh, I gotta go unimprison her first. Hopefully she doesn't eat anyone while she's doing her thing. Don't eat anyone, alright? Be good. Oh shit, Flint, don't stay near her, please. Oh my god, if you eat Flint, Cinder, I will never forgive you. Don't you fucking eat my dog. Okay, we're good. Oh, swear! Hey, Brother Barry! Also, though, I'm tired of Dango run by Grandma. I'm tired, Grandpa. It's too damn bad. Cinder's finally back, Chad. What? She's back! Yay! Better on the head. Just stuck in the house, but that's okay. Dance. Oh! All set. Sorry, was snacking. Ta-da! Alright. Now, harvest ritual first, okay? Just so I don't lose a quest and then get everyone angry at me because it never ends well for me. Mouse is one to say his book bag. You doing alright? I am doing a-okay. I'm a little bit sweaty actually. I need to take my hoodie off. Yes! Look at all that produce. Was worth the planting. Ah. Damn it. Just short. It's alright, we'll go on a short dungeon raid. Oh, excuse me. Arpin belching. Everyone knows Mrs. Shower says hi. Hi!
How you doing?
Me too. I really want to be done with it. Never be done with Danganronpa. Man, I played Pokemon Infinite Fusions for like 3 years. You ain't gonna give up on no Danganronpa. Alright, where's Mila? Spot Mila. Mila. Dance with everyone real quick. Raid? You mean the popular hit MMO Battletoads? There's a Battletoads game? Let's dance, and I still must find Mila. Must locate them. Nice. Mila, where the fuck are you? Here, Mila. Here, Mila. Oh, there you are, working the farm, slaving away. Give me Mila. Ah. Gold. Gold bars! Hold the fuck up! That gives you gold bars? Ugh. Golden bars that it gave me. Oh no. Alright. Anyone back from their bone mission yet? No. Go play Knucklebones. By the time I get back, we should have more bones for resurrection! Yes! Let's looky. Probably feed my minions, shouldn't I? You're a little bit hungry. You resurrect without using resources? Hang on a minute. Let me check that. Just a second. Fat and pregnant, all good. Bet you she can't see her toes no more. Bet the toes are long gone. Oh. Wait, did you guys just give me a free ritual? Yeah. Alright, cool, let's go. Hell yeah. There you are, Shadows. Yeah, there you are, Big Daddy. Yeah, you dead. Sorry, bud. I think you got zombified. I think they turned you into a zombie and then I killed you. Alright, seeing as Shadows is the one who's been picking at me for it, we shall release Shadows. Please don't be a zombie. 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 Yeah, he's normal. He's a bit traumatized, but he's normal. Yo, it's my first successful resurrection. 4th time's a charm, you know? Where the fuck is he? Where'd he go? Shadow. Hello? Shadow? Shadow. Where'd you go? Shadow. Dance with these guys. Oh, there he is. He's rocking back and forth in the background. He's had a hard time, man. Homeless? Existential angst. How am I meant to be a good follower? What is my devotion even worth? You're a skeptic. What do you mean? Had catatonic, confronted by their resurrection, will need to be specially healed. Oh, buddy. How do I heal you? Oh. With some crystals! I love that I just use crystal healing in this game. Alright. Let the crystals suck up the bad juju. Hey, 15 stream streak! Thank you, Panda! Thank you, appreciate that. He does. He's a bit traumatized, but he's normal. Look, as long as he's not participating in, like, a catatonic cannibalism, I'm happy. Okay? My standards might be on the floor, but they're there for a reason. Hey, guys, stop arguing. Dory, you've been here for 2 seconds, and you're already causing fucking arguments. Stop it. Goodness me. Now, I think I can upgrade my refinery, but do I have enough stuff to do it, is the question. No, I do not. I need wooden planks, and I need gold. 2, 3. Oh, not that one. 1, 2. Anyone want to go gamba? I feel like I want to go gamba. Even though everyone's faith is low and they're starving to death. How the fuck do I do the cook thing? Hang on, let me see that. Maybe I should prioritize feeding my feeding my flock. Probably a good idea. What's this? Alright. Yes. Undo. Increasing follower loyalty. I'm more worried about free stuff right now. Please excuse, but I have priorities. And I don't mind the minigame for cooking, it's just the minigame for fishing that drives me absolutely fucking insane. Eat, my pretties, eat! I must fatten you up. Didn't mean to do that, but okay. No. Okay. Hell yeah, they're pooping out good stuff. Oh, how did you instantly get sick? You pussy. Yeah. Oh, it's because I fed you the seafood version. My bad. That was my fault. I'll take responsibility. Someone broke a bed. They break a bed or are they fatigued? Oh, my gamba! Gambling time. Yes. Oh, lag. Oh, fuck. Let me hit save. Things are lagging. I don't like it. Lag. Why? Why lag? Please stop. There we go. Yes, Ginger? Why you look so tired? Oh god, every time I accept the decoration things, I fuck it up. Let me do it straight away. 3 decor, you say? Gem of gore? Hold the fuck up. Damn! Alright. Oh, hey. Fuck's sake. I wish the flooring counted, but I don't think it does.
I like the crystal window. It's pretty.
You know, I'm really bad at these types of games where you're actually supposed to decorate things. I'm just not good at it. It's just not my fucking strong suit. We put a bunch of candles around. That'll make them happy, right? That counts. Have a candle. And then have another candle. And then I have a candle there and a candle there. There you go. Happy days. You gonna pet me or not? No, not with that attitude. Fuck you. Sit in the corner. Why is everyone so tired? Alright, I should probably do that gamble. I'm just so distracted. This is not good for my ADHD. Feeds it too well. Leave, Stealthy, leave! To the gamble land! These goodies. Oh, the lonely shack, lonely shack. Doo-doo. Hello. All right. First, Blanco and Bop. I have to defeat him before I'm allowed to gamble with him. I hate that it's like, is this supposed to be easier or harder, or is it just bad RNG? Like, are they a smarter AI, or do I just get shittier rolls? That's my question. You wank. Absolute fucking wank. Yes! Thanks, that's very helpful. Toes a toe! And you and are both something. Oh, yo. A sixer! Yes, please. Put it where it's safe. Another 2. Get bamboozled. Okay, so he's getting a real shit hand right now. He's getting some pretty bad rolls. Dude with the 1s and 2s. Another 3. I 2. 4. I'll put it there. Good. I win! Alright, I gotta take my Udi off. I'm starting to get a bit sweaty and stanky. Rip. Out. Let me out. Oh, it's gonna be cold with it off. Never win. Oh, cold. Oh. And I'm back. Come on. Eat a turret. Old. 5 further when hit, not bad. Thank you, Crow, for your contribution. All right, now I gamble and then I'll play with chat. How about that? 20 gold, you say? How about me? You watch my luck go into the shitter because I gambled. As always, a 2.
Oh, a 6, you say?
Find me. Okay, my rolls are doing okay at the minute. A 1! Fuck's sake. Come on! I jinxed it! I fucking jinxed it! And now all my 4s are full. Sod it. No! And a 3. Ah! Another 3. Not good, chat. It's not looking good, chat. Maybe. Yay! I did it! Last minute, goddamn. All right, let me hide the chat so you guys can see. Chat. Get those out of the way. Hide the chat. Get my fat fucking head out of the way. Yeah, now you should be able to see the the roll. All right, you ready? You ready for me, chat? Everyone remember how to play? Guys get to roll first. Ah! Deleted.
Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 da, ba, 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 ba.
We're gonna stop doing that. It makes me dizzy. Unstack your threes. Stack them. Stack them, chat. Yeah, you can stack your threes. Better. Ooh, decisions. Sure, why not?
Ba, ba, da, da. Da, da, ba.
Look a little bit barren over there, chat. What's up with that? Looking a little barren. I'll leave your 4 alone. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. Stop wobbling back and forth. Oh my god, you just choose to delete my 4 rather than stack your 4. You resentful, bitter little fucks. You bitter little bitches. Yeah, bite me. If you rolled a 6 instantly, I was gonna have a mental breakdown. Oh, come on! I just stacked that! No, I don't! Ah! I stack! Fuck you. You're getting really low rolls, I'm gonna admit. You're not getting the bestest rolls. Not the worst either, but not the bestest. Stick that there. Ooh, 555, damn. God damn. Oh, okay.
It was the only choice I had, chat. I didn't pick it. The universe did.
Oh, 69. Nice. Nice, but I still wiped the fucking floor with you.
Why so quiet, chat? Why so quiet? What's wrong, chat? Something happened? Are you okay, chat? Do I need to send help?
Rematch. 1's in chat for rematch, 2 for go fishing, bitch. We got the important number, that's all that matters. 1 for rematch, 2 for go fishing. Go fishing. 2 1s, this is bollocks. Oh, fucking cool, rematch! Hey man, your rolls were good, you just played bad, you know? Oop, wrong button. That one. Go on then, try it. See how it's all skill, buddy. You just gotta do better. Do better, be better. Be as good as Stealthy Mouse. You won't. F. Huh. I want to sip my water, I'm thirsty. A tree. Ooh, I have choices. Fuck you. That's my choice. Oh no, it's a 1, chat. Not a 1. Oh fuck. Okay, never mind. Oh, I was paying attention. Put that there. Another 1. Why the fuck did you... I just realized... Why did you put your 6 there? What are you people doing? You're setting yourselves up for failure. Fools. Another 1. And another 1. The 1's allowed. And another 1. Oh wait, I see your plan. You guys are trying to stack your 6s on my stack that's already full. Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up. Oh wait, I don't want to put that 5 there. Oh, but it's my only empty. Ah, fuck. Please don't get another 6. Please don't get another 6. Please don't get another. Yay! Oh, 6 for you. Boy, that's what I like to see. You guys get another 6, I'm gonna have a aneurysm. A 2, you say? Oh, bitch, right off! What? Ain't no goddamn way! No! What the fuck? My turn to get a 6, but damn! Hell no! You can't delete my 5! Yeah, oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Alright, that wasn't fair. You guys rolled another 6. That wasn't a skill issue. That was, you guys have weighted the dice. How convenient that you would roll a 6 right when I ask you not to roll a 6. What are the chances of that happening, huh? How strange. How unusual. I'm going fishing. Wait, didn't these guys have a mission for me? I kind of forgot about it. Hello? You guys wanted something? Oh. Apparently I already fixed it.
Hey, we get the axolotl!
With some of these sprites, I really wish they would tell you what animal it is, because you honest to gods can't tell what the hell it is. They broke their beds! What the fuck, guys? Broke 2 beds. I don't want to deal with that guy right now. He's scary. Yeah, auto fisher! Ain't that a crab nose and axolotl bufferfish? Crab is DLC. I'm pretty certain I have the crab. I'm pretty certain I've gotten all the DLC except for the DLC that has the fuck, what is it called? The webcomic thingy in it, the visual novel, and I haven't got Woolhaven yet. Get all these fishies. Crab! So I have to donate that crab, sadly. One more fishy. Is that fishy? Oh my god, there's such less of a pain in the ass. Give squid. Happy squid. $50 years ago? It smells weird. How long have you had that stored in your anus? Ooh! Fresh crown. Fleece. I mean, I'm wrong. A fleece thing. Sure. All I need all I need now is lobsters. Friendly bomb? What the fuck is a friendly bomb exactly? Or Alright, bring the lorbs here. Maybe lorbs in their other half. We have to sell. We need... Why is this one so small when all of them are so big? Pufferfish. Oh my god, the auto fishing is so much better. Ugh. Oh? What the fuck is that? A relic? Beak of the Fowler. Instantly refill fervor. Okay. Sure, why not? I'm pretty certain there's another quest I have to do for this guy. Zozo, or whatever he's called. Get out of the way, mushroom people. I don't remember how. Bring Sozo what now? Oh, mushrooms. Okay, easy. Have your drugs, Sozo! Yes! This will do just fine! Okay, Sozo will share with you this ritual, but you must show anyone. Yo, drugs! I love drug rituals. Hippie Nation all over again! Did you get the rat behind the dice hut? Yes, I do have the rat. Hell yeah. And perform ritual yourself. Thank you for the fleece piece. Piece of fleece. Anything else for me, Sozo? I don't like the old lady up there. Kind of weirds me out, I'm not gonna lie. How much do you guys charge for this? 25! Weeping Moon! % more damage during the night. Increased movement speed. And hit spawn technical the damages. Ayo. Of course the ruggies have the tentacle pawned card. What else would I expect? Wait, have I paid this thing yet? I have not. What do I get from you? Hey, a fox! Oh, it's so cute! Rip, Cinder will never get to be the fox. Why do I say fox like that? Fox. Never get to be the fox. Are you a fox? A foxy lady. Okay! Should I put some clothes on? Dude still sitting there. Oh. Let's dance with everyone while I still can. Wait, have my bone collectors come back yet or what? Oh, there they are. Okay, you get a free pass. Next missionary can't fail! Yes! I'm gonna send him on the worst mission ever.
Hello, little ones. Welcome back.
Was badly injured during my missionary? I could die, but no! You had a high chance of success! What did you do? Damn it! Did you at least bring loot? How fucking good are you? You didn't even bring me any loot! Bruh. Hatteran, stop being a pussy. Bravely ill? What the fuck? Oh my god, everyone around here is a coward. Oh god, there's vomit everywhere. Weak ducklings, the lot of ya! Please tell me you're still alive. Yay! Thank you for the bones. Go to bed. Use bed rest. I don't have any broken ones, do I? Oh, yes, I do. I fucking missed it! I wasted my wood! And still sleeping on the floor. You'd think I have left them unhoused, but no, I have housed them perfectly fine. They just refuse to use the housing. Ow! Alright, what does the leader tent do? I need to know. What do, leader tent? Where's Weber? Weber's meant to be nocturnal. Why is he not over here working? Where the fuck are you, Weber? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That. Weber! Yeah, you better get over there. Why is this one thing glowing? For what purpose? Didn't want to pay the rent for the housing, they just destroy it is not the way to go! That's how you lose your bond, chat.
Oh, golden dookie! Oh, yeah.
Oh, Ginger.
Shalom baka.
You did it, truly, you are without flaw. I am grateful, great leader.
Hell yeah.
Tell the mouse, why are you cranky? What the hell happened? Why are you crankers? Because I was talking? Grumpy old hag. Be gone with you.
Okay.
Ernest, you are going to die from lack of sleep if you not go to bed. Don't just sleep standing there. Why are you still— I told you to go to bed! Why are you still up? Alright, it's because you're nocturnal. My bad. Leader bad. Oh, I need silk for that. Oh, okay. I need silk for that. I don't need silk for the upgraded refinery. Alright, who's going on the next mission? I can send like the lowest level possible and they will still succeed. So let's go do that. Wait, you're my intruder. Fuck you. Not going nowhere. Isn't is sick. Sender. Send him where? Give me some more bones. Why do you guys keep leaving one meal behind? Got it! Right, leader, I'm tired of sleeping outside on the ground. There are bugs in my back aches. What do you mean you have a bed? I hate sleeping on the ground. Can you build me a tent? I don't like the tent you already built me. Can I have another tent? Picky bitch. Ugh. We dance. Howdy! Hello, Pure Scout! Ooh, that's a fancy new badge. What's that? Hey, you got a bed? Happy door?
Jesus.
Oh.
More gold? Stone. More everything. Mila wants to gasm all over the place. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. I just thought it looked cool, so I equipped it. I agree, it looks cool. A wise decision indeed. Did I make everyone high like the mission tells me to? Oh, you want to be high, Jet? You're very fucking hungry, but ain't no one eating the food that I laid out for you. Picky bitches, the lot of ya. Have all these upgrades and no resources to upgrade with. Ah! Here we go, munchies for you. No one's still running around sick? Why is the health... Oh. We can kill Murber! Murder! 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 Murber, it's time to go. Murber, you must die. Let's do a ritual first, because they always get upset at me when I murder people. Alright. Murder first. How you doing, Housecat? Alright, where are you? Oh wait, I have to go set you free first, don't I? Fuck! Alright, hang on, I fucked up. Sorry guys, didn't mean to call you in here for no reason. Get this little shit and let them out. Please. Oh, excuse me. Now. If it'll let me, because it never seems to fucking let me. Ritual. Heal. Every time I've tried to kill a intruder, it never fucking works. So. There you are, you little fuck. Oh, you are so done. Get out of here! Can't steal my shit if you're in the ground. Upgrade. Guns? On the left, guns? Hell yeah. Joke's on you! That's what maybe you wanted! That's in the name. Literally just all they wanted the whole time. I just wanted to die! Ooh. Sparkle. Ignoble, worn by only the most unholy of heretics. Please, fragile fortitude. All hearts will be replaced by 1.5 times the amount of blue hearts. Draw 4 tarot cards at the start of a run, but none can be drawn after. Damage dealt increases after each kill, but resets when hit. Take double damn. Curses deal double damage and cost half the fervor. Oh. Tarot card is drawn, gain maximum 1 diseased heart, but become poisoned after taking damage. Oh man, they're all kind of ass, man. Oh! Fuck, I'll take the golden, please. They can't steal your shit and give you faith. A hell of a good trade, I'd say so. Alright, we'll conduct a sermon now. I do wish I could. Oh, I can speed this up. I saw the skip button. And everyone gonna get high. How the hell you getting high? Everybody gets high. Ah. Drugs. Good drugs. Can't wait for double damage on projectiles! attacks back to back! Yay! Now. Have enough bones to resurrect. Who we bringing back? I'll let you guys vote who we bring back to life. We got many a dead chatters in here. Poor little Falangor. Many a dead chatters. Poor little apple bud. Xenos wanted to die, so fuck him. Sorry, I'm plucking pet hair off my fucking glove again. Ugh. Nom 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 nom. Sorry, I gotta hide your light. It makes me very excited. I can smell my sweat. Yay! Summer is great. I love Australian heat. And vote. Oh god, why is she like that? Why are people always coming back to life looking like that? No. Wait, she's high. Never mind. It's fine. Just don't be a zombie. Okay, she's just high. Okay, we're fine with that. We're fine with a little bit of a tipsy apple bun. That's fine. As long as she's not traumatized. Where is she? Oh, she's normal! Oh my god, it's my first fully successful resurrection. I'm so happy. Gold bars. Alrighty. Everybody gets high. How the hell I'm getting high? Did I make them fast at the same time? I don't think I have the bones for it. I don't have the bones to make them fast. No, no, no. If I send someone off while they're drugged, what happens? Oh, looks fine to me. I want to send someone off to go get a follower. Who gonna do it in the quickest amount of time? Days, 2 days. What? 1 day! Domi, 84% chance. Oh, Mila! Don't die, please. I kind of like you. I'd like you to stay alive. Go get me a follower. That'll be a good one! Need more seeds! I am the seed. Speaking of seed, when do I get to make my followers reproduce amongst themselves against their will? When? Maybe I should actually defeat the goddamn big guys for that to happen. Ooh, I got 3 more contributions needed. Hurry up, Sir Bolter, you're taking too long. Hurry up! Hurry up! Donate! Yeah! Alright. Fine. I'll go do the little guy. Hang on, people are hungry. Hang on, let me quickly feed you guys before I leave. Food for you! Yeah. Look. There. Mate, why is that? What I come back in on? Look, I just want to make eggs, man. The eggs is perfectly say so and safe. Upgrade. I should probably upgrade my stone mine. Well, you see, when 2 followers love each other very much, apparently you guys don't love each other, like, as individuals very much, because you're happy to, like, breed with multiples. Something extravagant to eat soon, like a delicious fish feast. Sure. Killers, you picky bitch. Killers wants to eat the fancy shit. Here's my delicious fish feast. I didn't do 2? squid for this shit! God damn it! Okay, hang on. A quick fishing trip, alright? I'm still on task. I need a quick fishing trip. Very quick, very quick. Also, I bring chat back now that we're not gambling. Wait, I can have a harem? It is the way. Now that you should do a crusade. By the way, there's a secret follower type, but to unlock it is risky. Eh? I'm concerned. They have gambling. Yeah, they brought the Gamba ads back. I still find it funny that, like, and not very common in America. Gambling ads are like all you see here in fucking Australia. Gamba, 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 gamba. Oi, squid! You. Still don't have any lobster for you. One more fish, and then I go back. Fucking puffer fish everywhere, dude. Game. There we go. I was getting worried there. Alright. Another delicious fish feast. I got the barb stuck in the back of my throat. Brr. Oh, it doesn't want to come up. And if I force it, I'm gonna vomit. Why are you... go to bed. What are you doing, chat? Oh! Are you kidding me right now? I literally made it so that they can't... Why? Why? I made it so that they're supposed to stay up day and night and never stop working, and yet you put them all to sleep? What is wrong with you? Oh, Apple's awake! Apple said, fuck you all, I'm doing what I want. My only loyal follower. Eddie's for you. Oh, they woke up again. Aha! The drugs! The drugs said, not today! Get scammed, bitches. Oh no, they broke my lumber mill again. Where's my poor lumber mill? I'm a good follower. You were the first to arise. I'm so proud of you. Breaking my fucking lumber mills, guys. Jesus. Oh, there's wood everywhere. Fuck off, spider. You too. No one gonna water the crops? Alright, fine, I'll do it. Also, this one crop right here is glitching out. It's been stuck there for a while. Ding-dong! What? It's because it's not legal in every state. Texas gambling is outlawed. That's why there's a shit ton of casinos right all on the border. Like, you know what? There's just the typical lawyer stuff. It's like, yeah, but what if we go right on the edge? Like, right on the edge. Just on the edge of what is legal. Oh, that'd be fine, right? Bad follower for not following the norm. Excuse you. I'm the one who gets to choose if someone is good or bad. Alright, quickly go see Sozo. Get his boogie boner bits and then bonus bits, I mean. And then go on a crusade. I could buy another follower for? Oh, why is it all dark red? A rhino! A weird thing to get from the mushroom forest, but I'll take it. And I can buy another one! Go broke buying follower forms! Woo! Oh, an eagle thingy. Another one! I have money for one more, chat. What's this one? How Take all my money. A frog! At long last, we have a frog! Finally, I can have the shadows. I think Turnip just got old. Oh, he's giving me a little thing. You missed above. What do I miss? Stealthy. If you make all the meals poop and max amount at once, you unlock poop. What? Really? But isn't this shit? Hang on. Isn't the poop food have a risk of just killing people? I don't. Crazy's dead. No little liars out here. Build a mushroom sculpture. Okay, I'll do that later. Back home we go. The best type of gamble? Okay, one in chat if you guys want me to do it like a poop. Oh, we gotta risk getting a poop follower. Who you want shit? You wanna smell like shit that bad? This whole place will smell like shit. Is that really what you want? People have mental health issues. Oops, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to dance. Ooh. Give me this. No unlock. Yeah. Mental health issues everywhere. I don't have enough poop, I don't think. Down 20, Faith! God damn! I don't have enough! I don't have enough feces, chat! You guys better get working on it. I need the dookie. More! You're back! Don't be dead, don't be dead. Oh.
Shalom baka.
Woohoo! That's a lot of bone. I go to bed. Question is gonna be, can I get enough dookie before I leave? Hey Bailey, how you doing? Why not meals that makes us poop? Then I think most of the meals that I make have only a 50% chance of making you dookie, I think. I gotta go kill Omega. Omega must die before he dies of old age. Ow! Rib pain, what the fuck? Where did that come from? That was uncalled for. Alright, summoning circle. Leave a like, Scrabble! How much dookie do I have now? I can do 2 more. Alright, I need 6 more poops. Who's gonna provide the goods? Alright, vomiting, illness. A basic berry? Seems to be the way. La 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 la. Come here, guys. I've got grub. Come get your munchies. Come on, dink dog. Dink dog. Literally, no one is shitting themselves. It's just my luck. Please don't judge me, but. Oh, Varen! How ironic! What a coinky dink, I must say! Is no one pooing? Oh, we got 1! We got 1! I literally made 12 instant shit dishes and only one of yous provided the goods. Are you kidding me right now? Really? Really? Now see, I wish I was joking. The largest casinos in the world is right on the Texas state border. I don't see why not. Just gamble, you know? Just gamble. Gamble all your money away. It's practically a savings account. Oh, and Durr is dead. Rip Durr. No pool, man. After all that, kill Naduki. Need one more. I can't get my fertilizer back. Oh no, never mind. I'm literally just running in circles waiting for someone to take a shit. What a way to spend my days. Ah. What a day. Your savings account. It is a promise. They will hold on to it for you. I can't guarantee they'll let you have it back, but isn't that all banks? Don't you have to tell them why you want to withdraw your money when you withdraw anything larger than like 500 bucks? Like, and what would you be spending your money on today? Mm? I'm broke. Yay! Alright, let's go kill this old man. Very important. Must kill old people. What? Let's do a fight pit. Why not? Everyone likes a good old fight pit, right? Wait, fight pit? Wait, chat. Okay, fight pit or ascend because I get goodies out of ascending. Ah, fuck it, fight pit it is. Don't vote, just death. Why is he carrying wood? Tommy, just bringing his wood in with him. Not here. Please. All right, Omega. Be nice if I had more than one oldie, but... Anyone else old? No, just Omega. Versus Doru, you reckon? Alice, give me your money. I promise I'll keep it safe. When have I not kept it safe? All right, Doru, get him. Get him, Doru. Get him. Don't let this old man have what he wants. Boom. Death. Murder. Only like your third day in the cult and you've already murdered someone. How do you feel? How does it feel, Doru? Feels good, man. Ooh, substances encouraged trait. All cult members will gain the substances encouraged. Gain 20 faith when brainwashing. Ooh. Gain the prohibitionist trait. Increase work speed and devotion generation increased by 10%, but 50% chance of followers becoming sick after the brainwashing ritual. Ooh. Ooh. Drugs. Always drugs. I'll be back for revenge. You were old anyway. If you were a true cultist, you'd appreciate dying before your time. I pray, everyone, even though I don't get any faith updated from this. Just a little bit of illness is a treat. A tweet. It's just a tweet. Sneaky little tweet. Your legs up here. Me. Only weapons do significantly more damage than mortal weapons, but are rare. They appear on your crusades. Again with the fucking... And let's get that. No, you're still dead. You're still fucking dead. I have enough bones. Let me see if we do another resurrection. Ah! Actually, I think it might be on timeout. Bringing too many people back to life. Yeah, it's still on cooldown. Oh, ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready! Follow it, or meat. Or wood. I don't really need that anymore, but thanks, I guess. Cool. Give me wood when I no longer need it. It's pretty fucking spot on for chat. That's pretty typical of you guys. I'll wait until your vote is done before I go interact with Mila. La. It'd be nice if you'd shit yourself. Oh, no resources. Yo, we can resurrect again. Got too many mouths to feed at this point. Hot damn. And a new follower and a resurrection. Holy shit. Okay. First you dance and then you go to bed.
Or sleep.
Oh, I can upgrade again. Damn! Damn, you guys are busy giving me all the good stuff. Hell yeah. Big dog, what? Now two fish swam into a concrete wall and one says, damn. Fire him. Clamp him to the fence by his nipples. I will have none of this. Okay, let's go for a missionary. Upgrade! Gonna run out of fucking upgrades. Oh. Okay, what's next? What's next? Why the hell did my Yeti just vibrate? What was that? Vibrating Yetis. Finally, some poo! Woo! Alright. It's time. Please no one die. That'd really suck. Yes! Perfect. All the spiders just take my shit and go. They're shit thieves, the lot of them! Alright. Who wants to join? Joke's on you, I may or may not be into it. Ayo. Just like Panda then. No, Flint. You need to go outside. Alright, I'm gonna go let the dog out. Gain 10 faith when falling ill. Heals faster when sick. Okay. I'm gonna leave that raffle there, and I'm gonna go let this dog out. Be right back. I'm coming, Flint. Jesus. Dog is naked, and dog is now outside. Oh. Cold, not damp. Thought he had drooled a puddle, but it was just a little cool spot. And a raffle. Of course. Of course. Of course! Why else would you want me to summon the shit skin? Huh? What did I expect? Go fucking chop some trees. Or fall asleep, that works too. And look at all this dookie. Lumberyard has run out of lumber. No! You destroyed it again! Who's destroying my stuff? Alright, let's send out some missionaries. I keep meaning to go on a crusade and they're just not going and getting distracted. I'm sorry. I'm distracted, man. Go give me some bones. Who else is gonna get me bones? Shadows is gonna go get me some bones. What? It's like a slime. Your definition of a slime and mine are very, very, very different. Okay. So they're all gonna eat this poop while I'm gone and become severely ill, and it's gonna be great. I just know that's what's gonna happen. I can fucking sense it. Alright, who's gonna become my little minion? Oh, an itchy nose. Scratchy. Slimes can be cute. Yeah, slimes can be. Shit cannot. I've never seen a cute shit. Speaking of shit, I got to hear on the radio today whilst I was driving to go get my brekkie and come back because I treat myself to a takeaway brekkie when I stream. In Sydney, little tarry black balls were showing up on one of the famous Sydney beaches, along the beaches. People were playing with it and stuff. Turns out it's a coagulation of hair, fat, and human feces. And just recently, they found out as well that they can't safely remove the source of it because there's a giant clog in a specific part of a sewage system. So, it's going to keep happening. Gonna keep getting the human feces washing up to them Sydney beaches. Yummy. Yummy. All right, Cinder, you're coming with me. Good little pet. Why the fuck are you angry? What is your problem? Give me your money. He always cheers up when I take his money. It's kind of suspicious, really. Kind of weird. Yes, sir. What do you mean? I've got beds, you useless fucking idiots! There's beds! No, sleep in the fucking bed! There! You have a bed! Ah! Fuck! Where's Varen? I need to make him eat this shit. Varen? Varen, where are you? Oh, he's over there already. Having his snack. Oh, he's running. Oh, Lord, he running. He's holding his ass at the same time. This is a desperate situation. Thanks, bud. Who would assume that eating poop would make you poop? Listen, I sure Australia was a shitty place to live, but damn! Let's watch the poop side. Alright, you gotta go to bed. To bed with you! Everyone claiming I don't have enough beds. Oh, off they go! They're running! Yeah, sorry guys, it was necessary. And you're all high right now anyway, so it's not like my faith drops. Beep. Beep. Sleep. Sleep. Alright, problem solved. Never happened. Anyone still hungry? No? Okay, good. Alright. This time for sure, I'm going on a crusade. I promise. I'm doing it. Fuck your sleeping bag. I'll build it later. Huh? You have Yuno? Yuno? What? Necromancy axe. Summon ghosts that will attack nearby enemies. Nice. Hey, thank you for the contribution, Dragon Link. Alright, let's go. Get this done. Oh, I completely missed. How embarrassing. Alright, let's not die while I do the do. Which button was for the... There it goes. Alright, I gotta hit you first. Come here, fuckhead! I keep missing him because I'm so slow. There, got him. Fucking flies! Ow! Wrong button? Hello? There we go. How the fuck did I miss them? Bro! I hit them square in the face! My health is already gone to hell in a handbasket. The golden fleece was a good choice, I say! I swear it! Mushrooms. Oh! One more hit and I'm dead. Just FYI. Yay, a blue heart. I'm just saying, their bed everywhere gives the same vibe as you have, you know. No, I don't see it. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. That's not the equivalent. Not equivalent. Give me hearts, please. See if I make it any further to get another chest. So I'm technically stealthiest little shit. Are you my little shit? Ah! You little fuck. Let's get moving. Yay, a heart! Needed that. New follower. What do we got this way? What is... I don't even care. I want this. Always more followers. Oh, I already have a frog skin. But I'll take it. New heart, nice. Surely double damage won't take it away in one hit. Surely. I'll get ya. Oh, okay, where am I? Oh, fuck, not these guys. At least he only hits in one direction. Hey, one direction! Also increase your divine inspiration bar. Seconds of invincibility deflects projectiles, causing damage. There you go. Good stuff, I say. I thought I missed for a second there. I was gonna be real embarrassed with myself. Wrong button, but that's fine. Be nice, Chad. I love you guys. Ah, shit. Oh, nice. Wait, what? You were healed 8? Wait, I can have up to 8 hearts? What the fuck? What do you mean I healed 8? How the fuck does that work? Thanks for the tentacle, bud. Appreciate it. Bye. Where the fuck do I get all those hearts from? You still need 8 hearts. Oh, hold up. I think I'm too poor for you. Make offering. Ah. Enemies' health halved. Receive double damage. Oh my god, that'll be quadruple damage. If I give him gold, I will lose fucking 4 hearts in 1 hit. No. Hello? Oh, there you are. Come here, fuckhead. I gotta do them in the right order. Wait, how does this work again? Ow. I remember how this works. Oh, whatever. He dead anyway. Took 2 of my hearts. Just don't get hit. About that. I would have died right there. Haha. This is fine. For the food. Nom 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 nom. I always steal money from the tree, but don't you get like a curse if you do that? Don't they do something and fuck your shit up? I swear they fuck your shit up. May her alma be at peace in Valhalla, the absolute warrior. Did he just die again? Rip, buddy. I mean, rip, bozo. Same difference. Come here. I'm a little bit closer. Come here. That was a sad battle, I must say. Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck. Alright, we're fine. We're fine, we're fine. I'm so overpowered, it doesn't fucking matter. No. Knocks back enemies within your range while also damaging them. Or I'll take that. Should I keep my invincibility? Ah! No, I want to keep what I had. I want to keep what I had. I need the invincibility because I'm fucking useless. Wrong button! Okay. Oops, wrong way. That's fine. Not you again. Wrong button again! Come here, you little shit. Go back this way. Wait, what happened? No! Did Flint just fall ill? No! My baby! Why is he sick? What happened? Ah! Oh, no longer ill. Oh, thank God they healed. Okay, I panicked. I panicked. I panicked. I panicked. Considering you're taking double damage. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck, not this guy. Hate those things. Ah! Wrong button. Hey! Don't even have to get close. Wait! Varric became gravely ill? What the fuck is going on? Everyone just healed and now they're sick again! Bruh. Ew, I ate some shit! Ah, the last poop was found. Oh, I missed. My bad. Yeah, I can hear someone, Juan. There you are. Bro, if I don't get back soon, shit's gonna go to hell in a handbasket. Ah! Alright, we got this, we got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. Get this, get this. I haven't defeated this guy yet. Shut up! Hurry up! Do your thing! There you go. Uh-huh, land on my tentacle. What was that? Why'd that go slow-mo? Why does it keep going slow-mo? Yeah, big damage! You ain't stand a chance, buddy! Plus my tentacle. Just pulsating. I'm ill! I'm fine! I'm fucking dying, Baron! Oh, that's a lot of gold. Look at all that juicy, juicy gold. Oh, another skin. Let's go. Oh, I mean, decoration. Same difference. Just chilling in the goopies here. Is that everything? How's everything? Nice. Nom, 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 nom. Let's go. Her arrogance was always destined to be our undoing. A merciless crusade against the old face warms my cold, unbeating heart. That man is dead. What about my minions? I'd hope they're still alive. Please, thank you. Rivers in the desert and light in the dark. Rocco. Flint's still here even though he's like half sick. Flint and Varen, the two dogs, what have you guys been eating? You fuckers have been up to no good while Star's away, haven't you? What have you been eating? Everyone's just gas bagging over there.
Dance with me.
Hey, I'm in! Where did you... What? Goodies. Let's dance with someone else. Oh, why are you sick? Killers, what the fuck? Oh, shit, he's having a spaz. Hang on a minute. Wait, I'm not. Wait, I just. Go to bed. Yeesh. Oh, and my minions are back. I hope they're still alive. Okay. Bones! Glorious, beautiful bones! And I'm sending everyone to bed. Wrong one. Yes! Good bones, good. Come up, get up. Go to bed. My wood is broken. Everything is. Ginger Cinder is staying up when you're supposed to be asleep fucking again. Earl never sleeps. Okay. Finally upgrade that, and I can hold it. That. And I can build that. Alright. And what am I missing for the upgrades? Glass, of course. It's always that fucking glass. Oh wait, hang on. Wasn't paying attention. I have an unlock. Let's see, Mr. McGee. Harvest totem do. Increases growth speed for all farm plots within range. Clean the puke! I see vomit! No, clean it up yourself. Oh, there it is. Oh dear, there's poopy everywhere. Hold up. Better go. Upgrade! Now it's the Thunderbolt G9000. Yeah. Oh, not that, not that. Have a fuck ton of pumpkin seeds. Get over here. We have a broken bed. I fix. Okay. And we bring in a new face. Oh, what does that mean? Ayo? Will break themselves and others. Oh, okay. Unlawful. Okay, okay, I can deal with that. Hi, Stealthy. Hi, Papa. How you doing? You guys, I might have to go for a dooku break. Something's trying to knock on my back door. Hey, you are no longer naked. I am dressed in the finest gold now. Need more beds? You have enough beds. You're just picky. Some of y'all just choose to sleep on the floor regardless. And it drives me up the wall. Why? Join our splits, the little fish. Fancy fish. With some sort of disease. Who have been molded. Farming. Why not? Oh, gold dookie. And some of it. One more mess around somewhere. I just don't know where it is. Yes, Weber. Skeptics and heretics have made their way into our cult, cursing our way of life. Sure. I can fix them, chat. I can fix them. Ooh, Weber got very excited. Please let me eat someone's face. The disease is not enough. I need cannibalism. Mila, why are you out of bed again? Who the fuck the bed? Fine, I'll make another tent because you people never learn. Ah! There! That's all you're getting! Good lord. Happy? Jesus Christ. I have to make a mushroom sculpture. Where do that be? Hello? 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 Oh, there it is. Oh, and he's a whole bunch of gold. Damn! Okay.
More gold, please.
Apple's just sleeping on the floor. Mikan is sleeping on the floor. Blitz is sleeping on the floor. We'll have problems. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 empty beds, 7 empty bed slots, and ain't no one. Everyone's just sleeping on the floor. Like, buh. I gave you more beds! I'm fine. Fine. Everything is fine. I'm calm, collected, poised. Calm, collected, poised. Need this gold. Waiting for everyone to wake up so I can do the rituals and shit. Calm, collected, poised. Calm, collected. Calm, collected, poised. Calm, collected, poised. Calm, collected, poised. Poised, calm, collected. Yeah, goodies, chat. Good stuff. Probably be half rotted by the time you get it, but... Alright. Let's get this second frog. Oh, right, the skeptic. Right. Germaphobe and sickly. Amazing. Another pain in my fucking side. Who wants to be a pain in my ass? Yeah, Sally makes us sleep on the floor. Don't. They're so far away. More poop houses you've got to, and you never fill them up. My July is good. I see one person, 2 people keen to be a pain in my ass. Any more pains in the asses here? I can smell them in chat. I know you're fucking there, you little Azurite! Of course. Of course! Go over it. The red eyes tweak me out, bro. I don't like it! You get to go straight to prison. Yay! Off with you. Let's go! Oh look, a golden shit. Perfect. Now, re-educate. Definitely not brainwashing. I'm just educating you about the stuff you don't know about. This spider just jamming out over here. No, I'm old! No! Where am I? I'm old wherever I am. Where am I? Here I am. Old me. This is called abuse! No, it's called education camp! Tommy, you are so susceptible to getting sick. Whatever you eat, you always end up sick. Now Apple is sick too, no! Go bed. No leaving, come back! And Apple just fell asleep on the floor. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, Weber's got something for me? Now we dance before you go back to work. Dance. Is it church time? It is. Time for Sunday school, champs. At the church. First, we must acquire a new ritual. Oh, bake scramble. Alright, new ritual. Work and worship. What do we got? Perform a ritual at your temple that will immediately build all structures. Yeah. Perform a ritual at your temple that will temporarily increase devotion generation speed at your shrine by 20% for 3 days. Yes, please. Yes, please. Noise. Of enlightenment. Good stuff. Ah! Got another thing? Receive a disease heart at the beginning of each crusade. Once per crusade, eat a blot to receive a heart. That will vary depending on what is eaten. When killed on a crusade, run for the first time. No, I don't want to be killing fucking followers to live. Let's get a disease heart. Crown ability. Okay. Now, very important, very important. Very, 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 very important, guys. I need a small loan. Oh no, which one's more expensive? The enrichment? I think this one's the more expensive one. Look at that. Enrich me! Give me your taxes! Thank you. Now? Yeah, I was right. That was more expensive. Now, a battle to the death! Little old me must die! Alright, we're gonna... I'm a compulsory fighter. You guys get to pick who murders me. Who's gonna have blood on their hands? Did I get revived? Not yet. I gotta go for a dookie break. Actually, while you guys are voting, I'm going for a quick bathroom break, alright? You get a 3-minute ad while I'm gone. Sorry about that. Vote who gets to murder me, Be right back while I stare into your soul. And I'm back. Alright, let's see who gets to murder me. Oh, my controller disconnected. I was shitting for so long, my fucking controller disconnected! Come back, controller! Here we go. There's like a secretary bird, it looks awesome! And the shrimp is cute. Balto gets to be my murderer. Balto! Which level? One day, an oldie will win this war. Today is not the day the oldie get to win. Death to me! Bam! Proud of yourself now, Balto? Ah! Suddenly everyone's so fucking happy! I should have saved the sermon till last. Damn it! I'm stupid! Alright, hurry up. Ah! I'm about to do a resurrection ritual! Ah! Alright. Alright, we'll cast a vote again, chat! Again! Who's coming back? Bring them back to life, bring them back to life, call their name and bring them back to life. The disease? Excuse fucking you, buddy! Ah! The Shrike is also known as the Butcher Bird. Well, I was a rat, I'll have you know, not a mouse. Apparently you can get a mouse skin, but I ain't got it. Am I dead on that time? No, you're still alive. Bug the mouse came back as a zombie, ate a guy. Alright, let's try this. My RNG seems to be doing better. 10 returns! Alright, we're fine. I don't think we're even traumatized. We're not even traumatized! I've gotten so good at this. Be nice, chat. I just brought one of you fuckers back to life. What have you got to complain about? Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Alright, I forgot to re-educate you. Oh. You may rejoin us. Oh. What the fuck? Excuse me? What the fuck? Oh, it's Mikan's little friend. Okay, cool. Right. Wait, what did you guys just do? What did you do? I wasn't paying attention. What happened? I don't know what you did. I'm scared. Yoink, yoink. Don't worry about it. I'm even more worried about it than you tell me not to worry about it. It's not a good sign. Alright, what's this do? Growth speed increase. Make you grow fast. Grow fast. Grow fast. There. Okay. I can finally make the kitchen! It's a separate thing altogether. I'm gonna put it fucking, I don't know, in a place. A location. Put it right next to my cookery. A morgue! Right, I keep meaning to make the morgue. Morgue. So you guys to drop off the dead bodies until I get back. Just in case, you know? It's always good to have protections. My scalp visage. Like the toilet, very hygienic, yeah. Where else are you supposed to put it? Oh, yes, Dory. What? Oh, we have a new minion. Wait, you want me to get him from where? Now, Nora. That's the mushroom place, right? I was about to do a thing. What was the thing? All right, I need more gold. That's right. I was gonna build. He's fucking. What? Did you see my fun fact about the shripe? That is known as a butcher bird? Question mark? I don't know what a shripe is, bro. I've heard of a butcher bird. I don't know what it looks like. Alright, he's gonna be assigned as the cook. Can I assign someone as the cook, or does just a random person do the cooking? Who's the fucking cook? Do I... what? I don't know. I like... what? Undertaker. Ah! Okay, so I can assign someone to it. Alright, we have some stuff in the queue, and Weber's gonna go do the cooking, and I need someone to go get me some more meat. 2 days, 3 days, 1 day. Balto, yes, that's what I like to see. Off you go, buddy. Who's next? Hind as well, lovely. 1 day to get the meat. I like to see it. I have a resurrection ritual, don't I? Or did I just do it? I think I just did it. I'm stupid. It's fine. This is fine. We go to Crystal Land now. I know, I gotta... Nick Donker! What, Catherine? What do you want? This is a Nora, right? Yeah, okay. I gotta go get those friend, sibling, whatever the fuck. Nothing. I hate you. Hello. Hello. Famine, her peons now free to ravenous appetites, tread warily the predated upon. Give me that goods. I'm still in a golden fleece. This might be a problem. And it's a hammer, which is even slower. Okay. This is fine. Okay, so the hammer power move is different. Gotcha. A blue heart! Don't mind if I do! The flint isn't sick anymore. Yay! Ah, Nanny. What? Counter it! I don't know why he was yapping for. Find the relic from Clornix Clue. I wasn't reading! Ah! Fuck! I wasn't paying attention, Tat. You get a friendly one. Hate this. Why are you dink donking if you hate it? Make offering? I can bribe for more cards? I didn't realize that was an option. Mouse can't read like I was. All I thought was he was yapping. I didn't realize he was giving me clues for something. God damn it. Ow, what the fuck hit me? Oh, a bomb. Fuck!
Hey!
Hey! Hey!
Smell nice.
Explosives! Explosives! Shrapnel! Okay. Why are you smelling people? Lars, cut it out! Oh my god, I hate this thing! It's too slow! Thank Thank you for your contribution. I need something other than a hammer, please. Give me my axe. At least I can handle the axe. Ah! I literally am paying attention. You guys are just me. Ah! How the fuck am I meant to get these guys? Ugh. Ugh. Wrong button. Wrong button again. Ah, that's a bum. That's one of my bums. I'm so slow! Ah! I'm here, you fuckhead. I literally can't with this fucking hammer! Oh my god, come within range, please. Oh my fucking god. Oi, oi, oi. And you fuck ass shield, you fuck. Come here! Oh my god, this is taking so long just to murder a little minion! I can't believe that shit, bro! All because of a hammer! I hate my life. Need to eat. Go eat then! Ah! Why did you ungoss me? Can't believe a hammer did that to me. Bollocks it all to hell. Storage? Fertilizer storage? Silos. Eh? What? What? I'm getting dizzy doing this scrolling. I don't really hear that I want, to be honest. Dizzy. Hungry. Go have sustenance full. Thank you for the biddies. Clench on them. Thought I disappeared for a second there. We dance. Everyone dance with me. That's more like it. That's what I like to say. Bigger hammer would have saved that run. That hammer was the fucking problem! I'm running into a thing. I wasn't reading. Paying attention. Hate the hammer. Never want it again. I love it when I inspire poop. Okay. Oh, someone shout out a whole bunch of stuff over there. Alright, good stuff, good stuff. Alright, let us do a sermon, and then I'm gonna clean up and then get the hell out of here again. What? I'm reading, please, Catherine. Yeah, I am mouse. I am mouse. I am mouse. He curses. Ignoring. I'm not ignoring you. I told you. I said go eat, you fool. You fucking fool. You're ignorant. Have no food. Then fucking get some. What do you want me to do? The damn cooking for you? Huh? Get out of here. Thank you, Apple Bun, for your contribution. Ooh, I only need 2 more contributes. Ooh. more gold. Lars, I'm gonna bury you and Katerin in the same plot of fucking shit-stained soil. I swear to God, I will do it! Don't tempt me! Great meals have spawned at your cooking fire! Yay! Thanks, chat! 4 great meals. Hell yeah. Go poo-poo. Poo-poo there. Ah. No! My lumberyard! I didn't even get to upgrade it. Ow! I was gonna build a thing. I need to build a Sozo shrine, but don't have the gold bits to make the Sozo shrine. Where's Sozo? Sozo! There you are. I still need more gold!
Boil pasta, drain it in a pot. Melt butter, stir in flour. Then add milk, whisk until thick. Mix in cheese until melted. Then combine with pasta. Season with salt and pepper. Enjoy your cheesy disaster. Now bow down to Chato-san.
Yeah, cheesy
Ribbit.
disaster, aka is shit. It's fucking shit, bro. Oh, just waiting for more gold. Always need more gold. Ah!
Thanks, Metal
thanks for giving us
Garpanda
something to
9000 for gifting Eden a sub. Now Eden can never leave.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Scam train. It's just so emphatically. I didn't hear Chad's assignment. She said salt and pepper. That counts. Why is Chato-san sick? Because the voice, the TTS voice, it's a sword. God damn it. That I used to use for it doesn't work no more. It's been discontinued unless I pay for it, which I won't. Hello.
Thanks, Metal Garpanda 9000 for
Metal
gifting
Garpanda.
Kadarn Syphilis a sub. Now Kadarn Syphilis can never leave.
I love that it says Kadarn Syphilis. Have some gold. What do you get me? Oh, food. I'll take it. Hell yeah. Yummies. Oh, wasn't paying attention.
How much does it cost?
Ah!
How much does it cost?
How much does what cost? Ah! Ah! Fucking jumping tip! Come here, you little bitch! I'm still in my gold. Berries? Really? Thank you for the bees! How much does what cost? Paid it. Pay for it. Pay for it. Mac and cheese? Oh, you talk about the voice? No. I ain't doing no stupid subscription for it. Bite me. Squid! Oh, I didn't notice the squid. We all players at this game of chance? The chance of negating damage. Didn't miss any messages. I don't think I'm fine. Thank you for the hype train. Why? Why?
Spread mayonnaise on pizza dough, scatter peas on top, add cheese, and bake until
Fuck
golden.
these guys.
It's a weird combo, but hey, if you like it, who am I to judge? Now bow down to your fabulous queen.
She's definitely judging.
Chato-san, Ribbit.
A ribbit. He is definitely judging. I can't make use of that heart because I haven't been hit yet. Okay. Why is it purple? Oh, it's poisonous this way. Come here. Ah! Ah! fact used to call you Scramby. Gotcha. Ow, first hit taken. Can I backtrack and get my half heart? I don't think I can. Ill.
Insert the thermometer into the thickest part of the meat, avoiding bone. Steak should be 145F, chicken 165F, and pork 145F. Let it rest for a few minutes before cutting. Now, bow down to your fabulous queen, Chato-san. Ribbit.
Cotton. Please don't take Chato-san's advice for any type of cooking or food health safety. Thank you. Gotcha. Hello there, little squid. Jellyfish, squid, squid, jellyfish. Same difference. Oh, there's 3 options. I don't like it when they give me too many choices. Box! Lars, are you using Chato-san instead of ChatGPT? Please don't use ChatGPT either. Hello?
Biddle-a-boo.
Please use official recipe websites. Or, you know, recipe books or something like that.
Babu.
Right, as long as me ships are floating, Blimbo's open for business.
I'm never
Max
gonna
Vivis will come.
financially recover from
Thank you for the 100! Oh, I get a box? What got in box? What's in the box? Chee-chee, little penguin. Yeah, I finally go to the boats. The fact she knows for a recipe for a mayonnaise and pea pizza worries me. She's just making it up. She don't know shit, bro. This is why we don't trust the AI, chat. Don't trust the AI. What's we got here? Relic beast. I see Chimax sustains herself still, though creation begets destruction. As nature demands, were we in the bosom of the last of the first gods, though godly instruments, and yet never wield them ourselves as nature demands. Some place I fear darkness, some think of me, now in the belly of some great beastie. Through their bones, laughter seek this relic in this place. Okay, sure. Fuck Eureka, I hate that. If there was any melee attack that will also freeze.
Cream
the enemy-
brulee is a rich custard topped with caramelized sugar. Make it fancy by using high-quality vanilla beans, serving in elegant ramekins, and torching the sugar for a crispy top. Garnish with fresh berries and mint. Now bow down to your fabulous queen, Chato-san. Ribbit.
Yeah, but it's a matter of can you do the creme brulee properly or you mess it up? I am also hungry. Look, you fuckers, just go eat something, please. I beg. Let's pay attention. You're gonna pay attention. You're gonna pay attention. All right, he's down. Get him. Out. Gotcha.
Hey, thank you, Apple, for the contribution.
Wrong button. I got stuck. Why can't I roll? I can't roll. Did you just get rid of my roll? Ah! You pieces of shit! You got rid of my dodge! Ah! I'm gonna die! I can't win like this! I hate you all! Ah! I wanted to know what the cotton thing was, you bastards! You know how you're hungry, chat? Hey, like really hungry and shit, right? Well, I mean, are you sure you're hungry?
The cotton thing.
Maybe hungry is
Oh,
a
it's just
good thing.
Stealthy Mouse being clueless again. She probably missed something obvious in the game. Classic. Maybe she should pay attention next time instead of fumbling around. Bow down to your fabulous queen,
She doesn't even know what
Chato-san.
game you're talking
Ribbit.
about. She has no idea. Because she's stupid. That's what you all get, by the way. Fucking starved to death. Deserved. Also, we have an oldie. I see. I saw an old person. Who's the old? Hang on. Who's this oldie I was seeing? Well, I know the old person. Who? Oh, killers. Oh, Bunty. Bunty. No. I'm gonna go grab food. No, you're not. No one's getting food. I don't know. See you later. Bam! Everyone like that. Jesus fucking Christ! 3
Crab
times,
cakes
bro!
are made from crab meat, breadcrumbs,
me!
eggs, and
Damn!
seasonings. To improve taste and texture, use fresh crab meat, add herbs, and include a touch of Dijon mustard. Pan fry until golden for a crispy exterior. Now bow
Remember which
down
went to
to
temple with-
Chato-san.
Allows your
Ribbit.
workers to work through 3 days and nights without getting tired. Perform a ritual at your temple declaring a day of rest. Which one do you guys deserve? I don't know. What do we deserve? I don't know. I think I know what you all deserve. Boil away! Little cretins. I'm paying attention. Oh boy, am I ever paying attention. Ah. Now. I have you fasting. I'm also going to have you guys take drugs. Okay? Alright?
Absolutely. I'd be a fabulous cult leader. Stealthy Mouse would just trip over her own feet while trying to lead. With my charm and power, we'd conquer the world. Bow down to your superior queen. Chato-san, Ribbit.
Girl, you don't even know how to do cult shit. You don't even know. And then we will toil. This is what you all get, by the way, for being annoying. This is what you get for taking away my dodge. You gotta toil for 3 days straight. You gotta be high as a fucking kite. And you're all gonna starve. Down. Try doing that again. See what happens. See what happens if you try to do that again. I don't. Right, now we have mess to clean up, as far as I can tell. There's someone either sick or messed somewhere. Where is it? I'll
Frogs
get the
leap
flip-flops in a
high.
minute. There's a
With
mess.
style and grace, mice just scurry
God, not
lost in the race.
My
With my
poopy!
flower, I reign supreme. Chato-san's the froggy dream. Bow down. You know it's true, frogs are better. Just ask the
no.
crew Ribbit.
No. No. Just no. That's a whole lot of hell no. Alright. Now, everyone's happy. Look how happy everyone is now that you've all been fucking brainwashed. Happy? Happy! So happy! Such a happy little family. Look at them dancing. I'm paying attention, Donovan! Dance. Why did the poop grow a face and legs? Well, you see, we have a poopy follower around. Yeah, Mikan is a bit weird.
Oh, wood. Gotta get wood.
I like snakes. Come here. Come here! There! And dance. I have to leave right now. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're starving to death because you fucking chose to be that way. This is your fault. So you can't go nowhere. No, 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 no. You must stay here forever and ever and ever and ever. And I make Varen dance. Or Flint dance, sorry. Flint and Varen look similar. Yeah, see, Mikan's got a little collection of Dookie for some reason.
Toaster, really? That's a disaster waiting to happen. A steak needs to be cooked on a grill or pan. For medium rare, aim for 130 to 135 F internal temp, which takes
do it
about
right.
4 to 5 minutes per side on high heat. Bow down to your
right.
fabulous queen, Ribbit.
Alright, time for Sozo at long last! I don't know what the little Sozo thing does, but make a thing. He can go, I don't know, random location there. I'm so good at making places. Look at me go. There we go. Been built. Return to Sozo. God, you guys are just giving me so much goodies. Again, upgrade. Woo! All right, what else we got? Ding dong, 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 fucking ding dong. I'll fucking ding dong you. Any of my minions come back? No, they have not. Why can I no collect from glowing box? Whatever, bro. Now, I don't have to worry about feeding you. I don't gotta worry about nothing. That's not what I meant to press. This is great. I mixed up my ding dongs. Ha! Suck it. The goddamn tent. Guys, get out of the way. I need to build stuff. Yeah. Wait, the grand shelter is made out of shit? Hey, okay. Also, where's the leader's tent thing? Oh, there it is. That's right, I need silk. Upgrade. That's all I can upgrade. Uh-oh, Azurite and Thur are not agreeing with each other! Apple, I love you. Come here. I give you good stuff. I give presents. What gift? Give a follower to increase loyalty. A follower will generate devotion faster. Increase movement speed. Live twice as long. Will harvest bonus resources. Let's make you live long. Live long and prosper. Apple. Enough for my child. Alright. My body is numb and I work early, but I'm not in the cult, and I don't want to miss my chance to join. Soon. Soon. But first I must visit this place, and then I must visit Sozo. Sozo needs a visit. Ah, the fucking crab! Listen, nice pieces of work, but they do a good job of keeping the waterways open and trade flowing. As is around killing them, it opens all sorts of monstrous beasts start stinking my stock. Scary things they be with gnashing teeth. Just like me mother-in-law. That's right, each time Bishop dies, a nasty beast called a witness. Oh, you want me to get the witnesses? Get me their eyes, I buy a new boat, and we call it Square. Is the places you've killed Bishop. Pretty certain. Crap. Yeah! Crab skin acquired. Got a crab.
To open a Roth IRA, choose a broker or bank, complete the application, and fund it. Maximize contributions by investing the annual limit $6,500 for 2023 and set up automatic contributions now. Bow down to your brilliant queen, Chato-san Ribbit.
Did she say something about opening it in 2023? Y'all just need to travel back in time, you dumbasses. Nom 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 nom. It's lamb. We've made a deal before. How about another? Fiddle the eternal servitude. I'm hungry, starving, ravenous. I want the fish, a big fish. I give you fish. A tuna is a big fish, right? Yeah, thank you. Oh, one of those. Fish looks not okay, right? But I can't seem to, like, give it anything. Give you Eye of Witness? Yeah, creatures stand by judgment. Me mother-in-law, more of the fleece stuff. Don't care! I really don't care about the fleeces, I'm not gonna lie. Are you okay? I make you better? No? Oh! I wave! You know? What the fuck were you doing out in your mouth? He's a little bit better at least. See, I cool, I guess. This guy's expensive. Killing, destroy breakable rocks. Touch. Yoink. That one. I got a burp and it's stuck. Ah, there it goes. All right, done. Let me out. Wait, isn't there? There should be a snail here, right? Snail? Snail! There you are. All right, to Sozo. 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 Hello, Sozo. Just listen here, take this. Sozo's my best friend. Sozo's only friend. Thank you. I'm such a slut. I'm selling myself out everywhere for these things that I don't even want. Protect me from those liars outside. Bring Sozo mushrooms. Sozo is so happy. Sozo has never had so many mushrooms before. It was useless. I would never be able to get so many at once. I cannot wait to see what happens. Suzu's having a fucking meltdown. Good, buddy? I can't talk to Sozo no more. He's gone. He's gone. Delicious mushroom. Alright. There we go. Alright, we back. How come every time I come back a vote gets cast? Fuck off! Thank you for the goodies. Good meat. Yummy. Oh, meat. Me like meat. Meat good. I just old bar in it. Great. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Thanks for that. Awesome. Appreciate it. Love it. Love it. I love cleaning up after you guys. It's fun. It's fun. It's actually fun. I'm not even being sarcastic. It's like really, really fun to do. I love cleaning up Dookie out of the fucking latrines. All the time. Every time. No. You need sleep, even though you're not supposed to be out of sleep. Just dance with me, Mikan. Oh my god, what the fuck are you doing awake at this time, girl? Get the fuck out of here! Oh, it's only how many toilets do you think I made, buddy? I'm not setting myself up for that failure. Alright, I can do another crown! And another fleece. I don't really give a shit about the fleeces though. Oh, fuck. I thought I had heaps of those. What? It was that glitch I got before where I pulled 3 of them. Whatever, I guess. He's broken. Because half a fervor, but bleed weapon damage and health are halved. I'll unlock this one, I guess. If you need more beds, you've got more than enough fucking beds! I love that no one's in here for the crown thing. They're just... Oh, there they come. Here they come. Here they are. My little babies. Ding. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding 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 dong. I can sleep in this warframe. Why are you sleeping in the bed? What's wrong with the bed? Is that a donut? I have the fervent, an orbiting eye that mimics curses cast, orbiting eyes that poisons enemies on contact, orbiting eyes that freeze enemies on contact. Bruh. Now, if you little fuckers take my dodge again, I'm going to have a meltdown and kill you all. I mean, what? In Minecraft. See, again, with the crown. Okay, I do actually have one this time. Thank you. Jesus. Off 11. Return to the earth unlocks the natural burial building. The corpses of the dead followers may return to the earth by becoming fertilizer. Unlocks the grave building. Gain 2 faith when followers grieve at the grave. Think of the follower! Gibby the God. Get up, no feet. Sure, fertilizer. It's how I would like to go. Feed them. Ah. think we have anyone that needs to die right now. And I can extract money from you with no cost! Woo! To Faith, at least.
Hello, Gabby. How you doing?
I hate that that username reminded me that your model has bare feet. It does not! I can just take my shoes off. Doesn't, by default, have bare feet. I can just take my shoes off. It's different.
It's Viva la different.
Oh, I got an upgrade again. Get a trap scarecrow, why not?
Good night, Mika.
Thanks for hanging out, I appreciate your company. Sleep well. On the rock hard floor, because apparently ain't no one know how to use a bed in this house. Funeral burial. Cause a dead bodies to turn them into fertilizer. Thank you, Astra, for your contribution. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't think I can upgrade the... No, I didn't think so. Bogger Bomb Poo! What about my mercenary thing? Can I upgrade that? Nope, can't upgrade that either. Figures. But let's get another offering table. Why not? I like free stuff. Everyone likes free stuff. Gold! I'm only a few more minutes, but I'm crashing. Okay, I'm going on a crusade. Just tell fucking chat to behave themselves, provided they don't off me. Guys, I'll be able to get a new follower, most likely. No murder! Be nice! Oh, let's send a couple people out to get bones. And then let's go. And you're off to go get some bones, please. And then... Weber, also off to go get some bones, please. Be kind. You say that like I'm not a part of chat. So you also need to play kind. Or I could just buy someone. I wish I could read their stats before I put my money down. That'd be nice. Fuck it. Yeah, the dog with that. Mine. New pet. Anyway, we're going this way, and chat's gonna behave themselves. I need crystals. I need crystal healing. We heal with magic juju in this house. Let me 1v1. Oh nice, get the jellyfish! Oh shit, I forgot to swap my fleece out. Whatever. Oh, got extra hearts everywhere. And tentacles! And the blue heart bonus! Woo! I'm gonna be hearted up so good. Single little damage, then mortal weapons. Nice. I missed it! Bogger Bum 2. I wasn't paying attention to what my other thing was. What's that, apparently? Ah! Projectiles! Okay, we're good. Opening eye that freezes on contact. Thank you. More crystals. Ra la la la. Whale noises. You got me for another 39 minutes. Really? Couldn't be. Ow! Ah! Projectiles! Fuck that guy! Who's number two? Who's number two? Who's number two? You're number two. And you've got projectiles! Boop! Fuck you. You're number three. You're number three. And number four. Poison! Out! Bat! Poison! God damn it! Hey, caramba! Oh, jellyfish. I see you. Oh, more jellyfish. Ah, I missed that one. that was stressful. Okay. What the fuck? You took my hair! Jellyfish. Oh, there's crystals. Jellyfish. Yeah. Alright, backtrack. Old flashbang. Explode. What's this? Use a random relic. Okay. Sure, why not have a randomizer? I love gamble in this house. Didn't you say you were gonna bed Zelda? She have the wishes told. Is a raccoon. Come on now. Oh, there we go. Okie dokie. Oh, jellyfish. Necklace? Flower necklace. Oh, I didn't see that jellyfish. Oh well. Okay. See, there's a fucking cotton thing again. Fine! Whatever it is. It is cotton! Y'all were like, isn't it cotton? Isn't it fucking cotton? Fucking cotton you, buddy! Looks like cotton to me! Lars! The elephant. Sorry, I had to go get the squid. Sorry. I need jellyfish. I gotta feed needy. Oh, a heart. I don't need it. Away with you. Alright. That's two followers in the waiting wings. Oh my god, another one? Poison all active enemies. I don't know, I'm fine with what I got. Like, I couldn't attack the jellyfish in here. Don't want you, goodbye. Chat! You're being nice this time! You're worried that I'm gonna put you through hell again, aren't you? Just a little bit concerned that I'm gonna put you through hell. Come here, little magic caster, you. Got ya. Bones, glorious bones. Onwards. Easy as pie. I don't think I'm gonna get any crystals out of that. Nada! Onwards. My blue heart collection. It's looking good. Projectile, projectile. Jellyfish? Jellyfish. Jellyfish. Here. Oh, come here. Come here. Okay, I gotta backtrack. What is the room that I missed? What's in here? Oh, projectiles! That's what's in here! Woo-hoo! Oh, and cauliflower. Thanks for the cauliflower. Just what I wanted. My heart's hot damn! I'm fully loaded. Now projectiles. Ah. Eep. Eep. Okay. Yeah, just these boxes, I swear. Where's the loot? Where's the good loot? Next. Oh. Why would I get that when it's worse all the way around? Except for the fact that it sucks the life out of them. My hearts are just fine. A godly weapon is the best. Oh, you blew up for no reason, buddy. What was that about? You're having a hard life. You didn't have to go off yourself. Hey. Whoops. You. There we go. That was easy. Onwards! Projectiles! Oh, he blew himself up. Oh, I got my arm hit! Ah! Ah! Fuck! Ah! No! No! Oh, he got smacked by my tentacle. Get a beat down. No. Take that. Watch these away. Ah. Bonus chest, that's about it. Okay. Up, up, up. Projectile. 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 Ah, thank you for the follow. Eggies, hello. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny or shady position and get comfy. I'm definitely not gonna die here. I'm doing great. Uh-oh. Everything's paused, right? Ah, extra hearts? Question mark? Ow. That was fucking stupid. My tentacles are gonna end up killing him for me. Ah! Ah! Okay. Easy's boy. Hello. 3 minions to get home to. Let's go. That small gift, cauliflower, lumber. I mean, they're all kind of ass. I'll take the cauliflower seed. Yummies. Alright, let's get out of here. One more crusade to get this place. Nice. How is everyone tired? I've drugged them. I'm making them fast, and I'm making them work for 3 days without rest. They're doing great. They're doing amazing. But in my defense, they slided me, so they made it so I couldn't dodge anymore and caused my death. So they fucking deserve it. It looks like a lot of the rituals are almost finished. Alrighty. So, you better fucking behave yourself. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Hot-tempered may start a fight with other followers and a skeptic. Damn. Sparkles, you an asshole. Get in there, chat. Join the raffle. I'm gonna pull out my sweaty little armpit tissues and replace them. Why sweat so much? Don't know. I'm just disgusting little rat. I mean mouse. I'm a mouse. I'm not a rat. Nom 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 nom. Astra, welcome in. I work 5 days back to back, all starting at noon. My body is so numb. And it's only been one day. Ooh, good luck. The farms with you. The elephant. We are against sacrifice. Ooh, you're gonna have a hard time being here. Ignores dissenters when they preach. Good, good. I like to see it. Not the rattler. Now, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this cotton that I collected? What do? Oh, no one wants to be a good little elephant. No one wants to be a zealous little lily. Not even you, Scramble? Wow. Wow. Fine, I see how it is. It's just a chatter. It's just a chatter. Don't worry about it. Form. Become frog. Scholar. Brown. Variant. Why do they look so terrified? Why are they looking down like that? Get the little cheekies. Yep. I want to see what the third one's stats are. If it ends up even worse than the other ones, you're gonna be so upset and it's gonna be funny. You, Bolto, what the fuck? Go to bed! Just cynical. Pure cynicism. You want to be pure cynic? Get in there, you cynic. I don't think they're okay. No one's okay around here. And about right. Oh, there's two people. No one wanted the last one. Two people want this one. Watch it not be Scramble. Oh, you lucky, buddy. You fucking lucky, mate. You lucky. I don't know, go to Lumberyards or something. No, they killed my stone mine! Fuck! Oh, my minions are back. Thank you for the bones. Thank you for the bones. You go to bed. Ginger Cinder. Oh, I can't. Oh, you're traumatized. Are you traumatized? I think you're traumatized. So tired. I need to be sent to sleep. Feeling distressed after everything I've been through. Was it worth it? All right, we are disturbed. Amazing. Great. I've knocked a screw loose, apparently. Go. Oh, my star is broken. God damn it. All right, let's rebuild. Need a stone mine. I need another lumberyard. There we go. You guys go build that for me. They're about to all be very upset because they're about to get over their drugs. It's gonna be an interesting time. They all get over their drugs at the same time. Plant cottonseed. What do cottonseed? The fuck is the cotton for? I don't know what my cotton's about. Whatever. Oh, we have an oldie. Dami, I'm so sorry, buddy. But it is your time. Wood. Oh my god, we got two oldies! Catherine and Dami have aged at the same time! We can have a fucking oldie on oldie battle. Let's go! The war, it will begin! Alright, Cinder, I can heal you. And now I can go to bed because it's 1:34 a.m. for me and the alarm is set for 8. Oh, that's not too bad at least. That's not a good thing, says. Cinder, come here. Always getting traumatized, this one. Weakling. Now go to bed. Or he's having a good old stretch, old man. Everything okay? Stream isn't streaming. Nani? I didn't disconnect, did I? What? I'm fine. Alright. It's War of the Oldies, chat. It is time. Just had to refresh. Yeah, shit happens sometimes. Oldie versus oldie. Let's go. Tommy versus Katerin. Who will win? Should we place bets? Okay, I want to place bets. I want to place bets. Hang on. Where's a poll? Is it poll? Prediction. That's what I want to do. Start a prediction. Who dies? Question mark. Tommy or Katerin? Submission period. You get 30 seconds. Get your monies in. Get as much money as you can. The streamer. I wanted to confirm the outcome within 24. Oh yeah, that's fine. Got it. Gamble, chat. Gamble. We got Tommy. That's gonna be against Katerin. Who do you think's gonna win? Get some crumbs out of this, guys. Go on, get in there. Get in there fast. Gotta get there fast. Who dies? I should have done it for a minute. That was really quick. Damn, someone put down a big vote. What the fuck? All right, Katerin. You're up. Head sword? Will it be? Oh, you're dead! Get fucked, Katerin. Bam. Happy days. All right, and then we ascend the survivor. You done fucked up, son. All right, where's my prediction? Choose outcome. Who dies? Katerin dies. Katerin is dead.
Complete. Complete.
Ledge. Dummy. Send, my child. How immortal is my character if, like, I don't even age. Eternal years. Ooh, everyone like that. Oof. All right. Here we go. Hi. No, don't start. Law and order, I guess. Belief in original sin. All are born guilty. Reduced faith loss when putting a follower in jail who is not dissenting. Thank you for the follow. 636633. Freedom above all else. Every day that begins without anyone in prison, gain 10 faith. I'll take that one. Let's go gambling! Oh, dang it. God dang it. Never lose for real. Not when you're gambling with me. Oh, morgasms. Hell yeah.
Give me good stuff.
One. Just one? Oh. Alright, I'll save the sermon for everyone's drugs wear off. It'll be very soon. Ah, upgrade. Running out of things to spend me money on.
I want a level 2 crypt, I'm not gonna lie.
Phone decorations? Sure, why not? Get in there, you. Oh, when these drugs wear off, it's gonna be hell. Oh, that's right. Dance. I'm such a good cultist. Look how happy everyone is, huh? Except for you. You need to go to bed. No, not you. I was gonna go dance with Flint. Oh, yes, Apple? Leader, these new recruits have no work ethic. If you ask me, should be prove themselves, make them work through the night. I literally just finished one of those rituals. You want me to do it again? This is a sadist.
Hey!
I didn't realize you were like that, Apple Bun. Who got summoned? Oh, Celine! Celine got summoned. Alright, okay. Fuck is the cotton used for? Oh. Upgrade. I still can't do that. Ow. My Cole hates me because I keep dying to the third boss. You suck, man. Do better. Be at my skill level. Okay, I think everyone's happy. We're just gonna queue up some food and then I'll go defeat the third boss, I guess. Hell yeah. I don't mind if everyone shits themselves. At least I can use the poop. Alright. Food added to queue. Did I upgrade the beds to make everyone happy? I know they like fancy beds. What was the love hearts? Hello? What happened?
Hi.
Alright, there we go. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to click on you. Go. Silk thread. I need silk. I feel like I need to unlock silk to be able to get the DLC that I keep wanting. Oh, everyone's sick. Go to bed. You're sick. Go to bed. You're sick. Go to bed. Another fuck! Oh, I can't keep up with it all! I'm trying. I forgot to feed my follower. Always give sustenance. Alright. All the stickies are going to bed. Not enough beds. Shut up! You'll get a new bed in a minute. They're just knocking it down for a second. Stop bitching. All they do is complain. Alright, you're in bed. You're in bed. They're all doing Gucci. Desu! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, Peters!
Dying Desu with 18.
Dying
How
Desu.
quaint. Welcome
Quick
to my
sermon, and then we
froggy
go
chaos.
back into
Prepare
the
for some
dungeon.
amusement as Stealthy Mouse fumbles around. Bow down to your fabulous queen, Chado-san. Let's make this stream unforgettable. Ribbit.
I ain't fumbled once, and the only times I've ended up dead, I was fucking set up. I was Stream Desu! Hello, Darkest Maelstrom, Electric Vash, Hungry Carrot, Techie Solutions, and Cute Belushi. How's it going? How's it going, eh? What's that? It was amazing. Cheeks hurt from laughing. What was you doing? Alright, ritual complete. Complete. No, they're sick. I won't do that until I get back. Too many sickens. My sick guys go straight back to bed? I hope they did. They fucking better. I think they have. Okay, we're good. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Should I get Spider Silk first? Because I want to unlock that fucking DLC. Let's do it. Do it! We're doing it! We get some silk. And then I go back to the other place. We're arguing about pickles? Marbles in chat, losing a fight over pickles, giving and dying an existential... What did you do with the pickles? Overall weapon damage. Ooh, harvest bonus, gain an extra heart. I like this collection. Oh, gauntlet, end the souls. Combo. Alright. Silk time! I need silk. Coming? Thank you. Ooh. Hello. Oh, what are you doing back there? Hey. Ah! Okay, we're fine. You, if I remember, there you go, you're a pain in the ass. You dive away and then come back. He's fine. Silk? 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 They're allowed to collect silk? Question mark? Have I not collected any silk yet? Or am I crazy? Hello? Am I not allowed to? Game said, fuck you and no silk. Oh, finally! Only took how long? Kimchi being a pickle in chat. What? That's not what a pickle is! Silk type, it's pickled! It's not a pickle! Wait, what is kimchi made out of? Hang on a minute. Kimchi isn't made out of cucumber, is it? No, it's not! You guys are full of shit. Relish is pickles? What? No, it's not. Not relish. What? I'm confused. Kimchi's not made of... Kimchi is cabbage! So it's not a pickle. A pickle is very specifically a pickled cucumber. What are you on about? You guys don't know nothing. You're all deluded. My silk. Ah! Pickled onions aren't made of cucumbers. Yeah, it's pickled, not a pickle. Different. It was called an adjective or something that's a descriptor, as opposed to a noun. Pickle, noun. Pickled, adjective. It's different! Kimchi is fermented cabbage. Yeah, it's pickled cabbage. It's a fuck, therefore it is not a pickle. Noun versus adjective. Come on, guys, get your English classes on, Shit. Hate these spiders. La la la. I forgot to put my wrist brace back on after I'd wiped my ass. Oh well. I'll go without... Wait, did something just... Oh, I'm crazy. Okay. Hello. Deal damage to all enemies based on the amount of tarot cards you hold. 4. Ooh, what? Oh, I got quests on both of these things. Okay. Oh, fuck. There's 2 that way. There's 1 this way. What is going on? I suppose I'll go to the left. Oh, fuck. Let me go left. There's 2. There's grapes and that. And I don't know what that is. Like dragon fruit, but... No, it's not what I meant to collect! What the fuck? My controller, why you betray me? Not what I wanted to do! Fuck! American English has no rules. That's the wrong no! You idiot! That's better than forgetting to take it off before. See? Exactly. Be nice, Jet. Found my phone? Eh? Are you heading to bed, Scramble? Alright, I missed out on the stuff on the left. What happened? What did you guys vote for? Where'd it go? It's gone! It's just gone. Okay. Cool, I guess. Thank you for your contribution to the totem. No, my silk! My silk, please! I need my silk! No! You goddamn lobotomized spider! Go back to the neurologist. Ginger, no! Ah, no, Ginger! No, I've already resurrected you twice, for fuck me! Ginger! Ginger! What the fuck? That's next level twisted, man. Had to be the one I've resurrected multiple times. I look bald to you? No. No. Oh. It's only 0.25 slower? How the fuck does that work? Alright. Bald mouse. By the way, you just died. You're dead. You got old. I had to kill you. No old people allowed in my group. Only spry, perky youngins! Like Ginger Cinder, who I just murdered. Come here, you annoying little fuck. Stop! Teleporting! Away! Ow! Why do you take so little damage? Silk. Everyone's gonna be mad at me back at base. I know they are. Don't be so mad. But if I say it out loud, how do you know which one? You've done it again! You're not saying it out loud though, are you? You're spelling it out. You are being belligerent on purpose! Belligerent little creature. That's Spider X? Alright, I got two choices again. Yeah. Alright, that's boss man. Go back. Go back. What's over here? Loot for me? Ow, I got hit. Fuck that guy. Red hit! Way down here. Oh, nothing. Vampiric sword. Don't know about that. That's pretty much the equivalent of what I've got already, but projectiles are normally pretty useful because I'm shit at getting close and not dying. I'll grab that. Alright, that works. This way. This is the way to live. Little Vans. Alright, let's get through here. Bocalo! Ow, okay. Don't stand in one spot when you do that. Noted. Ow, okay, he got projectiles. Wrong button! Got ya! Mine! Use how I had to concentrate. My mouth always falls open when I'm concentrating too much.
Ow, wow, get all the silk. I don't know what it's for, but I got it.
What do you mean, little one? Alright. The feature is seeds. Hey, we're finally ready to level up again. Let's go. Now can I have the DLC? I'm so close to, like, completing a lot of things. Can I have? Please? Please? Please, game! Let me have. I would like... Voted remove all silk for you. Better fucking not. I'm so bad. I just collected that shit. Just sorry, Cinder. Hold up. I gotta collect my gold first. It's very important. You little fuck! You little shit! Oh, they're running away with my gold! You fucking... Oh, I don't want to go in there. Get out. You're stealing my gold! What the fuck? Ain't no damn way! A whole gold bar! I'm livid. Alright, let's find out what that do.
Got the silk.
There. Happy game? I got silk! Now let me do things! Oh, this has changed. Cool. Feel what? You just get my juju first. Am I dead yet? Oh, I don't remember, Turnip. I'm just gonna... Brass. Ooh, incense. Like, ah, gold pippy! Got it. Alright, it's raining again. Alrighty, who wants to join as... Oh, we got a sheeple! Obedient Zealous. Get in there, become mine. Please, 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 please. I love you forever. I love you forever. I love you forever. I promise. I promise. Oh. Forever. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Alright, we got... I think I got more than one guy to get through. Little rat! Little rat being a little rat. It's so perfect. I love to, but I'm died. Look, you were old. So it had to happen. Also, you lost in an old man fight against Dommy Mummy. It was kind of embarrassing for you. These guys are high as a kite. I see. Wait, did you guys break a bed? Ah, fuck! Flint's old too! Damn it! You guys did break a bed. Yeah. Now I gotta kill my son. That's not fair. Alright. Ah! Shit, go! Get out of my head! Do I have a quest for me, or did I just break it? Oh, lag. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to dance. Okay, let's see if can trigger. Thank you for all the contributions, chatos. If we'll let. Is that? Wait, why am I? Oh, did I break the game? Why are we doing this? Oh, I'm just collecting the one person that was very excited. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Let's do a sermon. I've got the silk. My thingy has changed in appearance. Surely that means I can now get the sins of flesh thingy, right? Alright, take too long. Right? Surely. Surely. I think I did. Don't see turnip.
I will have to do it.
Alright, yep. Ah! Right, Sacral architecture. All cult members will gain the sacral architecture. When a new building is constructed, gain 5 faith. All cult members will gain the devotee trait. Gain more faith when delivering a sermon. I'm almost at the end. Why would it matter if I construct more buildings? Again, there is the DLC, which like extends it for even. Get back in uniform, Pico! No, it's not. You will. Be a devotee. Collect goods. I gotta. Oh no, there's another old person. There's Flint. Is that Dommy? I think Dommy is old as well. Flint and Dommy must fight to the death. Gothmaid's still broken, I see, because you ungoffed me. I can't do a battle to the death currently, which is sad. It's very, very sad. First, we will do Glory Through Toil because Applebun requested it, okay? If my waifu requests it, she gets what she asked for. Lord, bite me. So sad, chat. Can we get 5 gifted? It's so sad. I gotta murder my own dog just to keep the rest of the fucking greasy little creatures happy. I must kill my own dog. Oh, it's Sir Bolto that's also old. Okay, where's Flint? It's so sad. I will miss you, my baby. Oh. Did you completely miss the first time I bolted here? Watch your back, buddy. Forward mastery, why not? No, in my economy. Not in anyone's economy right about now.
Love. Oh.
Okay. Everyone's all happy? Everyone's all happy. One's a little bit hungry, but...
Where the fuck do I get the sins of flesh, you fucking wank?
What's the bit I was supposed to unlock something on this tree that I haven't unlocked yet, and I'm leaving till like last minute, and it's gonna cause me a problem. Basic decorations, because that's something I would never unlock. Yeah. Ah, worth a shot. Some of you have yet to pray. Oh, hang on. We got a sick flex over here. Go to bed. Okay. I want. Have a gold bar. Damn, that's a lot of wood. Okay. What does this game want from me to unlock what I want? Please, please, I beg. What do you want? Ah! This? Is this what we want? The bed? I put lead a bed in a location. Yeah. Is that what we want? We want the bed?
Turnip has welcomed Flint in the afterlife, so they're happy. Feed them ice cream noodles.
Just ice cream, please. Don't get no noodles. No Bass Pro Shop. Taxes on the Bass Pro Shop are very high. Oh, guys, you might notice that I finally dropped the. I think I did drop the price of the pet Sybil down to the same price as the pet the Flint. I've made bed now. I made bed. Maybe not tired enough to sleep. I can sleep. All right, who's deathly ill? Why is big sickness spreading? Oh, that's why. Hey, me can't stop stealing my puppies. Hell yeah. Okay. I still don't know how to trigger this damn thing. We voted. Thanks. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I love it. I love the good gifts. Great gifts, even. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. What's that? Mighty Meat Feast! 5% chance of dropping valuable resources. Ooh. Need lobster for that. Ugh. I put some hops. Maybe if I plant hops, I'm getting desperate. I'm planting a little bit of a fucking everything and hoping that something gives me what I want. I don't think anything will, but I can dream. A cultist can dream. Is that all I can do? A little bit more wood to be able to upgrade my missionary. Wood for that too. I just need more wood for everything, apparently. Ow! What does this game want from me? I swear I unlocked it sooner previously. Am I going mad? Do I know nothing? Am I just a pleb? Whatever, I'm going to Crystal Land in a minute. What? Send some peeps out. Everyone's a little bit hungry, I see. Alright, more bone is always nice. So Weber, go get me some bone. Don't die, please. Would be appreciated. And we're also going to send out Ramius to get some bone as well. Next people's trip is gonna be for meat. Okay. Alright, another level up. Now what? Now fucking what? Vertical? Nothing, do nothing. Nothing, doing nothing. I just... Ah! Might be going mad just a little. I swear I had previously unlocked this sooner. I'm going to have a meltdown. Help me. Oh. Why is there a shit here? Also, Apple has... Oh, Apple. Good stuff. Still gonna murder Bolto, but not right now, I suppose. You better survive me doing one trip or I'm gonna be very upsetty spaghetti at you. You have no seed, hang on. There we go. And some dookie. All the poop I have! Oh, guys. Someone just call out for me? No? Okay, we're leaving. Alright, we're going, get some crystals. Turns on AC to prevent meltdown. And then it's the AC melts down. There's never a true solution. Alright, let's do this. I should have made a demon for myself, but oh well. What have I got? Increased curse attack damage by blah. Increased chance to spawn better chests. Receive double the health when healing. Attack rate increased. Hell yeah. Hello. Our satisfaction over. You will not cross the threshold of my temple. You sure about that? Also, I saw a quest thing back there. Misa wants. Had to be a dagger, didn't it? Whatever. There was an enemy attack. There's a chance to possess. Oh, I can possess people! Hell yeah. Give me that. Give me that. Ah, too slow. Alright, we're off. Jellyfish! Ah, fuck, I missed it. I'm swapping this dagger out. First chance I get. I don't want to just have to spam the button over and over again to get my hits in. Come here, you! Oh, fancy. Oh, I remember, I don't know why, just seeing the crystal tree, because it's got the little crystal marbles on it. I remember playing Kingdom Hearts 2 and it making me obsessed with marbles. As a kid, I was like, yeah, marbles are great. I like me some marbles. Ow! Boyka! Oh, it killed my jellyfish for me. Nice. This way, I guess. Spam, 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 spam. Ow, hit with a backswing. Jellyfish. Jellyfish, jellyfish, jellyfish. Missed them all. Hearts. They would die on the hill that if they could make it work IRL, the struggle would be really popular. Wait, what? Wait, what work IRL? The... Okay, now I'm confused. The... Confused. What did I miss? Now, so now that you're leading a cult, do we get name tags? You want name tags? Ah, fuck this guy! Fuck you too. Goddamn. Alright, crystals, good crystals. Crystals are good. The struggle from Kingdom Hearts 2, they're hitting people with the bats. Oh, right! You can figure, I feel like if you use like pool noodles that were ended up, so it's like foam, and you had, I suppose it'd be kind of like, what's it called? Jousting? Not jousting, fencing, I think it's called. Where you poke each other with the little sharp sticks. Like you use a foam bat, and you wear a little outfit that can register if you've been hit or not. And then you have a certain amount of hits that you can take. Ah! Alright, Turnip just reached old age, apparently. Ah, I missed him! Ah! Fuck you for that! Nope, nope. Ah! Oh, okay. Button mashing hurts. I don't like it. Like some salmon. I tried it. It was lame. Lots of bouncing. Bounce on it, Dale. I got so hype. Right, this is a quest thing, apparently. What is it? Grapes for wine, I would assume. Wait, does it mean once I get all this luscious
goodies? Can I finally have the tins of flesh, please? Please? Pretty please? Please? I would like. Back when I took fencing lessons as a kid, I took my glove off to find a band-aid on my finger. The band-aid was not... You guys use shared gloves? It's some nasty shit. God, my help. Jeez, that's sick. That's some nasty stuff, bro. Whoop. I can throw my daggers? Nice. Oops, missed. Oh, missed. Ah! Almost got me. Crystals! And the jellyfish. More crystals. Getting out of this room before you guys set me up or something. I still haven't picked up a curse yet. Poison will be dropped when attacked. Oh, thank you. Oh, but it poisoned me! Wait, it poisons me! What the fuck? I don't want it! I don't like that. Take it back! Take it back! Dead. Ah! Crystals. No! This is not your place. What are you doing here, Shamora? Shamora, I think you're a little bit lost. Knock, knock, lamb comes. Mora, the lobotomy might have worked a little bit too well, I think. These are also wrong enemies. Shamora! Oh, I think you lost! Someone come get her. Like a fucking... Like Donald Trump all over again. He's lost. He's fucking lost. Yeah. Fuck! Poison everywhere. Okay. Instant death. Nice. Ow! Fuck! Poison! No! Stop blowing shit around. You stop running around. Ridiculous. Ah, poison. Oh, this is stressful. Okay. What's over here? Explosives is what's over here. Oh, hello. Ah! Jellyfish hiding over there. I missed it. All right, if I backtrack, I missed a room. I missed a room. I missed a room. You're not chewing on that fucking hoof in my room, are you, perchance? What? Ah, ah! Getting the poison. I missed it. Ow, I poisoned myself. Fuck! Just standing still after hitting a jellyfish gets damage. This is some next level bullshit. I really... Nutting? Ayo, over what? Beard Kings, buddy. I need to plug my iPad in before it dies.
It's dying, chat.
Yeah, it was borrowed equipment. I spent a solid 40 minutes scrubbing that finger until it nearly... It's like you can feel the essence of someone else's band-aid on your skin after the fact. Bro, shit, bro. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna give up trying to get those fucking jellyfish at this point. Why are they all daggers? Can I please have something other than a dagger?
Flex on you with two. How adorable. Welcome to my froggy realm of
Thank you,
chaos.
Flex, for the
You're
raid.
in for a treat watching Stealthy Mouse struggle. Bow down to your fabulous queen.
Fuck your poison damage.
Shadow-san. Let's make this stream unforgettable. Even with a tiny party, Ribbit.
Ribbit.
boobs. Boobs. Boobs and ass and boobs. Keep mine to myself. Once two kids did have true love found. Yet one lackadaisy summer day, my beautiful children were taken away. A gift, they said, for the one. Didn't you tell me this before? The photo loving. I ate them. I think I'm better off getting a follower form. Oh, it's a hippo! A little hippo. Ah, poison! 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 Gift. Oh, there's another gift over there. Poison! Aggie. Poison everywhere. Yes, boobs. Balls. Our stream flex, what do? What you doing, eh? Oh my god, I hate you guys for this fucking poison. Can't stay still for 1 second. It was a vibe. Cinder made me cry. Cinder, what
Cinder
the fuck?
13 with 25. Impressive.
Ah, shit! I was
Welcome
reading
to my
chat instead of
froggy
looking at my
chaos.
screen.
Get ready for laughter.
Fuck
A
these guys.
stealthy mouse stumbles through
I
everything.
can't stand
Bow
still. Every
down to
time I
your
hit, I have to
fabulous
roll,
queen.
otherwise I'll be poisoned
Chattelzad.
by myself.
Let's make this
This is some
stream
next level.
legendary. Ribbit.
Bullshit, I say. Give me the fucking fervor. Okay. Ooh. Cinder, what did you do to make Flex cry? How you doing? Mr. Charmy, how's it going? Poison. Poison. Ah, poison! Can't even enjoy my jellyfish catches. This is... Can I have a relic, please? I've been waiting on a relic. Still no relic. Oh. Right, now we go down. Another dead end, I see. Oh my fucking god. Hey, hey, hey. Hold me. Alright, calm down, Ruby. You guys were playing Jackbox? Poison. Sorry, if I look away for 5 seconds because of chat setup, I will literally die because I can't stand still. Oh, I'm not gonna make this final boss because of this fucking poison you guys have given me. Just straight not gonna make it. Why did that not work? Fuck you and your fucking projectiles. I missed. Hate this place. I'm so in chat. The stress is making me sweat. You're stress sweating me, chat. Skill issue. Bite my name. Ooh. Oh, decor. One day I'll decorate my my cult. Today's not that day. Axe. So this might actually be a problem. Oh, he steps forward when he attacks with the axe. Oh my god, it'll actually be easier. Praise be! The old mouse without pets. Yay! Ah! Stand in the poison. Bad. Whale noises. Ah! Loading up the attack before I even come in is a little bit rude. Ah! Ah! Poison. this way. Ah, I got stuck! Ah, I jumped into it! Ah! Oh, I got a heart. Ow, fuck, I got a hit. I got a heart, and then I got a hit. And I got a hit, and I got a heart. And I'm standing in the poison again. Ah! Ah! This is a fucking minefield! Ah, poison! Ow! Fuck you, projectiles! Ah! Finally! Ah! Poison! 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 Oi, oi, oi! Poison! Ah, ah. Can you tell I'm stressing? Can you tell? Ah! Hey, you little fuck. You piss off. Same with you. Oh, finally. Here. Praise be. Ah, okay. Oh, I missed completely. Up. Oh, shit. Didn't see you pop up. Enemies. Me, little guy.
Jellyfish, jellyfish, oh, jellyfish. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hey, meet the drum. You got left behind. What happened? Ow. Oh, I'm alive. Ah, I'm in the poison. Finally! Deal damage to all enemies based on the amount of... Oh, not that again. Very well. Almost there. Ah, fuck! Ah, fuck! This is the dangerous place! This is the dangerous place! I can't move freely!
Skrilla
I can't
the
move freely!
Free, how
I
quaint.
can't move freely and I'm poison
Welcome to
dropping!
my fraudy chaos. Enjoy the show as Stealthy Mouse embarrassingly fumbles. Bow down to your fabulous
an
queen,
embarrassment!
Chato-san.
I've just been
Let's
set up!
make this stream a legendary moment.
Oh, that was
Even
danger!
with a tiny party, Ribbit.
Oh, Lilac, thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry, I was panicking. I'm sorry. Ah! Chat set me up for failure. Our stream, what were you doing? Look out, what is look outside? Here we go. I'm gonna fail on my first attempt. I know I am. Maybe I should just travel back and try again, but... I'm in fact known for being a glutton for punishment. Yes. Got him. Load up my further. Alright, here we go. Wish me luck, chat. Little wet footsteppies. Been good! Look Outside is an RPG horror game that came out last year. Wait a minute. Is that the one where you have to like let some people in? Something? You have to be able to tell if they're imposters or whatever? Is it what I'm thinking of? Uh-oh. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god! Radio! Okay! Okay, yep. Wow, that went swimmingly. Alright, I got my grapes. I've got grapes. All in the name of grapes. That went great. It was projectile after projectile after projectile. I was not coping. Especially because I couldn't move well with the poison. Hey! Hey! Bitch ass motherfucker. Behave yourself. Now everyone's angry. Hungy?
You'll be a little bit luckier in your next match of Knucklebones. Oh my, thank you, Twitch. Twitch chat, as they like to put it. Why is everyone so goddamn hungry around here right now? Anyway, what happened? There. Go eat. Ah, come here. Come. Okay, you're gonna go cook. Juice. Woo, big fish. Tuna. My guys are back. This is doing great. I gotta go kill Sir Bolto. He must die. Oh, that scared me. He got really slow for the zoom in there. Oh my god, you guys destroyed everything. What the fuck? Who fucked it up, man? Bye. Oddly enough, there's a similar-ish mechanic where you gain party members by talking to characters that knock on your door. Ah, okay. Look Aside is more cosmic horror than No, I'm Not Human. Oh, No, I'm Not Human was what I was thinking of. Right. I unlock another thing. Can have sins of flesh now, please, thank. If I unlock janitor station. Can have now? No? Okay. You say so. Suki. And that's Mikan's pet. Alright, bye. Did enjoy game? Question mark? Alright. Oh shit, turnips old too. I got oldies everywhere. Oh, okay, rainbow instant growth. Forgot about that. Grapes? I would love to know what the fuck they're for. Alright, let's kill some old people before they die. Ah! Oh god, I thought you were eating vomit. Okay, we're fine. You're not eating vomit. Oops, I didn't mean to interrupt. Ah, it's too much goodies! Right, let's go over here and pit the old people against each other. Death to old people! Shit, I got 3 oldies now. Sir Bolto is the first. Who else got old? Ramius. Uh-oh. Okay, so Turnip is older. Guys, that's it. Place your bets. Who's gonna fucking lose? Who dies? Start a new prediction. Who dies? Who? Hang on. Who do I put up first? Sir Bolto? Or Turnip? And I'll put it for a minute this time rather than 30 seconds. Place your bets! Gamma your crumbs! It's like baby fight, but for the oldies, it's a slapfest. All we hear is like old leathery skin go. Great. I might go see Sozo after this and see if he unlocks the quest line that I want. Go on, Jack Gambra! Don't be sooks! Don't be pussies!
Put your crumbs on the line. Sir Balto or Turnip, who dies? Who dies today? Who's the loser? Reminds me of hairless cats slapping each other. Ugh. I hear that like with hairless cats, you have to clean out their fucking claws, like the little folds of the skin for their claws. It gets all gucky and infected. Pay attention. What is that? I'm looking, Taco.
Taco, taco, taco.
All right, you ready? We're in. Dramatic music. No! Barto, no! The turtle defeats the dog. His dog? Oh yeah, they stinking hairless chickens. I've never actually seen one in real life. Never ever.
Ever seen one?
Okay, next up is death by other means, aka ascending follower. Because old people still need to die. I hate that there's just a shit running around in my church. I don't. Why is there feces running around inside my church? Be gone! Do something! Ah! Everybody like that. Hello!
Bow, 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 bow.
A crown. Another ritual. Alright, this is literally the last ritual that I can get. Surely this will unlock something. Come on! Loyalty Enforcer. Perform a ritual at your temple in which you appoint a follower as your loyalty enforcer. Tasked with patrolling the cult and raising the loyalty of your followers. The HOA lady. Perform a ritual at your temple in which you appoint a follower as your tax enforcer. Tasked with collecting cash from cult members. I want HOA. I want a HOA committee. We're gonna get a HOA committee up in here. Let's go! Follow the rules! HOA! 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 Hell yeah. Ah! Jesus Christ, everyone's leveling up. Let's go! I'm temporarily increased devotion. Speed. Alright guys, you guys get to vote. Who's gonna be my loyalty enforcer? Who wants their fucking job of loyalty enforcer? Oh my god, Weber is almost level 10! Damn! Choose, chat. Who do you think is the most loyal loyalty enforcer? Katarine, you're dead. You're fucking dead, mate! I do have a resurrection ritual next as well, just FYI, chat, so you'll get to vote there as well. Just FYI, you get to decide who comes back from the dead. So while you're voting, let me manage this prediction. Who dies? It was Sir Balto died. Ta-da! Enjoy your new crumbs, my filthy winners. You losers. And we resurrected Tind this stream, and now we're making them the loyalty enforcer. You guys are like Tind glazers. Right up. You're all a bunch of simps. Bunch of simps. You disgust me. Disgusting. Alright, let's resurrect. I got so many bones, I could just like ritual after ritual after ritual. Right. Alright, who's coming back from the dead?
Oh my god, Flex, I didn't see your 7 stream streak. Thank you!
For your loyalty.
Alright, I'm gonna go for a quick wee break. I won't put an ad on while I go for a wee break. And you guys vote, okay? Quick BRB. I stare into the abyss again. Okay, let's see who's coming back from the dead. iPad is just not charging fast enough. Okay. Bolter! He just died, and then you bring him back. You like Doges, I see you all. Why are you looking at me like that for, Apple? What did I do? Thought the rituals were done. Ha! They're not. I require gold. Now give me your gold. All of you. I don't have a tax agent because I am the tax agent. And a sermon to cheer everyone up because now they hate me. Ta-da! Unlock blessed relics. Some relics. Blessed versions of themselves? Sure, why not? Can I please have sins of flesh now? Please! Look at all the good I've done! Ah! And another one. Ah! Right, we good now? We Gucci? Awesome. Oh, did I keep you guys in here overnight? My bad. My bad. Oh shit! Ah, let's go Twitch roll! Meat, 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 meat! Yes! Got that meat. Hell yeah! I love me some tasty morsels. Yes. Everyone is dog tired. Look at them all. Eye bags for days. Oh, another unlock now. What do I do? Ah!
Shrine Flame, yeah! Happy now, game, please? Ah! Everyone's a fucking critic. Let's dance over here now. No, I want it over here. Oh, golden poopy! Good job, Mila. Oh, glowing poopy! Thank you, Scramble. Ooh, look at this devotion. Really good. You are so devoted! Poor Mila Dookie. At least I blame Mila for it about 80% of the time. Go to bed before you drop dead. Okay, we're good? Good. Baba, you gotta go to bed too. No, not work. Sleep. How you guys keep taking poos over here instead of where you're supposed to? What is wrong with you? Okay, we happy? We're happy. I'm just gonna heal Sir Bolto straight away because I can. Oh, Bolto! Come here! No sick people on my watch. Be a good dog.
Good pupper. Yeah, it's a good pupper. I give better. Better pupper.
Things you guys are clearly a whole bunch of Tind simps, by the way. Where is Tind at? Tind doing his job? Yep, there he is. You get a gift, and it's gonna be loyalty that'll generate devotion faster. It'll increase movement speed. There you go. Now you can zoom around and make certain everyone's praying or whatever the fuck. Whatever it is that you do. I gotta rebuild all my stuff over here. Ow. So one day I will have a into flesh thing. Fucked if I knew how to get it, but it's around here fucking somewhere. Apparently. I was about to do something. What was it? I'm gonna build a thing. What was I doing, chat? Oh, right. These. Another lumberyard. A lumberyard. And then a stone place. Just when I flip it. Ah, that. Okay. And then... I can't upgrade any of them yet because they're not built. Okay, whatever. Ugh. Make some gold bars. What more does this game want from me to give me what I desire? Ah! I got your grapes. I got your cotton. I got your hops. I got your silk. What do you want? Here, let me help. It'd take too long. No, Dora, I was gonna help. Stop trying. No. He gave up. Gave up on his job. That works. Good stuff. Get them to make some food before I leave. Let's do the one that poops instead of vomits. I feel like that's a good idea. Okay.
Shit to unlock. This is bullshit. Ah, la 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 la. What devotion one? Because it just gets devotion. Ah! Ah! Ow! I'm getting antsy. Where is it? Ow! Let me have it. Ow! Oh, I haven't sent anyone out. Hang on. Someone's gotta get me some bones. Bones. Don't die, whatever you do, Apple. I'll be very upsetty spaghetti. No, Tinder's my loyalty dude. He can stay here. Zonix, why not? Off you go. Let's turn someone into a beastie. Some ones. Yep. Take that. Take a door. Save Crow! Thank you for all your contributions. And another one. Aha! Little rat! Yes. Oh, my pretty. Good stuff. Alright. Just sleeping on the floor again, figures. Let's add a few more dishes to the list before I skedaddle. That works. And no one should die of starvation while I'm gone. Oh, that's right. I was gonna go see Sozo. Hang on. Quick Sozo trip! And I'm back to the Crystal Crusade. Fuck! Oh! Oh, Sozo! Ain't no one been back here in a while. Sozo? Take mushroom? I just... One seed of Sozo. Hi. Hi. Right. Rolling into an enemy with damage then? Mind if I do? Cat is sunning himself right now. Very happy cat. Anyway, wait, does this mean I can grow a Sozo? Hold up. Hold up. Can I have a Sozo follower? Sozo skin? Sweat dripping down my arm. Yucky. You guys vote every time I come back, I swear to God. Sozo? Hold up. I think I'm gonna rainbow him. Ah. The craziest dream. Sozo dreamed that Sozo had too many mushrooms and was happier than Sozo has ever been before. Now Sozo can think about his mushrooms. Don't leave mushrooms for anything else. Ha! Sozo must have more. It's been so long. Sozo missed the taste. The feeling Sozo will live here and be happier if you just bring more mushrooms. Precious perfect little mushrooms. Sozo is here now. Sozo will always be here.
Sozo is busy now. Sozo must commune with the shrooms. You go away. Okay, bye, Sozo. Wait, why did everyone get upset? Not enough beds for followers. Oh my god, you bunch of picky little bitches. Random followers have been cursed? What? You bitches, what have you done? Oh, and the beds are all broken. I'll leave you for 2 seconds. Man, my baby's sick. What the fuck? Come here, Mika. Bald. I have my hair. Thank you very much. Mikan healed. Why does Weber always look so upsetty spaghetti anyway? Alright, Blitz, get healed. On with you. Bruh. I grew a Sozo. I didn't think that was a thing, but it's a thing apparently. Oh, I caught a bird! Hell yeah. Meat. Sozo, are you just like, bully? Read mind. Reassure. Jesus Christ, he makes so many noises. Read mine. I need somewhere to sleep. Ate meat broth. Had a strange dream. Wait, no, I didn't read your stuff. You are cynical, a natural skeptic, and a coward? What? You're useless, Sozo. What the fuck? I'll give you a small present. I can't even do that. Okay, never mind. Useless little creature. One guess who ate the poop. The poop causing thing. And what did I just put on there? For that. La la la. Alright, I make some more beds. Can't make a fucking triple bed because I have no shit. Ah, perfect. Can't see much down in that corner. Whoa! That's not what I meant to open. Alright, triple bed. Triple bed, triple bed, triple bed. Right there. There. Everyone gets a bed. Azurite, you're dissenting? Azurite! Are you fucking kidding? I've got 2 dissenters! What happened? Azurite and Dur dissenting! What happened? Bruh! Get your ass in prison! Is this all because of Sozo? Are you shitting me right now? Get re-educated, bitch. You too. Sozo's over here for more drugs. What's the bet? Hey, my drugs ran out. Can I have some more? Was just here whole lot thinking about mushrooms. This is little mushroom followers. Yes, so lost without Sozo. They love Sozo. Everyone loves Sozo, especially Lamb. Without their great and beloved Sozo, mushrooms must be so scared. You must save them and bring them to Sozo. They will be trapped in the Nora. They are always getting captured when they don't have their great Sozo to protect them, rescue them, and bring them to me. Varen, you're old. Are you sure you're okay, Sozo? Got more old people. Rami is... Aha! Why are you all gonna keep getting old for? Stop it! I still can't do the upgraded mine. Fuck me drunk. Hey, caramba, and no one is fucking farming. Go farm! Go! Farm! Jesus Christ. Ain't no one doing their goddamn jobs. Oh, no, dance. Silk, apparently.
Okay, we gotta kill more people. Anyway. Goes on forever and ever and ever. Who dies today? Ramius, methinks. Come here, old fella. That's not Sozo in white down there, is it? Sozo's old, surely. Or is that one of my adventurers come back? Yummy. Yummy. And another one. Just keep going. All right, there we go. Does anyone know how I unlock Sins of Flesh? Do I have to defeat the crystal guy? Ah! Wamba. And do a crown. Oh, I've maxed out, that's right.
The fuck am I supposed to do?
Off being special. Barn! A barn! Everyone is out. Varen is still alive. That's fine. Okay. Back to the Crystal Lands. Pray for me. I forgot to put some food out. Oh, I'll be right. No one will die, surely! Famine will never clutch my family. Oh, they're both purple. The 5 fervor when hit, enemies will drop 2. Oh, so much fervor. Deals poison damage to enemies struck. It damages everything on screen when hit. You know, I have 2 disease hearts? Nice. So much fervor. Fuck. Knocks back some poisons. I got 3 little guys at once. Nice. Alright, let's move on. Ow. Gotcha. Alright. We got this run. It's a good run. Oh, I was paying attention. Ow. Anyway. Oh, I got a heart back. Yay. Well, I can't have it anyway. Oh. I have a perfectly good head of hair, I'll have you know. The steroid treatment stopped long ago. All my hair has grown back. Thank you very much. I love these rooms. They're so fun. He's booping around. Boop. A boop. Yeah, boop. Boop. Oh, he killed my squid. Jellyfish. Same difference.
Necklace.
No, you don't. No, you don't. What? No, you don't either. Nope. I mean, you annoying little shit. But yeah. You stop spawning these guys in. They're annoying. Thank you. Nice. Blue heart. Fucking things. Gotcha. Alright. Isn't stealthy. Fuck your shield. Supposed to get you. Like that, okay. Squid! Jellyfish! Jellyfish squid! Alright, now what? Holy shit, this is a long path. God damn. Okay, let's go the question mark route. See if I'll finally get what I want. Orba? Hello. Oh, it's a challenge. Oh no. I'm taking no. I missed what he said I'd get! Oh, I'm gonna take damage anyway, because it's just my luck. Anyway. Another question mark. Eh? Essence of Galamar can be felt. Collected dungeon resources have disappeared. You cunt! He stole my shit! Oh my god! My flappers are gasted. It didn't even count as a room! The fuck? I'm pissed! Don't take damage, Stealthy. Don't take damage, Stealthy! Good, Stealthy. Oh, 2 easy rooms. Come on, one more. A blue heart. Thank you, Chad. Oh, fuck. Oh, I ruined it. I got hit by the flame. I didn't even notice it there. That's not fair. I didn't see the flame. More. Some next level bullshit. First they steal my shit and then they ruin my goal. Hello, explodies. You fuck. Ready? Back again? 2 pointless rooms. Marvelous. All they did was take my hearts. Oh, wrong move! Hup. Hey. Fuck you for that, you little tick. Ow, you landed on me head again. Pop heart! I can't have it. I can't even have it. Where to next? This way. One of these. Ah! I don't want to play badminton with you, for fuck! Ew. Jellyfish. Ugh. Alright, what do we got? Nope. More damage and faster. Wait, what was that about my flock? What was that about my flock? I just saw someone go old, but what was that about my flock? Excuse me. What's happening? Oh god, it's another question mark. Here we go. Now what? More lore? Hello? Seek only truth and light, but I may be of service to you. Can increase the loyalty of any follower you choose. Ow. What happens when someone reaches level 10 loyalty? I feel like everyone goes up by 60? Yeah, it's alright. Alright, let's get Weber, because he's the only one. Oh, wait, Apple is really close as well. Let's get Apple instead. Back on your quest, Apple. This fool would follow you into the deepest darkness from whence no one returns. Good. That's what waifus are for. Actually, where she came from. I have fluffy teeth. My teeth are fluffy. I don't like it, Chad. You want to brush my teeth for me? Oh, here feels like acquiring a toothbrush and toothpaste and helping me out. Oh, I got a bad feeling about that wood. Sure, I'll chop. Don't like the look of it, but I'll take it. Nothing bad happened, except for a heart. Nice. Daggers. Daggers. Ah. My poison dagger, how befitting. Ah! Alright, I'm gonna need your ear hole. Hold of the peak! Yeah! Hey, Mr. Pogrilla! Hang on, I'm fingering my ear hole. Give me a second. Oh, how's it going? Ice pillars that freezes. I feel like freezing will be kind of helpful considering the guy that I'm about to fight has fucking projectiles galore. Let's take that. I'm EP. Oh, that's my dog complaining. Hang on. Hot second. Oh, there's a projectile guy. Get this guy dead. So we're safe. Oh, blue heart! Thank you, little one. Alright, quick, be right back. I gotta grab the dog. Again. Oh, hey, Sim. What we have down here? Alright, dog has been collected. He's sitting out there bitching. Not the move I wanted to use, but I'll take it. Oh, I missed! I missed again! How do I keep missing? Ow! Dickhead! Blue heart that I just got. Hello. What you got for me? It's a fierce projectile that has a chance to possess enemies hit. Oh, chance of poisoning enemies when attacking. Let's do a crit. Ooh. I don't know, I feel like my daggers... Oh. I have a long range attack with my daggers. This is hard. Fuck. I don't even have the stuff to use a divine inspiration thingy. Boom. Cycle. Alright, here we go. Ah, you're so annoying when you jump around like that. Stop it! Land! Thank you. Give me the crystals you stole from me. Nothing. Alright. Here goes nothing. Here goes nothing. We got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. Do I have to go through the scene again? Ah! Okay, I'll skip it. Wrong move, wrong move! Woo! Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, he got me! Bastard. I keep missing! Help! Got it. Oh, I gotta land it straight in that. That's fine, that's fine. Blue heart, blue heart.
No, it's chasing me! Oh, I get it! Give me my fervor. Oh, my god, I fucking hate this. Yeah, fuck! I ran into it! Ah, fuck! I got hit by it again! No! Oh, fuck off! No! Wait, what did I just get hit by? Oh, he's doing another fucking thing.
How the hell? What the fuck?
Oh my god! I hate this guy. I hate projectiles. Blah. I'm gonna upgrade my demons. I'm gonna take 3 with me. Fuck you.
Bing.
Started fighting. Fuck, where are you? How did the fight just end? Did I miss it? I missed the fight. Guys, stop trying to kill each other while I'm gone. Yeah, I'm eepy. Then go to bed. Doing. Oh my god, I got 2 unlocks while I'm away. Jesus Christ. I'm running out of things to unlock. Another one! What the fuck? Janitor station level 2. Yeah? Okay, we're done. Alright. Oh, thank you for the great meals, chat. Yeah, go munch. Dance. Everyone is tired. How goes the collecting? Goes good. Oh shit, I still have dissenters in my prison. Hang on. Wait a minute! Almost starving you to death, don't mind me. Sorry about that, Azurite. You're almost ready to come free. Same with her. One more day for both of you. My bad. Welcome back, guys. Oh, Apple's so excited. Off with their heads! Or just block their heads up. Right, now before Apple goes to bed, let me dance for her, and then she should get to level 10. Ah, wrong button! Yep. Level 10? No. Not quite. Just short of it. Oh, you thieving little spider. Oh, I wasn't meant to talk to you ever, but sure. How you doing? Just a smart reader. Yep, I got it. I remembered. Just a smart reader. Yep. Got it. Big brain. Oh, spiders. Guys just hanging out by the food. Peace off. Give me that. Hey, Suzu. You're gonna be okay, Suzu. One day I'll figure out how to get the Sins thing. Did I just have the DLC turned off? Surely not. That'd be a bitch if I turned out that I've had it turned off this whole time. That'd be a real bitch. Too much gold. I have money everywhere. That's that.
Upgrade. I still can't upgrade you. I swear I just got new spider silk. Am I tweaking? Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. I'm stupid. Fan. Oh, lag.
Get the stuff. Thank you.
Alright, gold poopy has been placed.
Oh, I keep pressing that by accident.
No silk for you. I just want sins of flesh. Hey, Apple! Oh, she's sleepy. Skeptic's characters made their way to our cult, cursing our way of life, but they want to join. Oh god, again, Apple? You're obsessed with saving the lost lambs. Level 10? Level 10! Woo! What about the highest level they can go? So go back to bed. I'm not done sleeping yet, Queen. Wait, what was that? What's that? Next page? Oh. Alright, let me do a little dance with some of my babies first, and then we'll get the heretics, alright? We gotta dance first. Dance first. Do a dance, do a dance. We dancing. So that was an old man. Alright. Yeah. Little spoonbill looking thing. Dissenter, that's right. Oh, I've run out of dissenter space. Fuck me drunk. Okay. Sickly, hates being sick, and recruit follower immediately lose 10 faith. Amazing, I love it. Who wants to be a pain in my left thigh? Anyone at all? 4 people are like, fuck yeah, let me descend. Right in there, all right. And close. Ah, you're so cute. What the fuck, Crow? Why are you so cute yet so evil? I'll let you roam around for a minute. I have to go re-educate these guys one last time. There you go, re-educated. Now you can go free. Off you go, Azurite. In the meantime, Crow, get your ass over here. Get over here. Ah. Azurite, not Azurite straight, just teasing Save Crow, considering they were literally just in the same position.
Oh, thank you for the gold poopy Mila. Appreciate it.
Oops, I didn't mean to click on you, Weber, but sure. I just got here! Exactly, you're gonna have to learn the hard way. We gonna teach you today. Some rock, got some meat, and got some more rock. God, I love me some rock. Oh, Doru's been through here. Alright, let's put some grass in there. Now, I did forget to do a little re-education session for you, so let's do that. Okay, teach you the way. Be okay, hey Sosa? I can't do anything with you today. Oh. Not what I meant to do, I wanted to pick up the dookie. The poopers. I love having my heretics by the poop and by the shit and by the dead bodies. Makes me feel good. I'm great at being annoying or cute, right? Bro, is that cute? Dance. Oh no, you've already danced. Hang on. Azurite dances. Can I have a thing now? This is stupid. Nom, 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 nom. Another one! Is there anything that I missed lower down? With the daggers. anything on the crown? Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that I've maxed out the crown. Ah! Alright. Let us have a duel of old people, for I have many old people to duel. Who's the oldest? I think it's Varen is the oldest. Yeah, Varen. Varen. Oh no. Zizonix is the oldest. Alright, Zizonix versus Varen. Who will win and who will die? Let's find out. Get him! Get him! Fuck him up! Oh no! Rip Varen! Rest in peace. Oh, he just ascended last. Oh well. Good goodies to get before I also send you to the afterlife. Let's go for this method then, I guess.
Bye-bye, Zizonix. Thank you for your work. We'll miss you. So long. Away.
Everybody liked that.
Okay. Now.
Another one. Bring someone back to life. Okie dokie. Oh, 3 stream streak! Thank you so much, Chaotic! I appreciate it! Shall we cast a vote? I feel like I'm better off casting a vote. You guys pick who comes back from the dead. I wish there was a randomizer option, but alas. Dog's dead, by the way. On the bed. Dead. Flat, like a pancake dog. My dog's a pancake. Oh, he's a pancake. Talking about my puppy Pancake. And my puppy was flat. Okay, good night, old Catherine. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Who's coming back? Oh, did you guys break it by drawing it? Hey, did ya? You guys, bunch of simps. Fucking simps. Always bringing them ladies back. Or tins, yeah, that counts. La, 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 la. Shall I enrich myself? Big rich? No, everyone gets mad if I get big rich. Big high? Ah, I'd be good. It'd be good. It'd be good, chat. You know, where is Cinder? Yes, Weber. Sick and thin. I'm ready to show my commitment. Make me one of your disciples. Disciple? Please, leader. I'm most loyal followers. Form the ritual of discipleship. The fuck is that? Okay, hold up. Hold up. We've got a new ritual. What do with that? Hang on. We got a new ritual. Elevate your most loyal followers to disciples. Disciples can manage dissenters and more. Oh, okay. I need more bones there. I am bone poor. Night, Catherine. All right, let's go get more bones. Who can get a bone in a day? Ginger Cinder can, but I have to give you a little necklace before you leave. Tinned! Off with you. I know you technically have another job, but, you know, whatever. What? Doro as well! Figures that he would be in the mines, by the way. Of course that's where he is! What? Bite me.
made me like this? And for what purpose? Here you go. Oh, everyone's a little bit hungry. Hang on. I need more meat. There we go. That'll work. Look at them grapes. Looking good. Good grapes. Okay, oh god. I saw Sozo's bag and I thought there was a golden something running around. I was like, what the fuck?
It's just Sozo.
Apple wants to talk to me.
Aww. Da, 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 da.
Okay. Think I'm safe to leave? Wait, no, hang on. I haven't set anyone up to come with me. Hang on. It's a new Mikan pet. Awesome.
Can't upgrade that yet. Fuck me drunk.
Okay. I need a heart guy. Flies away and returns with hearts. Is there anyone else that does that? That is a higher level, maybe? Jetho is a bit of a higher level. Okay, where's Jetto? Jetto. There you are. You're coming with me. And I need a projectile. One of you. Mikan, you're busy cooking. You can stay here. For a fervor collector. You're at heart. Is the only projectile that I have? Buh. Literally the only projectile I have is Mikan. Where did Mikan go? Am I blind?
Mika.
There you are. Come with me. Might re-educate you again today. La la la. Oh, there's poop. Don't vomit. There we go. Oh, another upgrade. Sure, why not? A crypt. Let's go with that. Boy knows I ain't got no other options. What are you staring at, Flint? You know. Does he permission to sleep? No. Where's Apple? Poop there. Where's Apple? Apple, where you go? Apple Doko. Oh, I sent her out on a mission, I think, actually. Never mind! Oh, wait, no, she's sleeping. She's still sleeping? There she is. Awaken! You get over it. The middle of the goddamn day, Apple. Come here. Fuck! I just want to interact with Apple. There we go. Where's my dance? Where's my fucking dance? Heck. Give her a pet instead. Level 10? Level 10? Level 10? No? Fuck you too. I was like, can I be dead yet if I'm not already? I wish to sleep. Holy shit, I'm old. You're just an old fart scooching around at the moment. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. More food needed. Okay, a whole bunch of push. Ozo's having his own little moment off in the corner. You good, dude? Can't do anything with you right now, so I have to assume that you're good. So I didn't mean to put gold poop on that, but sure. Okay. Can I unlock again? Wait, I have free will! No, you don't. What do you think a cult is about? You think you just do what the fuck you want? No. Alright, attempt number 3. Wish me luck. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Fast and Furious, we got this. I got this. You fucking got this. Oh, it had to be the claws, didn't it? Ooh, upgrade. 20% chance of getting a blue heart. Immune to poison. 10% chance to deal a critical hit. And when attacked, 10% chance of negating damage. I like those ones. I do. I'll take that. I didn't actually read it, but sure. There you go. Got the jellyfishes. Got jellyfish hiding there. Alright, we're off. I'm asleep now that I have regained my free will. What free will? I tell you, you ain't got none. Ow, you wank. You're so annoying. But you just die already? Ugh. Ow. I missed. Annoying little shit. I don't have enough fervor! Someone hit him! Thank you. Damn. Title the second? It's different! It's original! Ah! Kill it! I'm stuck! Ew. Ah! I jumped into it! Fucking projectiles! Hi. Ha! Armor. Check this, could I have restarted it? You asshole! Why? I'm stuck on the rock! I can't believe I got stuck on a fucking rock! Ow! I can't. Why can't I use that? Ah! Oh, it's because of fervor it gets used, right. This is not the run! This is not the run! It is, in fact, not the run! There you are. Oh, I have a lamp! Title train continues. No! My whole, Discord gets hit for spam reasons. Your Discord has suspicious activities. Therefore, we are closing this Discord. Oh, hi! I didn't see that there. I think I backtracked. Hello, sir. Dead. You and your fucking projectiles. Die! Ah! Jellyfish. Gotcha. No, it gives me salmon every time I kill it, which doesn't make any sense. And how you doing, by the way, Naomi? One day. One day the sins of flesh will have me. If I go the fishy route, I can't get a follower, but I get a question mark. Oh no, there might be a follower there. Hang on, let's go fishy route. Fish. All those years of effort you put into Discord, it just gets thrown away. Fucking gone.
Got meat, I got fish and meat. It's good, it's good, it's good, it's tasty.
Question? Shop? I think it is a shop. So, a people shop. What the people shop do? Of course, the people shop is a person shop. Who would have guessed it? I certainly wouldn't have.
Give me one.
Is that a capybara with stubble? Is 63% off? Why is he 63% off? Is he old? Decrepit? Shitty stats? Who knows? Are they pros? Kurt, down. Kurt, stop. Kurt, please. It's not good for you. Alright, we go here, and then I go to the question mark on the right. Because I want to know what it is. I sleep now. Night, night, y'all. Good night. Get him. Get him. I missed it. Being nice, chat, please. I want sins of flesh, and I have a sneaking suspicion that I can't get it until I get through this and defeat this guy.
Ooh.
Ethereal powder box. Use a random blessed relic. Okay. Heavy attack has increased damage. Woo! Thank you. Oh, fuck. Ah! Almost rolled into him. Ah! Got it. Oh, hiccup. Excuse me. Crystals. Fruit! More crystals. So many options. This way.
Keep well H2.
Oh, fuck. Obviously, seems like the wrong choice! Ah! Ah! Missed it twice. This is fine. Got it.
Oh, thank you for the heart.
Hey, am I on the question mark route or am I on the fighty route? I think I'm on the fighty route, not the question mark route. Shit. A sacred projectile that possesses... Possess directly hit enemies. Yeah, but does it do damage as well, or does it just possess? Find out, I suppose. Let me backtrack real quick. I can't remember if I'm in question mark land or if I'm in battle land. Actually, no, I won't. No, 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 not doing it. I'm not risking it. Not worth the biscuit. Not worth the biscuit. Proceed on, stealthy. Okay, we weren't in question mark land. Now we are. Oh. Oh, why is there a second boss? That's not what I was looking for! Not what I was looking for at all! Blue heart, thank you. Yep, I'll take that. Ah! Ow! It's hard. Ugh. Ugh. Ah, fuck you for that! Fuck these splody boys! Come here, you little fuck, die! Ah, you bitch! You got me as he died! Oh, I'm so mad! Oh, it's alright, there's a fuck ton of hearts. Okay, we're good. I'm okay. It was worth it. It was worth it. We're good. I'm alive. Okay. That was fine. I wasn't expecting from a question mark section, I'm not gonna lie. Normally it's just lore or a shop or something like that, not death and destruction. Oh, I've wasted that. Oh!
Oh, the bombs everywhere. Ow. Wrong button. Oh, I didn't mean to use that. I keep wrong buttoning. Can you tell I panic button mash? It's fine. Be fine. I've been listening to Cardi B and Kendrick for no reason. Why? Why would you put yourself through that? Alright, you did. Alright, there's a jellyfish over there. I see you. Feed my babies. Will. Ah. Oh, and there's a bunch of crystals too. Not bad. You just wanted to. Well, you made the wrong choice. Die. You die as well. Ah, fuck! I took that to the face. Oh, he's doing flips! Oh, he's huge! Oh, God! Oh! Hey, he can't. He can only... Okay. Got him. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. I got him, I got him, I got him. He's fine. Panicked over nothing. Wasn't worth it. Ooh, I blew hot. Awesome. Alright, attempt number 3, please. I hate this guy so much. Why does my relic look like cream? Boy, I don't know what that did. Ah, wrong button. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Get him with it again. I missed. Ow, ow, ow. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Stay in close. Yes. Oh, thank you guys for upgrading that. Oh, thank fuck for that. Alright, let's get your little bleeding heart. Gimme. 9. Spin with all your might! I was like, I don't care if I'm taking hits. Spin! Spin! Before he can start throwing more projectiles. Whoa, that's a lot of gold. Where is it? Damn it, I keep pressing the wrong button. Instead of, I think there's a skip option, but I keep forgetting. No purpose to me collecting that heart other than to rub it in. Finally! Sweet Lord have mercy. Oh, I'm high. Alright, it's all green on the edges. Lamar was always a coward. This land is a better place now. This pathetic sniveling carcass is nothing more than a mound of rotting flesh. Soon I shall be freed, the more the world remade in my image. Oh, we're bound to my name. Okay. Can't have a problem if you out-damage the thing damaging you. See? Exactly. You get it. Just keep smashing my skull against that brick wall until it gives way. Always works. Oh, they hit to greet me. My purpose. Art! I woke them all up in the middle of the night. Sorry, guys. Oh, don't you fucking vote! Who did that?
Down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the
no way
river
to
down
greet
in
me?
Memphis, Tennessee.
This is no way to say
Glass and
hello?
some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
Wait, Azurite Cat and someone else just became friends. I didn't get to read it. Oh, it's
Gotta
gone!
finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, I have to prophesize in all the hieroglyphics. It's a blood city non-stop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Thanks, Grumble. How you doing? how you doing?
Theater is getting too relaxed around here. We need to encourage the others to develop spiritual strength and learn to resist temptation.
Let us be tested with a fast. Another sadistic little fuck.
Hey, more upgrades that I have nothing to upgrade.
Woo! Love it. Alright, let us dance, my little children. Go re-educate you and set you free. You should be ready. Maybe one more. Oh no, you're ready. Okay.
All right, you can go free now, Crow.
Good work.
Be afraid. You should not.
No!
Take care
No!
of you.
Don't make this start! No! Don't need, don't want! No! Don't need, don't want, don't need! Please! Get rid of it! Yeah, give me them bones! Off to bed with you. Uh-oh. Okay, he's alive, thank fuck. Scare me with a slow zoom in! Go back.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
You're a smart reader. You should know what that banana stuff is about, eh? Yeah. Upgrade old crypt. So many decorations. Want to upgrade the harvest totem? I don't want to. I need another lumber mill. And then I need a stone mill. Or mine, same difference. Boop. Good enough. Clever, my little feller. Alright, let's go do his disciple ritual, shall we? Whatever that entails, hang on. Applebun can level 10 now. Oh, okay, so level 10 is the max. Noted. We'll join you in before we go do our ritual. Ah! What the? Apple. Apple. We got another polyamorous! Woo! Gullible. A gullible skeptic. Alright, that's a bit different. Who wants to be ow, fuck, a gullible skeptic? Anyone at all? It's squashing my tummy a bit too much. I moved and it hurt. Ow, fuck. Why so ouchy? And refer. Gramber! Well, oh man, behave yourself. Hey, Owie, what? Farm. Oh, Rainbow Doogie. Tind has gained the cursed trait. Thanks. What? Tind, where are you? Tind, what does cursed mean? Tind. Ah. Oh, Tind, no! No, Tind! Fuck! Okay. You guys were simping all over Tind earlier. What happened to that? Why did you suddenly off
Thanks,
him?
Ominous Blazy, for gifting 1 subs to my chattos. A worthy tribute indeed. Ominous
level
Lazy
shit.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Aluces.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
And the scam train.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Scam train. All right, let's do this. It is time, Weber. Wait, crowns? Oh wait, no, that'd be the that stuff. Oh, why not? Scam train.
Thank you, Apple. You should.
I wanted a train. Thank you for trigger train. Yes. Well,
It is time.
why are you bringing wood in with you? Why do you do this? Whatever. Can I have more than one disciple? Let's find out.
He's got a halo!
Does this mean I'm heavenly? I'm suspicious of that, I'm not gonna lie.
A little bit fucking suspicious.
Do I have enough bones? Yes, I do. So, ritual fast? Yes, yes, yes. And then we must kill the old folks! I had like 5 disciples.
Ah, okay.
So I can't have multiple. Not my fault. I was not the one who wanted to do that. Wasn't me. Alright, now we kill someone. Because we have old people, and old people must die. Good night, Merlin! Thanks for hanging out, I appreciate you! No, Weber does not get sacrificed. H2O gets sacrificed, seeing as he went to bed and all that. That's what he deserves. Down with H2O! That one. Now, do a resurrection.
Did you come back from the grave? I promised to poop everywhere and fertilizer.
You're not Mealer, I'm sorry. You're just not a golden shitter. I wish I could see everyone's like stats before I bring him back, because I can't see shit. All I remember is Falangor was a pain in my ass. Bring back Dami.
Mommy, come back!
Zombie. Okay, good. And then we conduct a sermon and we're done. You know, just a very busy day in the church today. Ah, okay. I think this is the last thing I can upgrade.
We full.
Ah! Alright, done and done.
Ooh, Nicky Nicks.
Are you telling me the whole time I had to get someone to level 10? That whole time, all I had to do was bribe someone to get to level 10? Now I'm miffed.
You've come far further than they know.
I'm never gonna financially recover.
Thank you for the hype train! Crown bearer, judge of what is right and wrong, absolute is your word that duties to follow. They offer you their loyalty and devotion. It is not enough. I can feel their sin deep from their souls. Harvest it, gather it, use it. Lead them into vile depravity, into the stinking mud of vile repudiation. Whatever the fuck that means. Sin is yours, absolve them. Oh fucking hell, exculpate? Then deliver them. I give you these tools for the task.
Yay! More stuff! Finally.
Their sin is for gods to judge, but do not forget that here you are their god. Their souls are yours to damn and save. Go, I will never be far.
Okay. You now know how sinful a follower has been. Once they have sinned enough, they will become consumed by it. Absolve these followers and harvest their sin, which can be used to improve your temple and more. Generate sin through rituals, opening the drink house and dancing in the drum circle. Finally. Bro. From seeing my dead corpse to seeing it come back, I'm having a very productive lifetime. Indeed you are. The shotgun is the funniest weapon in my opinion. Oh no, she can now make us dance naked. Yeah. Sin. Oh, that's the only thing.
Definitely a rock. At least it wouldn't annoy me like Stealthy Mouse does. A rock can't mess up or trip over itself. Perfect pet for someone so clumsy. Bow down to your fabulous queen. Chato-san, ribbit.
Right off! I have you know, I've got a pet dog and a pet cat, and I never trip on them.
Followers compete in a naughty naked dance. Select your favorite dance and receive sin.
Let your followers indulge in havoc and violence. Select a wrath leader to receive.
Oh god. All right, chat. You guys can vote for this one. 1, if you want to dance naked. 2, if whatever a wrath leader. I don't know what that is. Naked dance.
Only chin them back in my dance.
No. Why do I feel like you're all just gonna... Oh, we got 1 vote for the right of wrath. We got 2 votes for lust. Vesper's like... Wrath means they all fight? Some could die? Bruh. Okay, so everyone's voting for the lust save for 1. So we're going with the Yiddy dance. Oh, I can use it straight away? Let's go. Nudity! Oh, off. Okay, they're gone. They're out. Ovens. Okay. Did someone? Select Mayflower leader. Oh, what they do. Apple one it is. Oh, we naked! What? That doesn't end up with you dead, right? I take your sin. Okay.
Sin grew within me. I yearned for more to be consumed. You have granted me redemption, and now I'm at peace again. Thank you.
Okay. Temple. Decorate. Lucky I have gold coming out of my ear holes right now. Hey, it's a light show!
As a fancy.
We're all still naked! What, you got a problem with that? Now what? Icon carved from stone adds new decorations to the temple. Okay. Okay, we're done? Fuck, be drunk! That went for days! I need a rest. I need to go to bed. Ah! Oh, everyone's still okay, how long are they naked for? Are we naked for the rest of eternity?
You are truly divine. Aren't I just? Alright, Webber, you got what you wanted to. The first disciple. Honored to be your first disciple. It means the world to be part of your inner circle, to be close to your glory, you see? Must seem silly to you, but for simple creatures like us, hard to find a place to go. Alright, Mikan, I'll be there in a minute. I'm here now, well, I couldn't be happier. Oh, now what? More things? God damn. We'll start to run out of shit to do, apparently not no more. What do you want, Mikan? Why do you keep hovering? You guys put some clothes on! I love that Apple's necklace kind of acts as a brassiere. Protect the itties. They're all just very gay right now. Hit me already! Fine. Fuck. Only because you got no clothes on. That's normal, right? Abby, you've been petted amongst the sea of name tags. Let's secure the girls. Imagine the back problems. Take your eye out if you skip around a little bit too much. Here. Blitz, thank you. Everyone's reading, everyone's very gay in their happiness. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What's this? Powered Shrine of Disciples. Disciples pray at this shrine and gives you boost while crusading. Oh, that's cool. And what about this stuff? Mating tent? Drum circle? Okay, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I need breeders. Reasons. Bong bong. Alright, gonna fuel it, put some wood in there. Everyone's got their dicks out. I'm uncomfortable. Oh wait, no one's gonna work whilst they're doing the dancey thing. What's the bet? Yeah, no one ain't doing no work right now. They're all just having a time. Yep. Awesome. I mean, we're already naked. Why not? Next step is only natural. I'm hungry. All right, let me see. Sozo just had a shit. Good on you, Sozo. Proud of you. Even Sozo's naked. Oh, Weekend's new pet. Ain't no party like a nudist party. I am uncomfortable. Tharo is in bed. He missed out. It's so sad. And his wife got chosen as the Midsummer Queen. And he missed out on the whole thing. Pitiful, really. Everyone's on a fast, so that doesn't really matter. Is this counted as a faith thing? Yes, it is. This is what my silk was for, and what my cotton was for. Okay. A mating tent! Ooh, do we put it near the beds? I feel like we should put it near the beds. Maybe near the medical center too. For reasons. I just put it there, I guess. Two nests. For no particular reason. Oh, or maybe just one. That's all I have stock for, I guess. We're halfway there already, but now you make us do it. Seclusion? To be fair, Thor is also asleep now. I mean, isn't it like the middle of the goddamn night for you guys right now? I work a slave away while everyone sleeps. You better appreciate me and my work, man. It's a hard life. Wake you up and be like, here, have sex. You're welcome. Put it in the toilet? No! Never. Look how rich I am. 600 gold. Let's go. Sozo's still skipping around doing his thing. Never sleep. Only drugs.
Hammer, 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 hammer.
Yeah, there we go. I need sin for it. I don't remember. How do I get sin exactly? I gotta build the other structures to get sin?
Rite of lust has come to an end. Yes, Apple. Later, the new fellow.
What's that? New followers around here have grown too used to a certain way of living. Strife creates character. Oh my god, Apple, damn. Damn, she's... Ah, no, Ben! Stop it! Bad. Now, this is a single mum with 50 jobs to take care of 50 naked members. Someone help me. Alright, I can upgrade. Oh, wrong section. This section. Upgrade the wood thing. Oh, Twitch, let's go! Follower, 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 please. Or meat. Follower or meat. I'd take either. Not rock. Ah, fuck you all.
Fuck you and your fucking rock. Stop listening to Doro. He's a bad influence.
And Dami just gasmed all over the place. Good work, buddy. Collect. Nice. Okay. I still have anyone over here? No, I do not. Can I interact with Sozo? No, I cannot. I guess he just does his own stuff and never works. Maybe I can get his little mushroom guys and then he'll do some fucking work around here. Also, no one is farming! Get your lazy bitch ass to the fucking farm! Bunch of lazy pricks! Over to the farm with you. Alright, what do we got? Hatchery level 2, a nursery, which is probably very important with the whole breeding thing. Perform at the drum circle and let the rhythm beats tempt the faithful generate sin. Brew drinks. I want alcoholics. Let's go. How far can you go? We're not lazy, we're just tired after the naked orgy. Hey man, no sectioning happened apparently. Apparently, it was all above the belt. Yeah. Some poopy. Much good stuff. Keep feeding the good stuff. Did we put our clothes back on? Yes, the orgy festival is over. Alright, let me build a sin station. Which would be in Faith? Question mark? A drink house. I need wood. I need wood pronto. I'm making wood. More wood. Wood. Thank you. Alright, I guess now that I've done big boss fight, let's go fuck around with the rituals again real quick. And then we'll go deal with Shamura. Shamura! Yep. Name call? I follow one line. Do I get any perks or does that not really happen? Oh, I got one line here. So it doesn't really matter. Okay. I see how it is. I'm just driving out here by myself. Oh, I can have another disciple.
I have no bones though. No bones. Well, obviously we couldn't hold hands. That's how the pregnancy would happen. Oh, you're right. Wrong button. I certainly would. Oh, wait, I got one thing. Blessing. Resummon a weapon or curse, but its level will be reduced by 1. Only works. Okay. That's the last thing to unlock. Everything has now been unlocked on that thing. Ah! My pretties? Fucking Sozo, man. Always sounds like he's cursing someone. Yes, more unlocks, let's go! And then we dance! Thank you. Decide my fate, chat. I wish to click it, but I don't want to break it again. Look, look. Hey, thanks for leveling up, Flex. Oh, hang on, he's gasming all over the place. Come here. Give me the goodies, Flex. Thank you. All right. Reindoctrination stone, eh? Let's get another sin spot. Let's get the drum circle. Why not? Why not? I don't see why not. Loot. Always more loot. Loot. Why is my church seething right now? What is going on? Oh, a crown, that's why.
My pretties, I have more, sinful things for us.
Sinner's Pride. Choose a follower to take on the sin of others. Generate sin. Followers feast upon a hey, oh, what the fucking cannibalism? Followers feast upon a chosen follower. Generates full sin but lose 40 faith. God damn. Is this unaffected by the cannibal trait? One, if you would like to have a single apostle of the sin. Two, if you want to eat each other. Wait, can people that have been cannibalized, can they be resummoned? Well, I got a feeling if you get cannibalized, you can't be resummoned. Chat. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Guys. One. No one wants to get eaten. Everyone knows that end up being the one that gets fucking munched. His pride it is, a single apostle of sin. You think they remember being pooped out? Maybe. It's like the sort of world that had that sort of messed up shit. Bang! We're already eating out in one way. We don't need it to go further. Are you sure about that? Alright. I still can't do any rituals because I ain't got no nothing. Why is your sin up? How the fuck did you get your sin up? Why? How? Does it just happen over time? I don't understand. I don't get it. Ding, 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 ding. More wood, please. Thank you. I like wood. I like the wood a lot. Thank you. That's my stone situation. Not too bad. Am I ready to build? I can build the drum circle, but I can't build the drink house. So let's do a drum circle. Where I feel like this is like the leisure zone. We got the beds, we got the sex tent, we got the thing. Let's go drums, I don't know, right close, nice and close to here, because it'd be fun stuff, you know? Yeah. First thing people see when they arrive is a big drum set. Why not? Why the fuck not? I help.
Supposed cringe remain. Purge their sins quick. All right, how does this work? Find out. Anyone got sin on them? Anyone at all? No one. No one has the sin. Milo's turn to be sinful, I suppose. How do this work? Oh no. This is hard because it's not actually in the order that it says it is! Why is not why? Why is not why? Why is not why? Ah! Okay, they're happy with it. Oh, Mila. Thank you, Mila.
What? Leader? I don't know what happened. There was a darkness inside me. I felt so awful and guilty. You absolved me, thank you.
I love that I caused the sin and then I absolve you so that you think I'm the good guy.
But all along I caused it.
Oops, sorry, little spider. Even little fucking spiders. I haven't got anyone out. I haven't sent anyone out. I'm gonna send someone out. Oh, I got a burp stuck. Alright, who's gonna be the bone collector this time? Shadows! Off with you. Next up. Like it's gonna be Sir Bolto. Oh. Unless Saza! Your success rate is really high! The fuck? Off you go. Sorry, I just woke up like 2 minutes ago. What's happening? Don't worry, I just purged you of your sins. Sinful little creature. I have enough wood. Fuck off, spider. Why are none of my... Do I have no nocturnals left? Weber. I gotta give someone a nocturnal thing. Maybe I'll give it to Grumble when he wakes up. I have the sin to make babies. Babies can be made. I can make babies. Everyone wake up! I want to make babies. God, what the fuck are you doing? Are you awake? Are you nocturnal as well? Well, in that case, go do some fucking work. Go find some materials. No. Fine. Where are you going? Back to bed? Why did you even get up? What are you doing? You don't make any sense! Ah! Grumble, I have a gift of eternal wakefulness. It's definitely a gift. You'll love it, trust me. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, Weber's old. Weber. My God. I assumed he was eternal, but I was wrong. Got an orgy. Kept our stuff out to make Mouse uncomfortable. Got a breeding hut, because apparently we're not allowed to do that in the open, and Mouse was kind of enough to absolve you of your sins that they totally didn't make you to do to begin with. No, didn't do it. Wasn't my fault. Not my fault, it's not my fault. Free stuff. Free stuff. Free stuff. Cotton! Nice. Hurry up, Mila. You work too slow. I need my wood. So I can make a alcohol or something. This stuff. Need more wood. New unlock. Woohoo! Re-indoctrination stone.
to be able to reform a follower from indoctrination. Oh. What the fuck is that? Maybe I'll just get the boost for now. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll upgrade the hatchery. Or maybe I should have a nursery. Let's have a nursery. Alright, who wants some Brienne? Do not stick your dick in the dead. That's how we get venereal diseases. Alright. Who's fucking? Apple has good stats. Can be padded, and you are capitalistic, whatever the hell that is. And likes being sick, you kinda nasty, not gonna lie. Bramble is just a bad breeder. Cinder snores, no one wants that shit. Me and Daromers have the same traits, just saying. Do? Oh, there is. Alright, fine. We'll do the cannon couple. Jeez. 44 chance. Oh. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, uh-oh. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Oh no, Cinder is a higher chance. Oh, even Grumble, I just choked on my saliva again. Oh, he likes Shadow as well. And Azurite. Hang on. I want to see who you're more likely to breed. Hang on. Just... Here we go. Reproduction Docker. Mila is 58. 48, 34, 44, 54, 59, 56. Oh, you're a bit more choosy. 63 on Dommy. Hang on a minute. Oh, good. Hang on a minute. I'm terribly sorry, Apple, but we have a better match. Please make babies. Oh no! Come on, babies! Babies! Breed! Yeah, we got an egg! Fuck. A germaphobe? Really? How does this work? Oh, no. Oh, okay. What's DeSantis? Let's go... Polyamorous? Maybe? Or petable? Okay, let's go petable. And what are the gold things? What is that? Can I select those? No. I do. Hey, yes I can? What are the gold ones? Can I just leave the gold slots open? Or do I have to select them? They aren't a fan of Germer, make omelet. Ew. I'm so sorry, Apple. Look, you were so breedable. You made a golden egg. Materialistic, sure. I don't know how this shit works. But let's do that. Yay! Oh, they both died. You've been busy, guys. You need to go to bed. Oh, they both went to bed at the same time. All right, give me this egg. I can crack it! Oh my god, I can make an omelet out of it, but it's golden. And... Ate the egg. Oh, the egg liked it. I should probably get a nursery at some point. I think I unlocked the nursery. Nursery? Right there. I need more wood for the nursery. Wood for nursery. Give wood, cut, wood. I would cut, wood. Yo. Now can I make it? Still can't make it! Need one more wood! He's almost finished with it. I'll let Mila work on that. Oh, wait, Dommy came back out? I thought you were supposed to go to bed. Go to bed. Be gone. Cook meals. Just any meals?
Grassy grove. Let's get a whole bunch of basic berries. Wait, am I supposed to cook them? Yes, I am. Oh, that fucked up. No! My first time fucking up, alright? I was doing good. Tommy's just asleep on the ground, as per fucking usual. Another upgrade, whatever. Right now, I'll get this. Cookies for all! Thank you, Glitched! I like the cookie. We have to kill Weber. Sorry, but we must. Still waiting on that wood! I can still make the shrine though? Got the stuff for it. Put her... there, sure, why not? That's where I've got all my religious shit anyway. Yes, alright, we have the wooden planks. Alright. Nursery. Nursery time. Put it near the egg. Right. I don't know, right there. Something. Hope that works out. Just putting everything in super close proximity to itself. Got a chance of having a normal egg, which just means you can only select 2 traits. And then, yeah, gold just means you can select 4. Okay, I get it now. I can pick and choose my traits even more with the goldies. Everyone's just happy they did a job. Okay. Oh, I just wanted to collect your stuff. Me, please. Soon, Mila, soon. Tommy is still loitering around. Oh, he's sleeping over there. Never mind. Mila. 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 Resume. Every time I come back, there's so much juice to have. Good stuff. All right, let's do a quickie. Ritual where Weber dies, preferably. Fuck! I ain't got no Ain't got no bones. I can't do it. Please don't die while I'm gone. Let's quickly pray. We pray. We pray, guys. We pray. I ain't even sleep without being shouted at. Look, you weren't even gonna sleep. You was gonna be a pain in the ass, and you know it. Mila, thank you for the contribution. Guys, I was just about to leave, and now you're voting me in. Ah! Let me out. Let me out of this place. Let me out. Oh, I meant to cook 10 meals, not 4. My bad. Hi, babe. All right, but vote. I got shit to do here. You don't understand. Fuck! Why did you turn him into an asshole? Ah! Right. Drink house level 2. Why not? Wait, I just realized. Oh, that's the morgue. Where is he? Where is he? I gotta fuck him up real quick. Teach him a lesson. Hang on. Discipline's the word. Oh, Sabato. Where are you? There you are. Busy at work. Oi. Yeah, sure. Because every time I bully them, they just become traumatized, and it's not very fucking helpful. Meow. Whoa. A little Balto.
Wood. Thank you. Alright. Someone calling out to me? No? We're about to get the fuck out of here. Can you guys stop filling this up? I'm trying to leave! You're not helping! Alright, everyone happy? I'm okay to leave. Let me quickly make these last 6 meals or whatever. 4, 5, 6. Look. Ain't no one gonna eat them, but they'll be here. 5 and 6. Oh, I miscounted. My bad. Alright, I'm out. I'm not sticking around any longer. I'm leaving. Get the fuck out of here. Alright. I don't want your goddamn frog. You can keep it. Keep it! We're onwards and we're upwards, chat. Deals poison damage to enemies struck. When attacked, 10% chance to negate damage. Increase curse attack damage and damages everything on screen when hit. Nice. That means I got 2 diseased hearts. A gun! It's a gun! Short-ranged ammo-based weapon. It can tear through multiple nearby enemies as well as knock them back. I'm gonna be fucked. It needs ammo. Uh-oh. However, its range is limited. It will do more damage to closer targets, while targets further away might not feel a thing. Oh, shit.
Houston, we might have a problem.
Means I have to portion my... Ah! Ow! Fuck that guy! Ow! Fuck that guy too! And that guy! Okay. Fine. Okay, so it refills really quickly. Okay, we're fine. Oh shit, damn! All that glimmers is gold guaranteed! This is cave, open 7 days! Ah yes, the Goldilocks. Okay, this poor little guy. Holy shit! Alright. Always an angry centipede. Alright, it's dead before it can hatch. Awesome. Alright, we're good. Dead and dead and dead. Dead and dead and deader. Need the silk, man. Hello, sir. You're always a pain in the ass, so you need to die. Ah! Okay. What's the strong attack for the gun, I wonder? Does it have a power-up? Oh, it does. Ah! Less of a scatter shot. All right. Noted. Oh, hello. Good. Use a random relic. Meow. I hate the randomizers. Oh, free stuff. I like free stuff. Stuff's good. Ah, centipede! Fuck! Didn't know I see you there. Oh, come here, you little shit. Ooh, you're a bit speedy. Okay. Free stuff! Nope. Sun is slowly moving across so that I can't see diddly squat on my screen. For the path, I suppose. Ah, I got dog hair on my nose! Alright. Quest something. Sorry, no follower, only quest thing. Clothing!
Oh, they look so drab, if that's how you dress. How?
Fucking shut up!
You'll need somewhere to craft these darling designs. Perhaps you should look into these. Another thing to unlock. Praise be, I was running out of things. I get silk? I could get hearts and silk. Damn. Oh, I don't need the hearts. I'll take the silk. That everything? Oh, I got it all! I got a worm! Yes! Is that a bribe to stop shooting up his shit? Sorry, buddy, but I needed the stuff. On wedge! Oh, that glitched out. Oh. Ah, no! Every round my neck, I introduced him to the ideas of change, for my domain is knowledge and is ever evolving an organic state of being for myself, but for him, most unnatural death cannot flow backwards. Bow to me. Refuse, you fucking lobotomite! Dying in the guise of a lamb, I expected no less from a vessel of the Red Crown. Very well, war is also my domain. Fight me. Fucking instant death. You thing. Hey! Hey! Oh, projectiles! Hey! 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 Ah! Ow! Ow! Right in the fucking face. Get splatterbrained. Wah, 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 wah. Oh, I keep lagging out. I don't like that. Ah, shit. Ow. I have poison. Or something. Oh, the beetroot. 2 directions, you say? You. Oh, miss! Got him. Okay. Ah, I'm stuck. Oh, hello. Oh, it's still alive. I expected it to be dead. Whoop! Oh, ow, oh, aim. There we go. Aim, stealthy, aim! Aim! Yoink. Thank you muchly. Onwards. This way, I suppose. Nice! Oh! Lots of poop. I like it when it instant kills. Onwards to murder! Ah! Dead.
Silk for you and silk for me and silk for you.
Enemy's health is halved but receive double damage. Why? Why? Why?
Illis blunderbuss! Even better! Thank you. Don't mind if I do. Oh, yay! Doo-doo-doo.
Oh, what?
Oh, okay. Be careful of the axe. Careful of the axe, Stealthy. Don't run into the axe. The giant fucking axe. How did you not notice it there?
dead and dead.
I like it when they die easily.
Scattershot! Boop. Ah, fuck. I keep getting excited thinking it's a follower skin, but it never fucking is. It's also a sniper with his heavy attack. Exactly. So I can aim. Any good stuff here? No? Not really. Not a lot. A little bit. A little bit. A little bit of silk. Just for funsies. Ah, shit. Alright, those ones died. Easy, easy. Only this little guy left. Bang. What a shit fucking chest, man! Bang, bark, bark, bark. Bark, 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 bark. Bark. Be my silk. Ow, got hit by that. Alright, what do we got? I don't think I want either of these. Or I'll get that. Alright! How about me? Oh, it's a giant centipede, of course it is. Ow, 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 ow. Got it! Dead and fucking dead! Instant! Poison everywhere.
Hello, little one. Come with me.
Blueprint, gold nuggets, beetroot. Oh, fuck it. I'll take the blueprint. See if I can get like 100% on everything. Blueprint! One time I will try to 100% anything. Alright, we're onwards.
Return. Back home.
So much skill. Definitely not because my weapons were overpowered as fuck, but... Oh, he floating? Oh, that's not...
So thou art the creature causing the ether of this world to ripple and warp. It's been an age since I have made the acquaintance of a new sort of idol. Continue in this fashion and we shall meet again. Hence, if not, be thankful for our meeting now.
That's not English. Ow. Alright, how's me baby going?
I'm back!
Nice chat! At the worm! Oh my god, it's actually a follower! I thought it was just a skin. I got a whole fucking worm follower. Let's go! Let's go! Not even upset. You're a fake. Who the fuck are you? Hang on a minute. I ain't... No. Huddy. You get your sorry ass the fuck over here. You are not one of mine. Huddy? Get the fuck out. Gonna be a little luckier in your next match of Knucklebones. Hey, double luck on Knucklebones? Let's go. Oh, unlock. Alright, what was clothing, right? Where was it? A tailor? Let's go. In there. You little worm. Everyone's back. Welcome back.
Thank you, Zaza. You may rest. That thing is fucking terrifying. Damn, I didn't even realize how it looked.
God damn.
Beating you so single-handedly last time, we feel like we have to give you... Oh, buddy. No. Good work on the bone collection. Now, go to bed. My audio is starting to lag again. Oh? Oh, what the fuck? Who shut the man dress out? The fuck? That's some next level shit, man.
Bro.
You got problems? Instant growth. Just what I like to see. Eat the crepes. Instant shitters everywhere. Oh, Webb is just wobbling around like the old man that he is.
La 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 la.
Mila, why are you over here? Oh, is it because Cinder's snoring? It's probably because Cinder's snoring. Oh yeah, it's definitely because Cinder was snoring. And Flex is old! I can't tell you to go to bed. Well, can I? Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, hey, Oscar! Okay, I need to murder old people very, very soon, or it's gonna become a problem. Anyway, who wants to be the worm? What are we? Oh, hang on. Fashionable! Generates devotion 20% faster when wearing a unique outfit. Hell yeah, who wants to be the special outfit, even if you're a little bit sickly? Who wants to be fashionista of the season? If there's anyone that's not currently in, that's, you know, in chat. Ah, water good for my throat. It is Vespa, good little bee. We shall make you snazzy. But first, I need to go make a tailor. Go to the farm. Oh, wait, shit, we got two. Hang on, I got a second one. Hold up. The far. Oh my god. Damn, you're hopeless. Terrified of death, virtuous, produces sin 20% slower, and cynical. Who the fuck? No wonder they used you as cannon fodder against me. Damn. Yay! Anyone want this? Anyone want this at all? You wanna be the fucking wet blanket, the sinless generator? No one? You can be we'll call you Prude. You can stay like you are. You fucking Prude. Sure. Go to the farm or something. I have old people to murder. Hey, I can finally do the owl house, but the tailor comes first. Where is that? I need more gold bars for that. So we will do the drink house first. Where are we putting the drinks? You know what? We want the drinks right near home base, near the workstation, I think. That's what I think, chat. Let's put yous right out front of the workstation. Right there. Sounds like a plan to me. Alright.
that works. Alright, now we must kill Weber! Tommy! Shortly. Hang on. I must kill first. Kill! Oh? New outfit? What's that? Yeehaw! Always start with the blunderbuss! Damn, that takes 10 sin to unlock. Hot damn it. Alright, what we got? Doctrinal extremist. Choose to generate sin from the confession booth instead of loyalty. Chance of sin appearing as a reward from mini-bosses. Oh. I haven't even used... I don't know how to use the confession booth. I'm gonna be honest with you. But I feel like generating sin from the confession booth would be useful. Are you still sane after nearly 8 hours? Oh shit, it's been that long? Yes. I told you, I had the fucking Cult of Lamb itch so bad all week. I need to feed it. I need to feed this itch. So fucking bad. I must kill. War of the dead War of the old people? Yes. Yes, I think so. Weber versus Flex. Who's it gonna be? Should get back to Cult of the Lamb sometime. You should. They're gonna have a new DLC soon. I don't know if it's already released. I think it's soon. Sorry, Weber. You lost fair and square, Weber. Oh, what's that? A skin? We've unlocked the skin because I killed Weber! What the fuck? Well... 20 belief versus 15 belief. Let's go with that one. Oh, the skin's just sitting there. Rip Weber. Alright, Flex, you gotta go too, bud. Get out of here. Wait, they're in your... Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm talking about Wallhaven. Has Wallhaven already released? I didn't realize the time. I must sleep. Enjoy the cult activities. We are about... Hang on, let us ascend you first. Wait, Apple. The next ritual is to make you my whatever the fuck it's called, disciple. You will become my disciple. Wait, please, bear witness to your discipleship. I beg of you. Oh, Mila's ready to be a disciple too. Let's go! Double disciple! Apple first. She was here first. Ta-da! Already had, but it's coming out in 4 days. Aha! I was right. Oh, she glitched out. Oh, she wasn't sure if she was happy about that. Hell yeah. And... I suppose that's all I should do for now. I'm kind of tempted to do the resurrection thing, though. Shall we resurrect someone, chat? Damn, apparently I don't have any of the DLC yet, and I'm too broke to justify getting any of them. No, rip. I shall bring... Should I bring Weber back? Yes, because he generates me stuff. Bring back Weber! Bring back... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I brought back my other disciple. Alright, everyone's happy? Everyone's happy. Good. Off you go, littlies. Oh, a warrior's cuirass. Okay, we got an outfit, not a skin. Okay. Okay, immediate unlock. Let's go back over here again. Re-indoctrination stone.
There she blows. Okay.
Mila, what's got you cramp? Ah! Weber, no! Don't eat anyone! Don't eat anyone! Don't eat anyone! Weber, please! Weber, please! Weber, please! Weber! Yeah, you run! Run, Dami! Run for your fucking life! Weber, 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 come here! Oh, damn! I didn't even notice. Like, fuck, I saw that last minute. Damn! That could have gone very pear-shaped. I will dance with Weber. Good. Then I patched the egg. Egg loves me. Okay. Damn, you guys are producing further very quickly. Wrong eating out, I did not consent! I do consent, I don't consent! Alright. Let me grab that gold first. Alto. Behave yourself. Oh, I can't. Oh no. Oh, we're out. It fixed. Oh, thank God. Egg fuck for that. All right, we're fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. All right, Mikon, you go. Wait, no. Where's Dami? Dami had good stats too. Where Dami at? Dami, where the fuck are you? Dami. Am I blind? Dami. There you are. Go drink. Oh, I have to make it drink first. Okay, fine. Fuck, jeez. Picky little bitches. Fine. Wait, can I upgrade it before I make my first drink? Can I go like mega fancy for the first shot? Huh? That's a crypt. That's not a brewery. Ooh, dumbass. Oh, I need sin for it. Bugger bum. Ooh. Oh! Ooh, okay, we got a Brog Brew. 70% chance of cooling follow. Become befuddled. Everyone becomes befuddled because of alcohol. Why not? Dropping valuable resources. Both of these have a chance of that. Oh, I unlocked better drinks. Why does one take a lot more ingredients but has the exact same results as the grape nectar? You know what? Fuck it. 1, 2, 3. Come get drunk. Come on, kitties. I have alcohol. There! Okay, nicely. Good night, Apple. Thank you for becoming my disciple. Of space and time with those you want mushies. Fuck is that noise? Oh, it's you making drinks. Okay. And a new pet for Mikan. He wants alcohol. No. Mila, I didn't realize you were talented like that. I need more animal bones, if you could please. Apple, please go get me some bones. Yes, I do like bones. I do like them a lot. Bones are good. Very useful. Tinned as well. I might as well send you on your way as well. All right, let's see how the fuck we use this thing. Take confession. Sin. And then I pick someone. Okay. Right. Tinder, come over here. I'm very talented. Very smart. There we go. Fill him up. Good shit. Bar's open. Whoever gets there first. Oh, I've started back. Where are you? Back! Damn it! Astrid, you dick!
dance together. There's a shit running around again. Woo! Time to get shit house. Like I plan to later. Art matches reality. The indoctrinate follower. Okay. Oh, I was supposed to kill Huddy. I forgot. Oh, you're very drunk. Oh, Blitz. I'll finish it. You're super. Hello, lamb. Don't pick a fight, Astra. You good? You're right. I'll have another drink. Why not? Free stuff. I like free stuff. What am I doing? My brain has left me. Too many things going on. I'm too stupid. Buddy, I haven't fed anyone in a while. I should probably do that. Let's make sustenance. Hey, I think it's a good idea. Here we go. Oh wow, he's blitzed. He's fucked. No coming back from that. We're level 2. Over there. Cracked. Nope, there's nothing there. Let's see, Mr. McGee. Can I build the tailor now? Wrong way. Yes, I can. Tailor. All right, where do we put the tailor? I feel like we put the tailor where the workers be at. Not where the poopers be at. Where do we put the tailor? Let's put it where they come in. Sure, why not? Everyone arrives around here, so let's just stick it around here, I guess. Shit everywhere, no organization. Who needs it? Whatever, man. It's whatever. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Peasant blouse, laborer tunic, ragged robes, warrior's cuirass, maid dress. I need sin to make the fucking maid dress. Of course it's sinful. Why am I not surprised? Oh! Ooh! DLC stuff. Acolyte of the Old Faith, Enforcer of the Old Faith, Garb of the Kawaii! Olympian, we can make you buff. Hell yeah! Officer suit, mystic robes, gothic dress. Yeoman coat. Hang on. I know what we want. Come on now. We all want it. I can't make that because I need sin for that. Damn it. Let's make a couple of kawaiis. Why not? We're a school now. This is school days. Oh shit. Ah, it's lagging. Okay. It froze on me. I couldn't see. Ah, I was paying attention. I think I fucked up one of my outfits. Why do I gotta craft it? Hey? Customize? We can go different colors? Oh my god. I go back first. Wait. Okay. Who was it that was the fuck? Who was the fashionable one? Shit. Do I have a list of my... Oh my god, it'd be so much easier if I had somewhere that I could just view a list of everyone. It was Worm, but they weren't Worm when they finally joined. Who did it? I think it was Omni. It was you, right? Yes, it's Omni. All right, the bee. All right. Vesper, you still here? Yes, you are. I see you there. What color? What color would you like your lovely, beautiful school uniform to look like? Hmm? What I do? What color do you want your school uniform to be? Why is it gotta be a mistake that happened, huh? What color? What you want, eh? This color, you're very fucking helpful, buddy. Look here, buddy. Fine, you get default. Bite me. Yum, yum, yum. Where you at? Oh my god, I put Sozo in a maid outfit too. Ah, beautiful. Go. There you go. The purple one. No, no, you get no. I'm kidding. I got that purple, and then we got pinky purple. Do you want? I think this purple's better. We'll go for that one. Can I reassign it? Where are you? There you are. Oh, it just changed. Okay, so the color changes for everyone. Yeah. Hang on a minute. Let me try something. Oh yeah, it is purple for you. Okay, so it's everyone's color is now purple for now. All right, who else gets an outfit? We got 3 others get to be dressed fancy. Pick one, chat. Who gets to wear the beauty? Looks like everyone has to pick the one color. Only one school allowed, okay? Apparently. I'm yawning! Prude, of course you guys put fucking prude in it. Guys are just matching colors at this point. And the next one! We got 2 more outfits. We got this one and 1 more. Who gets it? Should all be purple as a tree. And Mila! Purple is your color, Mila. You're very tired though, damn. Last one. Who gets the final fit? Side chat. Together your power is strong. You over here writing up an unban appeal on the side? Oh, please, please. Let me free Thor, of course. Now I have to do the fucking... Okay, now it's compulsory. I have to make... where am I? I have to make this one, and then the Olympian, and then it has to be Apple. We have to make Apple into the Olympian, but I can't make it right now, sadly. Sad. Also, I need a maid outfit, but I can't do that without Sin. That'll do for now. We got a couple of fancy dresses now. Everyone's feeling fancy pants. Why do I have a blue heart already? I didn't eat anything. Whatever, I guess. Everyone's going to bed. Oh god, who upchucked at the bar? Damn it! Control yourselves, damn! Don't worry, Hutty. You'll be dying soon. Soon, my little friend. Soon. The egg going, me egg's fine. Is hers and us. I'd say it wasn't my fault to begin with, not the place or time for that. Okay. All right, let's see. Xenos, Xenos, Xenos. Right up, tip top, tip top, tip top. Where are you? Hello? Oh, there you are. I saved all over the place. What I got here? Why are you glowing? If I wake everyone up, they're gonna get real mad at me. Alright, I can do the crown thing without him. Never mind!
Whoops, sorry guys. I'm gonna wake you up.
Oh, a coughing baby would win. At least the baby has an excuse for being helpless. Stealthy Mouse would just trip over her own incompetence. Just another reminder of her failures. Bow down to your fabulous queen, Chato-san. Ribbit.
So, do we want babies to be born of sin or allegiance? Ooh, high loyalty or high sin? My. Probably shouldn't send this until I get a proofread. That's normally a good idea. Sin babies are cuter! Why do I feel like suspiciously like that's a fucking lie? Why do I feel like you know something I do not? Also, fuck the coughing baby, just because I'm immune suppressed. Sin babies? Everyone wants a sin baby. The sin baby would be the coughing one. There were a problem with the TTS at some point, so I had to change the voice. The TTS voice I was using before is borked. Never even seen Mr. Tapeworm before this stream. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Sin babies it is. Apple's child, Apple and Dommy's unwilling love child is gonna be born of sin, apparently. Oh! Wait, who's that old fucking fart? Who aged while I wasn't watching? Well, excuse you guys. That's right, someone wanted a brainwashing ritual. Not right now. Okay, go back to bed. Oh, it's daytime. Never mind, let's go back. Go back! Come back! Come back! Brainwashing it is! Have your mushrooms! Ooh, I want my sin baby, back ribs. I mean, that isn't exactly a wrong statement, but see, I'm only the truthers. Everyone's glitching out. Ah! Suddenly everyone's happy. Ooh, quick sermon. Get all the happy bus stuff. Ah! Good stuff. All right, we're done? We're done. Get out of here. Everyone's high as a fucking kite. Oh, it's Dur! No, he old! Why are you so old? Oh, we got another unlock. Okay, unlock this. I'm already running out of things to unlock again. We're back where we started! Ah! We're back in that fucking building! The prude is leveled up. Who would have guessed it? Alright, what do you guys do? I can't read it. All crops are fertilized! Oh, thanks, guys! I think I'd already fertilized it, but anyway, thanks, I guess. We dance. How's me egg? Can I tend to my egg today? Oh, I can. How long till you hatch? You're taking too long. Where's Dirt? Before he dies, I need to collect my loot. Stealthy, I gotta go to bed because it's super late here, but it's good to see you. Thanks for the stream. Take care, Chad. Much love. Oscar, thanks for hanging out. Have a good sleep. Oh, we got a Twitch roll. Follower on me. Don't give me the fucking rock. Thank you. All right, I better be a good follower. I swear to God. A little zebra, a giraffe, whatever it is. Oh my God. Night owl, which isn't too bad. Sickly. And devotion generator reduced. What the fuck, dude? Bro, come on! I finally get a follower because of chat, and it's shit! It's fucking shit! Oh, I broke it. There we go. I was like, that 5 participants instantly? I don't know about that. Bang! Alright, who wants to be the thorn in my side? Let's see who it is. Freedom, you're a slacker and a bloody slob. Get out there. Go fucking sleep or something, I guess. To the mines with you. I must dance with my minions. Very good. Okay. I can upgrade my demon center, but I mostly want to upgrade this, which I need more gold or wood. 6 of each. How much wood did I just get? So I need 2 more wood, which is currently on the way. So let's make the gold. Okie dokie. Everyone to have some munchies. Go. I just want to cook all that. Reapman's just dead on the floor. That's fine. Nobody cares about that. Hey, tell them! How you doing? How are you doing? I gotta murder my fake follower. Let's go kill him. Fuck him up! Another upgrade. I ain't got shit to upgrade. See if I got anything over here first. Nothing. Alright, last thing to upgrade is the morgue. The dead bodies. Alright, this is literally all I have left. How long were you still going? I'm not sure. It's scratching happy brain spots. Alright. Okay. Alright. No, they broke my mind again. You guys are fucking hopeless. Breaking my shit. God damn it. Yeah, morgue, right. I'm gonna go with 2 of those this time. Hello? Alright, give me the gold, give me the wood, give me the wood, give me the gold! Whoa, gold and wood and wood and gold! Oh, you're generating sin. Whatever for, my precious. We mine like you are, saying that we mine too much to be shouted at for mining too well. Yes. Be able to tell what I want when I want it without me asking. You're generating sin too? Oh, so proud of you. Oh, Dory and Shadows have become friends! Yo, let's go! Let's make some sin out of someone. Sin! Oh, 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 oh! Cinder is ready to fucking go. She is full of sin. Mikan can be full of sin too. Oh, so much sin! Ah! Let's get for Astra, because I keep fucking causing fights. Give me your sin! Nom, 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 nom. I love tapeworms. Keeps me slim. Yummy. Little bit longer. Oh, it gives me gold now. Okay, that's interesting. One way to do it. Oh, Cinder has a lot of sin. They keep fucking with our sleep. Damn snorers. Temple. Adds new decor. I don't want your What's the point of that? Why do I want more decorations? Is that literally all it does? Purely decorative. Bite me. We need to... Oh, I have to set them free before I can kill them. Hold up. I just remembered, if they're hidden away over here, they cannot be murdered. Damn
Thank you for the contribution. Hootie, you can be free, but you're gonna die. Eh? Because you don't belong here. You're a little fucking liar. I see straight through you. No murder it is. Supping incognito rat. Ah! Hi. I'm not a rat though. I will fucking bite your head off, motherfucker. All right, we're Hutter. Hutter. Hootie! There you are. Come here, fuckhead. You do not belong.
Hello, streamer. Can I ask you a question? Thank you. That concludes my question.
I got cheated out of that. I didn't even give you my approval.
I didn't consent!
Ah. Can I murder people right now? No, I cannot. And I do not have enough bones for pretty much anything. So, go now. I can literally unlock nothing else. I am full up of unlockables.
Thanks, Varen, for gifting Incognitor a sub. Now Incognitor can never leave.
Incognitor it. Incognitor it. Can I do that while there's an egg in it? Let's not risk it. Let's not risk fucking up my egg. I don't want to risk my egg. Ugh. Still waiting on the goodies for this. God damn it, guys. Take it forever. I would, because apparently I can't do fucking maths. And a fuck ton of gold. And more wood, because I said so. Oh, you got a job? Oh, great spelling chatter, pronunciation. Words are hard. Wait, what? Oh, delicious. Okay. Okay, I thought I read that as delicious farts. I'm very mature. Very mature. Give me the gold. Money, 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 money. I don't even have to extract money from people anymore because of this. They just give it to me, you know? Amazing. The fish. I need more fish. But I'll put one there for now. I'll put these there too. Am I supposed to cook them by hand, or they just need to be cooked in general? I hope I don't have to cook them by hand, because I'm a lazy bitch. Ain't nobody got no time for that. There, you old bag. My egg going? When do you hatch, my little egg? I need an egg! We do this again, you can watch me do really bad at rhythm bullshit. Let's go! Rhythm! I think they get filled up instantly, so I guess I can technically collect anyone. Let's go for Prude, because Prude's a prude. Fuck him. Fuck the prude! Oh my god, seriously? Oh, they're out of order! It's set up for fucking Xbox controller! Ah! Ah! I still got my sin, bite me. Alto, stop being an asshole. I wonder if they're still working on the animated series. The pilot was pretty good. I never saw the pilot. They're doing a full-on series? Oh, someone shat gold. Hang on. There we go. Good stuff. Hey, 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 you thieving little fuck! Hey, hey! Give me that, you bastard. Oi! Oi! Jesus Christ. Hey, they're stealing my logs! Get it? My logs? Sorry. 3 to 5 days, depending on the level of the hatcher. Okay. Thank you, Tint. Good night. Apple! No! 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 Apple! She fucking died! No, Apple! God damn it. Gotta resurrect her again. Fucking hell. They're always dying. Get it. My bones! You failed to collect my bones, Apple! My disappointment is immeasurable. Great, I'm a widower. You're all alone. You gotta raise that baby all on your own, by the way. Just FYI, just FYI. Finally, a level 3 missionary. Woohoo! We shall celebrate upon her corpse. There's vomit there. That's fine. Fine, I cleaned it. Don't worry about it. All cleaned up. All cleaned up. Gold, glorious gold. Egg? I cannot tend to the egg for some reason. Does mean going to hatch today? Question mark? You will not let me pet the egg. No petting eggs today. Ah, fuck! Could you not run over my child? I'm trying to fix the child. The child's not moving. Everyone want to dance with me? Alright, let's collect some sin. Sin for me, my babies! Everyone's feeling kind of sinful today. Come here, Blitz. Oh my god. Can I? Yep, there we go. Got too much shit in one area, dude, to make my life hard. Another tapeworm for me! Eepee! Oh, I didn't even click that. Not that. I've got 2 blue hearts now, what the fuck? Alright, who's gonna be my bone collector? No one dies this time, please thank Weber. You must survive. I'll be very upsetty spaghetti if you die. What else can you guys collect? Wooden planks? Ah, not very many though, jeez. Bones, please. One more bone collector, please and thank. Look, Blitz, perfect for the job. Go get him, buddy. All 3 of yous, head on out. Oh, what happened? Shadow, why are you shit? Go sleep, dude. What he ate. I need to do a delicious fish feast. Why is no... Oh, the egg! Let's go! Oh, it's a worm. Oh, it's a worm. Oh, it's a worm. It's a worm with a tapeworm. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Well, it was a descendant. We call it the... Dommy apple. Dom apple? Apple dom. Appledom. The Appledom! The Appledom! Yeah! Good with that. Why does pressing accept never fucking work on this goddamn game? Randomize to randomize the name of the appearance. Why is it? It's a caterpillar. Is it what? It's a caterpillar. I don't know what the fuck it is. Honestly? I don't know what that is.
nurture child, I will nurture you real quick, and I'll also put you in the nursery because I feel like roaming wild is not a good idea. Oh, instant level up! Hell yeah! Oh, gold, 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 gold. I'm fucking rich. Into the nursery with you. Don't know what it does, but... Okay, that's how it works. And 3 babies can go in there at once? Hell yeah. The music changed. Is that because we had a baby? Did I unlock baby music? Bit of a jam. I approve. Starfires. I've never actually watched Teen Titans. People talk about it all the time. I ain't never seen none of it. Alright, we gotta kill an old man. Do we have any murder options? No, we do not. Ah, what a shame. What a shame. I think Mila can become a disciple, so we shall disciple Mila in their lovely little kawaii outfit. Oh, we got heaps of people now. Let's go. Mila first. Gonna be born for less than a minute and he's already being called ugly. He's fucking hideous. You see the wrinkles on him? Like Benjamin Button all over again. Give me your gold. Ah! Alright, happy days. What's the boing? Everyone's out and about. Can I make a maid outfit now? I've got heaps of sand, but I could also make more babies. Make babies. Make another baby. First, we upgrade the eggs. Surely this won't break anything, right? Oh, I can't upgrade the eggs. I haven't got enough wood. Always with the wood. A follower pooped out something special. Thanks, Twitch chat. Okay, who did it? Where is it? What is it? Oh, it's shiny. The glow dookie, I suppose. Okay, what's that? Was what? What? Lozo, stop being special, would you? Nani? Stop it, Dormus! Thank you for the raid!
Samidormus with 12.
Okay, raid.
How delightful. Welcome to my froggy chaos. Prepare for entertainment as Stealthy Mouse fumbles through the stream. Bow down to your fabulous
TJ, thank you for the follow.
Shadow
Walk into the
Sad.
garden, find a nice
Let's
position.
make this an
Don't
unforgettable
get too comfy.
experience. Ribbit.
I won't allow it. I won't allow it. Should I harvest some sin? Let's harvest some sin. I think I can. Oh, I've already done it today. Never mind. Grapes. Who wants to be an alcoholic? Let's go! Grape.
La 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 la.
Oh, they make more sin. Oh, that's why they're... Okay, hang on. I can only do 3 at a time. Get rid of that. More sin. Ooh, There we go. Alright, someone come cook my... brew my... You know what I mean. I'm gonna mix my goodies. How is stream? How is Cult of Lamb going? It's going great. I've been craving it all week and I had to put it off because I was like, no, not allowed to play off stream. Only on stream. I was very good, very nice. Mouse on mouse support, that's what we like. The rodents unite. Okay. I was gonna make babies. We're making babies. Oh wait, no, I was gonna upgrade the hatchery first. Don't know what difference it makes, but let's do it. Place for eggs to hatch. Eggs will hatch quicker. Oh yes, please. Too slow. You got this, Astra. Oh, and Greedham died. You look different. The colors are new. Yeah,
I've got a goth toggle. And I changed my eyes just specifically for hey, no fighting around the child. Oi, oi, stop it. Specifically for Cult of Lamb. All right, who's gonna reproduce today? Oh, Shadows, are you okay over there, bud? Maybe Little Rat? Little Rat gonna get some? I kind of want a fashionista, so Omni, you gonna get some? Who we gonna put you with? Oh, I can't put you with Appledom. What the fuck? Oh, a lot of compatibility with Astra, funny enough. Oh my god, and Doru. Doru, please! I want golden poop. Wait. Okay, we're gonna go with Mila. Only a 48% chance. We're gonna give it a shot. Oh no! Are they gonna agree? No! My wasted sin! Oh, Omni. Omni. I'm so sorry, Omni. I don't want to try, but you shit gold. You pooped the gold. Why not? It'll be great. I was stream, by the way, Dormouse. What are you guys doing? Also, if you need to raid and run, feel free. Don't feel pressure to hang out. I appreciate the raid and dropping your community at another mouse household. Mousehold? Everyone come get a drink. Or someone. 3 people come get a drink. I suppose I should keep doing the, you know, battle stuff, but I'm distracted with breeding. I must breed them. Oh wait, I need to go get a... I need fish! Hang on, I need to go get fish. I gotta go get fish. Yes, but fuck yeah, and fuck those kids! Oh, someone just gasmed, hang on. Or Omni just absolutely ripped your heart out.
Oh, look at the gold.
Welcome. Look, everyone, we have a visitor. So disturbing. This may not like much, but the fortune favors the gold. I mean, bold! My dear new friend, Mrs. Cave serves a certain class of clientele. If you can meet those standards, welcome. If not, please look around. You're my guest. I will leave you to peruse should you have any questions. What did you do to your followers, my guy? Echo? How the fuck am I buying things from dead bodies? How does that work? Where's the snail around here? There's always a snail. The snail of doom, where are you? Here, snail. What's this? Sacrifice a follower? For what? For what? Hey, no. Where's the snail? Am I blind? Who's snail? Snail Docker. To be fair, it was very funny. Instant rip your heart out. Think I wanted a child? I had less of a say. The poor apple bun was also forced into it. Everyone will have babies, whether they want to or not. Or get milk, I cover you. Who says these people were allowed to die? That would cause them to lose value. What's this? Hello? Our precious gold to the gods. Sometimes their benevolence, they give us back more. Sometimes it is lost. Such service, gold donation. Someone will say 10 gold bars. Go burn in a fucking hole. I will buy a follower form though, thank you. 40 gold's a bit of a rip-off, but I'll take it. What's we got? Ah! Honey badger! I think it's a honey badger. That is a honey badger, right? When killed, resurrect? Oh. Dead enemy bodies explode! God damn! Oh, this is gold bars to purchase. Damn.
place expansive. I'll be back later, I guess. Still couldn't find the snail, but...
Thank you for the contribution, Mila.
I'm just buying it for the collectibles reasons. Thank you. Clint, chill out. Be in a spaz, my guy. Alright, it's pushing time. Oh my god, look at them all. Hot damn! I just found out the same follower can keep breeding provided they have enough sin? Oh my. Well, Mila's gonna be my little, I'm so sorry, Mila, but you're gonna be my little whore. My golden duker. Snail gone extinct. I don't know where the fuck the snail's gone. Come here, my little pretties. I don't remember what fish I need for the delicious fish thing, but... one last time. I thought it was a one and done thing. Oh no, no, no. I still haven't got any fucking lobster. Now. Well, you're all fancy now. What happened here? Fisherman, there's something off about him. It's almost as if he were no, that would be ridiculous. Oh, you think the fisherman might be a fish? Maybe. Maybe. Gonna have to start a safe place for us breeders. Your safe place is the sex tent, buddy. Hey, stop arguing. Oh, Prude. Hang on, Prude. Come here, Prude. Oh, here we go. All right. Her model is really cute. Thank you, Dalek! I appreciate it. I made it all by my little self. I'm actually working on my 2.0 now. So this model is only here until July. Hopefully. That's the plan. I hope to do my 2.0 release in July. Wow. Free stuff. Oh, they're all come back! Please all be alive. Please be alive. I love. Alright, we're alive. Good. Love to see it. Alive. Good. Love to see it. One more. Yeah. Give me them bones. Oh, and they broke my thing again. Amazing. More gold. Definitely need more wooden planks. I should make more refineries. I think I'm gonna need them. Alright, everyone's a little bit hungry, probably because they got drunk and vomited it all up, but that's alright. Have I taken care of the child today? Oh god, there's shit. Damn, boy! Hot damn! We've been working on it. What have we been feeding this child?
Hulk with 51. Impressive. Welcome to my froggy throne. Get ready for chaos as Stealthy Mouse stumbles through everything. Bow down to your fabulous queen, Chato Sad.
Welcome, Raiders!
Let's make this stream unforgettable. Ribbit.
Hello, Aki Girl, Hulky Web, Anthony Nevers, Adalka. Thank you so much.
How was stream? What were you guys doing? Final Fantasy Online. Were you winning, son? Were you winning? I'm running around in circles over here. Already spoken to Sozo. Doggy! Janitor's station is a little bit dirty. Upgraded my broom. Hi! How was stream? Do we try the rhythm? Oh! New outfit! New outfit! gimme. I can't reach the outfit. I can't reach the fucking outfit. It's right there. I can't reach it. Oh, did it move? I can't get it, chat. Fucking glitches in this game, dude. I can't get the outfit. Right there. Oh, the pain. Always winning in the award-winning Final Fantasy XIV. Carrie. You carry? I streamed it was good. I got defeated by an evil train. A train. Not what I expected in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not gonna lie, though I've never played it. I didn't a train. Did not expect a train. All right, let's see. What we gonna do? Shall we resurrect? I have plenty of bones to go around. I can get a new disciple, and I can resurrect someone. It sounds like a plan. The train had hands, not gonna lie. Okay, so now I'm just picturing a train that instead of being on like those metal wheels is just fucking crawling around like a centipede. That's all I can see. Wait, I can make them ascend again? How does that work? Why are they here? What happens if I select? No, I don't want to waste stone. Okay. The snorer or the asshole? Or Shadows? Just go Shadows. He's been around for a while. No, it's on metal wheels now. That's just what I'm picturing. Like it's just crawling around. That would be cute. You're my kind of aesthetic. Anyone have the Graciados emote? Everyone pull out. Wait. I still have it as a 7TV emote, right? Yeah, she's still here. Oh wait, she's a normal emote now. I forgot about that. Look at my beautiful children. I feel like you would appreciate it.
My children!
Also, if you need a raid and run, because I know streaming can be exhausting. If you need to go, that is okay. I appreciate the raid. Please take care of yourself. Go stretch, have a drink, all the rest of it. Yeah. Okay, now, what the fuck was I doing? Resurrecting someone. Oh. I'm sorry, I need Apple back. Why is she the only one standing up? What the fuck? Why is she erect? You know what, whatever. Not gonna question it. Had that game already? It was Charles. I think the only game I can think of that I've played where you had to like battle a train was Spyro. The only thing I could think of. Good old Spyro the Dragon. Alright, everyone's happy. No! Apple is cursed! Fuck! Alright, hold up. We're gonna fix Apple. I gotta fix Apple. Hang on. Come back here! We're not leaving Dommy as a single father. Not today, no sir! There you go. Oh, you've shat everywhere again. Okay. Oh, I'm exhausted. Trying to keep up with these guys. It's bloody mission impossible. Oh, that's right. I was meant to kill Durr. I forgot about that. I forgot. Okay. Can't afford to be a single father. I'm rich as fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't fed you guys in forever. My bad. Oh no, I forgot to. Oh, eat delicious fish. Delicious. That. And a whole bunch of tasty fish. A delicious fish and then tasty fish. Sounds like a plan. Alright, I can send more people out to collect things. Do I risk sending Apple back out again? Mila can go get me some bones. A little disciple. Who else can go tend? Live Forcer can get some bones. And who's next? Someone else with 1 day's worth of work. Ramble! Off you go. I don't care how hungry you are. Be gone. Let's collect some scene. Tinder, why not? Giving us more alcohol than food at this point. Not that I'm complaining. You would never complain. This is Australia, bitch. Alcohol was in our whole bloodstream. Come here. There you go. Thanks for the tapeworm. Yo. More alcohol, did I hear you say? Someone say more? Get some bog brew. And 2... I want to use my Camila stuff, so we'll do that. We'll do that. I don't think I can craft it myself. No, someone else has to do it. Liz, would you go to bed? Can I tear out another heart? Just a little one. Hell yeah, get that my VB long neck. I only know like 2 guys that have ever actually enjoyed VB. Oh, scramble. What you got for me? I don't know what I did, but yeah! Hell yeah! Oh, that was the food. Right, my bad. I forgot. Gold. I should craft another one of those. Right there. Oh, lag. Okay, it's fine. After 3 of them, it doesn't matter if they do or don't, because they'll probably be fucking dead from liver damage. You can build that on your own, Creedon. Vomit over here. I should probably feed you guys again. Oh no, they just gave up on cooking. What the fuck? Where are all my nocturnals anyway? Lozo never fucking works.
Oh, poor stealthy mouse. She's so busy
alright, she's real
tripping
shitty,
over
can't
her
sleep.
incompetence that she misses golden opportunities. Classic. Maybe if she paid attention instead of flailing around, she'd actually notice. Bow down to
You guys
your
gave me an egg?
fabulous queen, Chato
You did
San. Ribbit.
I fucking did it! What are you talking about? You talking about my next breed is gonna be a golden egg, or is that what you got? That's how I got that golden egg. Now I'm confused and lost. And thank you for the follow! I only follow Stinky VTubers, probably spot on, because I am sweaty as shit right now. Look in the garden! Garden over here! What? That was a bird. It was a bird. I caught it. I eat its meat. Apple, go fucking cook, because no one else is. God damn, girl. What did I train you for? Everyone's behaving themselves, getting up to good. Good to see, good to see. Speak to the child. Nurture. I don't know how long it takes for you to age up, but let's level up. The gold. Oh, those are... He's still in his fucking school outfit! Let's go! So super kawaii. Everyone is still high as a kite right now. Look at all the blue hearts I've gotten over time. Nice. Okay. Open the bar. Me constantly distracted? Never! I've never been distracted in my life! What? That's crazy to say.
I upgrade my little winery. I can't. Don't have enough gold. Figures. Now I should have enough gold. And everyone's sick. Amazing. There we go. Upgrade. Alright, you little sickens. Come over here. Oh, Astra. A little creature. Me. The Twitch even thingy is be good or bad to stream it. Have given golden egg. I'm not crazy. You're right, Xenos. It's probably my next breed that I do. Next time I breed someone will be a golden egg. I would assume I'm out of chamomile stuff. Alright, where are my sickens? I need to send them to bed. Can ya? Oh, this is good stuff. Oh, I'm happy you're happy. It did say that we gave Mouse a golden egg, but that's probably from the next breed. Yeah, I'd imagine. I wonder if it guarantees the breed as well. Can I finally breed Mila with a guarantee? Poggers? Maybe? Mila, it's time for baby making. Oh, there you are. You go to bed, you little sicken. Same with you, Shadow. Off to bed. Mila. Unfortunately, I don't think... Ah! Fuck! Cinder and Tommy! Where are you? That bitch fighting your drugs! Hey, kids. Oh, they're embarrassed. I just realized you're both red dogs, so, what type of fight was that, AO? Please don't! I'm sorry, Mila, but, I need your trait. I need it. I might not be able to. I think you're out on a mission right now. I can breed old people! Well, the more you know. I can breed sick people? This is some crazy shit, man. Alright, Mila, okay, if you're out on a mission, I cannot breed you. Sad, pitiful even. Alright, let's try my luck with this again, shall we? Actually, no, let's not do that while everyone's sick. Bad idea. Okay. I'll make some food myself. I love the cauliflower can just make people outright sick. Do you want food poisoning? Find out. Yeah. Alright. There. Damn you, Cinder, and your damn snoring! Viagra exists, apparently. It is a true story. Alright, that's it. This is it. I'm leaving. I'm going on a mission. I'm done. I've been sticking in this fucking place for too long. I gotta go. We gotta go. Okay, we're out. We're heading out. We're going out. Okay. I've been sticking around for too long. Is that a chicken? Oh no, is that a crow or a chicken? Oh, it's free! I'll take out. Oh, it's old. Damn it. Don't put it back! No, I made a mistake. It's old. Ugh. Whatever, bro. I'm waiting for a chance to be summoned. We're heading in, so it'll be soon, Seraph. Alright. I get a gun again! Woo! Increase curse attack, gain an extra half heart. Rolling into an enemy will damage them. 20% more damage during the day. I think it happens to be the middle of the fucking day. Look at all my hearts. Hot nigga damn. Let's go. Just sacrifice the old one? I probably will. Hello. Ow! What the fuck? Why did that boot up while I was in front of it? That's some next level bullshit. No! Fuck! Damn it! Lag. Hello! Just sacrifice this as a goddamn rip all down. Come on, Shimura, have a no! Again!
Again? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm sorry, kitties. Oh my god, everyone's gonna be so upset at me when I get back. Oh no, they're gonna be pissed. Dreamy, now is not the time. Just go fucking gamble. I'll be back. Yep, cool. Yep, go gamble. Oh my god, that everyone's gonna be fucking livid. Oh, no one's gonna like me. This is bad. Oh.
It's me.
Ah! Whoop. Missed again. Stay still, would you? Ow! Ow! Hit it. God, if I can speed run this, maybe I can get back before everyone starts dissenting. Ah! Hello. Ah! Fuck! Ow! Ah! What? Who's that? Ah! Christmas! Thanks for the
Christmas
rain!
Israel with one. How cozy. Welcome to my froggy chaos. Enjoy the show while Stealthy Mouse stumbles through everything. Bow down to your
Fuck those fucking
fabulous
things! I hate them!
Chato-san.
Gotta notice them
Let's
beforehand.
make this stream memorable, even with a tiny party.
Who's oh
ribbon.
right there? I didn't see you. Thank you for the rain. I appreciate it. Someone's left. Where are they? Oh, you're over. Are you shitting me? Are you serious? Right there. Right fucking there. God damn it. Get out of here. Oh look, a moon necklace. Yippee. If I bring back another follower, will they like me? Maybe? Will they forgive? Forgive and forget and move on? Oh, steak. And I can buy a follower over here, I think. Ah, Red! Hello! Christmas is real! Our stream. Oh, I get a skin. Oh, it's a little bat! Oh, that is so cute. Any hearts for me? For skins? No. Get out of here. I keep hearing sad noises, which tells me that people are upsetty spaghetti with me. Bad things are happening back at base. If I could just get through this quickly. What did you guys do? What did you guys do? Received a tarot card. Thank you. You will. No, fuck this guy. Oh, there we go. It's fine. Kill us. Ah! Fuck! Ow. Did he just go back in his egg? That was weird. Damage all enemies based on how many followers you have. Ooh. I have 21 follows right now. I don't know how long that'll last. Ah! Hello! Fuck! In the face. Come on. Die, please. Thank you. All right. Next. I'm about to go take a nap. I gotta be up at 6. God damn. Kill the eggs. Oh, more eggs. Oh, why there's so many eggs? Too much going on. Can't see what's happening. Much of a mess. Alright, got him. Come here, you. Wait. Are you not? Oh, he is taking damage, just really slowly. Okay. Take that, move on. What's that? Everything else is destroyed, bar the breeding hut for some reason. It's the only thing that's not on fire. Sacrifice health. Or what? Oh, fuck, let's find out. How much health does it take? Single red heart was sacrificed. Give. Whatever you got to give.
It gave me an extra half heart for this round. Let's hope I get some healing then, I guess. I went the wrong way, chat. I gotta backtrack. Fuck. Fuck. Not good, not good, not good. Not good at all. I'm fucking emotes. Oh, you're emoteless.
Give me my emotes back, you evil Aussie. Give me my emotes
take for the
back,
result.
you evil Aussie.
Punch in the face. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Heart. Okay, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Get out of here. I'm in a rush. I'm sorry. I'm chat more, but I'm in a rush. All right, he's gone. He's dead. He's dead. All right, he's good. He's good. Next, 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 next. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me the fuck out of here. No, I don't want your sword. Sure, I'll take that. Onwards! Prude is no longer ill. Happy to see you. Let's get some steak. Oh, damn. All right, that's kind of terrifying. We're almost there. Come on. Hang in there, chatos. I believe in you. Fucking hang in there. Oh, wrong button! Wrong button again! Oh, there we go. Got him, got him, got him, got him, got him, got him. My audio lag is really throwing me off. Got him. Ooh, what was that? Zippy zappies. I pressed the wrong button! Fuck. I needed to save that. Here's hoping it respawns by the time I get to the next place. People are healing! Yay! Okay. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Come on, we're making good time! Wrong button! What do you got for me? Nope. Sure. Oh shit, left or right? Let's go left. Please tell me I made the right choice. Oh. No. I like my gun. Oh shit! Ow! Ow! I ran into that. Go all my blue hearts. Finally! All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Boss man. Hello, little boss man. Oh shit! Oh, that's poison. Okay. It's fucking spitting poison everywhere. Goddamn! Ah! I took that in the head. Ah! What am I supposed to do to dodge that? Ah, it doesn't matter. What is dead? Dead. He's bald. Baldy? I'll take that, I guess. Lord. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Oh my god, I hope everyone's okay. Oh, this is not gonna be good. Oh, this is gonna be really bad. This is gonna be really fucking bad. I'm nervous. Don't worry, we aren't doing anything bad. We're just getting Calamus riled up so you get to a good Calamus rod when you get back to base. Please don't. Please don't. Actually, I don't know if I have Calamus yet. I don't have Calamus. Oh. Oh. Oh boy, look at that! Oh! Oh, they're fighting. Who's fighting? Where are they?
can hear him, but I can't see him. Oh, they're over in the walls. Get out of the walls! Buckets! All right, hang on. Everyone come pray. Everyone come pray. Everyone come pray. We need prayers. We need prayers. Prayers and love. Prayers and love. Come pray with me. Please pray with me. Thank you. What makes everyone really happy? If I drug them, it's a non-issue. Yay! Drugs! They won't care if they're high. Yeah, take these lovely, lovely little mushrooms. Everyone likes a good mushroom. Hey, there we go. Anyone ever descends, just give them drugs. Perfect solution to every problem. Alright, let's go find that dissenter, whoever it was. Oh, everyone's perfectly happy now. How do I tell if someone is dissenting if they're all high as a kite? Apparently you don't. That's the fun bit. Right with these fists. Come here, chat. So you good over here, bud? Oh, that baby is drowning in feces. It's like he's drowning in it. I'm so sorry, child.
Nurture. What a lovely little baby.
Now he's come to dob on someone. What you got for me? Creatures are here seeking no, more! More! I've already got a whole bunch! I've got ones that I still need to murder! I've got this! I've got that! Fuck! I found the dissenter. They're off to the left over there. Oh, more meat. I like meat. Mika, no! Prison with you. Alright. You need this, Mikan. Like this ass dead body. Sorry, there. Ah, it just throws him! What? But I'll admit, was not expecting him to just get yoded. Mouse, I need a quick communal fist fight with Dormouse if they're in cult. Alright, fine. We have to assemble. See if they get in. Got the old man. Ooh. Aesthetic? The fuck does that mean? Decreases sin generation by 10% but increases productivity. No. Alright, you're gonna stay as no. Ain't no one getting this because I'm gonna kill him. Not very celibate. What good of you if I can't breed from you? Get the fuck out of here. Peace off, old fart. Alright, here we go. Horse! The bold man. Alright. You're also cynical. Don't get sin either. Oh well. Got in there!
Hello?
Back. Ow! Need to stand up for a little bit. Misa think so. Green! You're so cute! Ah! Get in here. I don't know, go do the farms or something. Oh, another one! Alright, I forgot about the sick people. Oh, hey, hang on a minute. Gullible, lustful, very affectionate towards other followers, and produces sin 50. Damn! Damn! Who wants to be a sinful little slut? Get in here if you're feeling sinful. Damn! That boat is horny! So fucking horny. God damn, it should have been me! The old ultimate breeder has entered chat. I'm gonna breed you with Mila so hard. I mean, what? Go. You're gonna get bred so well. I should have been this one. I was not expecting one of the sickens to be this good, I'll admit. Menace! You're a filthy fucking breeder. Get in here. You, oh my god, I have another one. Go to bed, you're sick. I have to make some beds real quick, hang on. I'm running out of beds, I got too many people. Make 3 real quick. Real quick, like. That works. Alright. You. Uber. What are we? Oh no, we have a celibate! Naturally obedient celibate who is sickly. Amazing. Menace being a rabbit fits so well. It is spot on for them. Spot on. Getting a fair bit of lag with that face tracking there, aren't I? Oh. Alright. Anyone want to be pepper? Uber, celibate. Are you celibate today? You feeling a little Catholic? A little Christian? A little bit like a nun? Come on in. I wonder, am I still alive? Maybe, I don't know. Hey, get in there, it's your average heretic. There we go. Hereticky. You prude. Sick as well, right? Yeah. Ah, wrong button! Oh, I forgot I could do that. You can instantly re-educate people. Whatever, you can stay where you are. Okay, there's shit everywhere. Everything is glowing. Ah! Disciple bonus. Receive half a blue heart for the next crusade. Thank you. Alright, let all these guys in. Thank you. More bones. Yep. And then more bones. Again. Thank you for the offering. Job well done, my minions. Job well done. Got a gold. Make a fuck ton of gold out of this. Make a bunch of wood out of this. Someone broke my stone thingy again. There. Wait, did I hit Dami and... was it Dami and... what the fuck? Spiders? Hello? Why did you guys all spawn in at once? That was weird. Bird! It's dinner! No, I want the bird. Give me the fucking bird. Thank you. I need more camellia things. Only I wasn't such a good shitter. Me versus Dormouse, 1v1. Is there... oh, someone just got old. Debalto has reached old age again? God. I swear I just resurrected you, dude. Alright, I got a bunch of things to plant. Let me just put them here, fuck it. Okay. Fist fight it is. Come this way, little ones. A ritual. A war. We find out Dommy's dead. Like, oh, whoops. Yeah, honey. Yachtman 1120. Welcome to the garden.
find a nice sunny position and get comfy. Thank you for follow. Please don't eat me. I brained out for a second. Tommy? Alright. Where you were, you little fucker? Oh, there you are. Hi, everybody! Hi, Cat the Man! How's it going? It's getting dark in my room. I can't see shit. Oh no! Dumbass! You've had your fist fight. Do you need your pound of flesh? No, because they're cute. Fuck you. Tommy is not. Oh, I got a card out of that. You're not impressed. Now, to murder old people. Shadows was the older one. Get you in here. I'm good. I'm glad you are well. Follow me. Oh, and they all approved of that. Oh wait, Doru! Wow, I forgot Doru! He's been the oldest for longest. Shit! It's because he's in his stupid fucking kawaii middle school fucking Japanese outfit. I forgot. Must murder Doru. He's the oldest. You, Doru! I have a gift for you. Come take a look. Let him live. The fight was all I wanted. Keep straight. Keep my babies alive. The gold. You know, it's very lucrative running a cult, strangely enough. Who would have thought it? A little salmon. And then I have to go talk to the baby. What's this? 2 blue hearts. Okay. The lovers. Hang on, wait. What? The lovers? Hang on. What? Me? Mouse? You want to tell us? Oh, the baby's on the loose. What the fuck? What are you doing out here? Who let the baby out? I'm gonna go put this baby back real quick. Whoever let them out is going to be in really big fucking trouble. I'll be grown soon. I'm going. Oh my god, they can just talk! Oh, I don't. That's weird. I don't like that. Yeah, you can do it. You truly are divine. What did I do? I wasn't paying attention. Apparently, I did a quest. What this means, chat? We have an empty nest. We have an empty nest, chat. We gotta fill that empty nest. Mila! 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 Hey, Mila! How do you feel about babies? Mila! You like babies? You like babies, Mila? I know you like babies, Mila. Don't like you don't, Mila. Everybody likes babies, Mila. Like babies too, right, Mila? Mila. Alright, let's go talk to this dissenter over here. You put up a good fight. Welcome to the family. A fox against a dormouse. 'Twas maybe a fight I would never win. At least you accepted your fates. Lozo, you good over here? You look like you're having a moment. You're always having a moment. What am I talking about? I'm Mila. First, where's my extra horny reproducer? Where you at? 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 I'm gonna put you in a maid outfit or something. Oh no, you're still sick. Can I breed from you? No, that's not you. It was Menace, that's right. I can breed from you while you're sick. Let's go. Mila. Oh, 55% chance. It should be fine. Menace is lustful. I don't think you're gonna get set free. Come on, come on. Yeah! Let's go!
goes in like looking like they want to be fucking sick. Like, bruh. Golden Dookie. Lustful. Unrepentant. And... Ooh, polyamorous, or... I can't even marry anyone, so it doesn't matter if you're polyamorous. Let's go for gullible. Perfect little golden egg. Run, Mila, hide in the horse, go in the forest! Nowhere is safe. Poor Menace. So lustful, you just can't help yourself. Oh, now you're both sick. I made Mila sick with it! I'm sorry. I'm not actually sorry. I can't heal either of you either, so just go to bed, alright? You guys just go to bed. Yeah, just go to bed. You'll be alright. Don't worry about it. Your sick ways made Mila ill. God, no. Don't worry, it's fine. They liked it, I promise. Ooh, lag. Oh, you pooped yourself. Let me get that. Ah, that's some good shit, bud. Yeah. Why am I instantly sick? You were already sick. You were one of the ill pilgrims? Pilgrims? Pilgrims, that's the word. You were one of the sickly pilgrims that I picked up. I never got to pick up that outfit, by the way. The game glitched out and it just never got it. We must make a maid dress. And I want to make an Olympian. Because it's important. And then what else? What else, I say? Nothing else. Just those two. That's all I have. Laugh. Don't fuck it up, Stealthy. Oh, the lag is gonna kill me. Ah, okay. Why is the maid outfit so difficult to make? Perfect! What's the customization on this? I change the color of the leaf? Okay. We can make the leaf blend in. Right. What about for the maid outfit? What do we got here? I feel like just traditional black and white is best. Yeah. Alright. Where's our whore at? Sorry, I mean, where's our very excited one at? Manus! Come here! Wherever you are. And there you are. There you go. You get to have this. You're welcome. Now go back to bed. Apple is dead right now, so she can't have her outfit. I was sick of you before, now I'm sick of everyone. Don't worry, I told you to go to bed. You'll be right. No, not work. Go to sleep for you as well. You pass out. So can you stop, like, harassing people while they're trying to sleep? It's a little bit annoying, I'd say. I must tend to egg. Pet the egg. What happens if I don't tend to the egg? Does it just not hatch? Why is no one over here doing the fucking gardening? Go to the farm, stupid! Again. Give your contribution. I suppose I should send some new guys out, shouldn't I? More bones? More bones! Bones! Bones and meat and bones! Alright. Applebun shouldn't die this time. Wait, she's alive! I'm stupid! I could have put the outfit on Apple. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Wait, no, I've got it already. Yeah. Apple. Oh, Apple, I've got the outfit for you. There you are, my beautiful one. Here you go. Beautiful. Leave the Lord Catman! You need to go to bed. Bed with you.
They always just sleeping on the floor. Da-da. 2 days, 1 day. Off you go. Explore naked. Hell yeah. One day. Off you go, Scramble. That dog is farting something fierce. Oh my god, he rank.
God damn.
Alright, how's my little descenter going? Oh, what the fuck? Just, okay, I got very excited. Okay, I think everything is okay for now. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna save. I'm gonna fucking stop playing this game before my ADHD gets set off again! Ah! E-Train, how you doing? This is so bad for my ADHD. This is like Subnautica all over again. I just need more! More! Ah! Alright, get the fuck out of here. Leave it. Stop it. Go! Jesus Christ. I do have self-control, I promise. It's just not very strong. It's just not very strong. I tried. I do try. Not well enough. Clint, you stink, dude. You're nasty. Alright, who are we gonna raid today? Let's take a look. Did you ever finish Subnautica? Yes, I did! Have you know? I do have the VODs currently up on my VOD channel as well if you wanted to watch it. Let me just pull that link. Hang on a minute. Hello. Whoop. Get there, go there, go over here. I got this. I'm a professional. You wanna watch the VODs? Go there! It has the complete Pokemon Nuzlocke from, you know, when I've started recording after I came back to good health. And it has the whole Nuzlocke playthrough as well. Hey, the VODs! How you doing? Sorry you jumped in right as I'm about to raid out. How sad indeed. Now, choices. Who are we raiding today? Okay, so... oh, fuck. Okay, I got a lot of choices. I see another mouse. Hold up. There's another mouse here. Mousy Fuzz. I'll sleep only cheese. They're playing Escape from Tarkov. Do we want to raid another mouse? Do we want a mouse that raids into a mouse that raids into a mouse? Nuzlocke videos is just look, all right. Just watch from the fairies if you want to watch. If you want to watch the successful run of the iron variety. I mean, I don't think I've ever rated Iron Mouse. You playing Hightail? Wait, do it to which mouse? Do we do Mousy Fuzz or Iron Mouse? Chat. Which mouse, chat? I don't know! There's too many boys! Any mouse! Iron Mouse? Paul? Just type it in chat. Paul's too hot. Mousy Fuzz. I got 2 Iron Mouses and 1 Mousy Fuzz. Think we'll do Iron Mouse. I've never raided Iron Mouse before. Give it a go. Why not? I raid Mousy Fuzz another time. I just went to write raid in her thing again. I'm fucking stupid. Always do that. Always get to write it in the wrong chat. Iron Mouse. Alright. Now, we got the raid messages. Raid 1, raid 2. Get the creepy ass smiling frog if you are not currently subscribed. Otherwise, we do the rolling raid. Thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. When I can help it, we shall do mouse raids. From mouse to mouse to mouse. Or rodent. If I don't have a mouse, I'll go for a rat. A rat. I will forgive the cousins and raid them too. Okay, guys, thanks a lot for hanging out. I'm starving fucking hungry. I haven't eaten for like 10 hours. I haven't eaten all goddamn day. I am desperately hungry. Oh, There may be a stream tomorrow, chat. I might do a bonus stream tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. I will have a quick rest, have some dinner, mull it over, look at my calendar, and maybe we will stream again tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be doing cult or like Pokemon though. So we'll decide. We'll choose. We'll decide that. Nah. Hey girl, go get. I will. Okay. I'm leaving. We're gonna get some food. I gotta. Bye. This is an ending screen. Ending. Wait.